27. Chi è all'inferno non sa ciò che sia cielo. He who is in hell knows not what heaven is. Days before Divorando, 19. The afterlife smelled like piss and sour rye, but Alessa began eternal life with a man in her arms, and if the gods wanted to reward her despite her failures, she wasn't going to fuss at them about the details. She ran her fingers down the valley of his spine, ridges of muscle on either side, and he moved against her with a low moan, stubble rough against her neck. If she'd known about the perks, she might not have dreaded death quite so much. And yet, the ground was hard and unforgiving. Her entire body ached, and nearby, someone paused a slurred rendition of a bawdy tavern song to belch, which didn't seem right. Forcing her eyes open, she stared into the muted dusk until shapes and colors coalesced into a view of a brick wall, and closer, a head resting on her chest, face obscured by the angle. Muscles went tight beneath her hands as the mystery man groaned again. Not the afterlife. Not a faceless man. Dante. And he was not enjoying being on top of her. Alessa yanked her hands back and stretched her neck to keep her head away from him. But his forehead was still resting on the skin beneath her collarbone, and she couldn't move him without touching him, and her back scraped against cracked cobblestones as she fought to get out from beneath him. It was like dislodging herself from a landslide. With a final heave, she wrenched her torso free, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Memories rushed back. Dark eyes, deadly anger, daggers buried in flesh. Something, fear, shock, or blood loss, was dulling her pain, but she didn't need evidence to know the truth. She was done for. But he wasn't, not yet. As she twisted to one side, her palm met a puddle of blood. Fear spiked through her at the afterimage of Dante's horrified guilt, the kind of guilt that could drive a person to turn his blades on himself. She covered her mouth and tasted blood, stale and rusty. Please, let it be mine. She found a soggy glove beside Dante's head and wrestled it on so she could turn his face toward her. His face was gray, his eyes closed. She leaned closer, searching for his breath. Dante gasped, surging upward, and his nose cracked against her cheekbone. Alessa fell back with a yelp, met by Dante's stream of curses. "Oh, your poor face," she cried out. "I'm fine." Sitting up, he raised a hand to his clearly broken nose and ducked his head. "You're not fine." But when he looked up, his face was bloody but otherwise normal. What in Dea's name? "Are you bleeding?" he asked. Blinking in confusion, Alessa looked down at a body that didn't feel like her own. I don't think so." The front of her dress was stiff and cool, not damp with a pulse of fresh blood. "Move your blasted hand, will you?" "I can't. I need to keep pressure on it so I don't start bleeding again." Dante took her wrist, protected by the end of her sleeve, and pulled her hand away. She sucked in a sharp inhale as he ripped the tear in her dress wider to reveal a handspan of pale skin, blood-stained but unbroken. Impossible. "I thought it wasn't going to work." Dante sat back and covered his mouth with a shaking hand. Alessa bent to look at her abdomen. "I don't understand." "Don't you?" Dante watched her, tense. There was only one possible explanation. blood pounded in her ears. "You're a quiote." 28. Chi nasce lupo non muore agnello. Those born as wolves cannot die as lambs. People don't change. Days before Divorando, 19. It wasn't every day a girl received a mortal wound, turned around at death's threshold, and discovered her only friend in the world also happened to be one of the creatures from her nightmares. It was a lot. Quiote were evil. It was fact, not opinion. But Dante wasn't. He couldn't be. At first, she thought he wouldn't answer, hoped he'd scoff, and they'd both marvel at the absurdity of what she'd said. He jerked a nod instead. "You're a quiote," she said again, her thoughts tangled, impossible to tease apart. She seized the most important thread and tugged. "And you used your gift to heal me."
"No,"
he said.
"You used it."
"But you chose to hold my hand because you thought I could." Euphoria filled her. "Dante, you saved my life." His expression darkened at her breathy wonder.
"I'm your bodyguard. That's literally my job."
He stood and brushed off his pants. It was futile. They were thoroughly soiled with blood and filth and not worth salvaging. Her mind churned with a tempest of emotion. Horror, gratitude, fear, and awe. "Dante, you held my hand, and you didn't die." He looked uncomfortable.
"For a minute I thought I might."
"But—"
"Don't get excited. I don't have any useful powers."
Dante scanned the alley, practically twitching with nerves.
"You need to get back to the Cittadella, and I have to get out of here."
Alessa was prodding her miraculously intact belly. With an impatient huff, Dante hauled her to her feet. She swayed drunkenly and held out her bloody hands, one glove on and one off, as though to show him some fascinating treasure. Dante gave her the long-suffering look of a sober patron at a bar past midnight and tucked her under his arm to hustle her along. He was alive. She was alive. How in Dea's name were they both alive? She giggled, loopy from relief, and blood loss if she was honest, and wrapped her fingers around his waist. Heat curled at the press of his body against her, the shift of firm muscles with every step. They probably looked like lovers, clinging to each other in search of a private alley. She giggled again, except for the blood. She didn't have much experience for reference, but in books at least, clandestine romantic encounters didn't usually involve quite so much of that. Ever the grumpy chaperone, Dante did not steer them into a darkened alley, but half carried her, with an insider's knowledge of the winding, unnamed streets, until the harbor cave loomed before them. Inside, Dante maneuvered her down the path. The brisk walk had not cleared her head, but done the opposite, and stars burst in her vision as he leaned her against the wall. Vaguely aware she was sliding down, Alessa couldn't stop herself. Dante caught her, propping her up with a knee between her legs. "Oh dear, you haven't even bought me dinner," she said with a snort. He sighed, all taut muscles and jerky movements as he fished beneath her cloak for the key in her dress pockets. Pressing her face into Dante's shirt, she breathed him in. It seemed like a perfectly normal thing to do, but on second thought, probably wasn't. Hard to blame her, though. Whatever magic had healed her wounds had not replenished the blood she'd lost, and the deficit was taking a toll on her already subpar impulse control. "Oops," she mumbled, lifting her head. "Little dizzy." Dante didn't respond, his eyes darting everywhere as he unlocked the gate, his breath fast and shallow. This wasn't the boy who'd teased her about racy novels or offered to hug her to save the world. This was the trapped animal she'd seen on her balcony the night she brought him home. He was frightened of her. Of course, everyone was. And now that he'd experienced the excruciating pain she caused everyone who got too close, he'd forever be scared of her too. "I'm sorry." She stuffed her hands in her pockets. "I won't touch you again."
Huh?
He blinked, focused on her.
No, it's not. That's not. Do I need to carry you?
"Relax," she said, with what she hoped looked like a confident wave of her hand. "I can walk." She wasn't steady, but she kept herself moving forward. There was something else bothering her, something she had been angry about or wanted to understand. Her thoughts were sluggish and disjointed, but she seized on it at last as Dante closed the gate behind them. Who was that man? And why were you arguing with him? Dante tensed.
It doesn't matter.
It most certainly does. You met with one of Ivini's supplicants who wants me dead, and then you almost killed me. I deserve to know what's going on. He'd also healed her, which somewhat negated her argument, but Dante must have wanted to avoid that subject.
He's the guy who took me in after my parents died. Told the mob that a child could be reformed, and he would take care of it. You know, save my immortal soul.
He urged her forward with a hand on her lower back.
I saw him in the crowd the night I met you. It's been years, so I wasn't sure if he recognized me, but I figured I should make sure he was keeping his mouth shut, so no one would find out. So much for that plan.
Dante opened the last gate and put the key in her hand.
Lock the gate behind you.
Why did it sound like goodbye? You aren't coming? He raked his fingers through his hair.
I have to. I can't.
The man who fought opponents twice his size without flinching, who stared down angry Fontes, who never shied away from a girl whose hands brought pain and death, was trembling because she knew his secret. Dante, I would never tell anyone. He let out a ragged breath.
You know what'll happen if this gets out?
A gyote in the cittadella, a rat in the kitchen, angry mobs, torches blazing and pitchforks at the ready. She'd be lucky if they didn't toss her on the pyre with him. His eyes flashed.
Pick your damn fonte, stay in the cittadella, and forget you ever knew me.
At least come in for your things, she said, her voice soft.
I'll buy new things.
Please, let's talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about.
It was too much, too fast. He was slipping away, and she hadn't even processed what had just happened and who he was. She needed a moment, damn it. Then my blood will be on your hands again, she said. I give myself a 70% chance of collapsing on my way up the stairs, tumbling all the way down, breaking half my bones and cracking my skull, and you won't be there to heal me, so I'll die for the second time today in a puddle of my own blood. What a tragic end to the day's story of survival. He kept glaring, but there was a hint of something else behind the anger and fear. It might have been hope. Please? She raised a shaky hand to her face, sagging against the gate. It really wasn't fair to use his weakness against him, but desperate times demanded desperate measures. Dante washed his blades in the sink, dried them with clean towels, then washed and dried them again before returning them to their sheaths. He was pacing when Alessa left to bathe, and he was pacing when she peered around the screen before getting dressed. He was a gyote, a person considered barely human, demon-touched, selfish, and cruel to the core. She was supposed to fear him, hate him. It should have changed everything. But it didn't. Agyote had taken her hands in that alley, not knowing if he'd survive his desperate gamble to save her. Agyote had risked his pride and safety to wrap a ridiculous scarf around his head and hug her when she needed it more than anything in the world. From the day they'd met, Dante had tried to convince her he was cruel, unkind, and cold, but his actions made his words ring hollow. He was Agyote, but he was still Dante, and he hadn't chosen his fate any more than she had. She found him trying to scrub her blood from his white linen shirt. At the sound of her footsteps behind him, Dante threw the shirt into the sink and braced his hands on the counter. "I promise I won't tell," she said, with the steady calm of a person soothing a growling dog. "But I have to know something." He didn't turn around. "The stories say gyote are demons disguised as men." She swallowed. "Is it true? Are you something else underneath?"
Are you asking if I have horns?
That was exactly what she was asking, but it seemed best to neither confirm nor deny it.
No,
He sighed.
no horns, no tail, no claws. This is me.
The breath whooshed out of her. Not a monster. At least, no more than she was. In that instant, she made up her mind. No one else has to know. Dante looked irritated rather than grateful.
Someone already does. Why do you think I was threatening him? It's bad enough he knows I'm in the city. All the money in the world won't keep him quiet if he finds out I'm in the cittadella. It's one thing to have your runaway gyote wandering free, another to let him sleep on the Finestra's couch.
Then we'll make sure he doesn't find out. Dante, please, you can't go. Not now, when I finally know how much we have in common.
Common?
Dante spat out.
What do we have in common?
A lot. For one, we both understand what it's like to be hated and feared. We both have gifts we didn't ask for.
Gift?
He scoffed.
Some gift.
You can heal yourself. My gift only kills people. His fingers flexed against the porcelain.
Mine has killed plenty.
She squeezed her eyes shut. That's why they killed your parents?
Yeah. And yours are getting paid extra for birthing the blessed Finestra. Like I said, we have nothing in common. You're a savior. I'm an abomination. You got a castle, and I got locked in a shed by a man who tried to beat the evil out of me.
Her stomach roiled. No, their lives weren't the same. Not in the obvious ways, but in the hidden, broken, jagged spaces inside them. Why couldn't he see how they were? I'm sorry for what happened to you. You didn't deserve that, and neither did your parents. But... Alessa clenched her fists, stunned at a possibility. Maybe your power can help others. Dante scoffed.
What, like being your fonte? Good luck with that. The only gift you'd get from me is a slower death to watch the world end.
No, of course not. But I could practice on you.
You mean torture me?
She flinched. But not kill you?
I'm not invincible. I'll die if you try hard enough.
But you're closer than anyone else. You keep saying you don't care about your safety. Is it so different from fighting for money? You could help me save Saverio.
What's Saverio ever done for me?
There are children who will die horrible deaths.
Children grow up and become cruel like everyone else.
I didn't want this duty either, but at least I'm trying.
You're the savior, not me. I'm the selfish one, remember? This is your problem.
She wanted to rake her nails down his face, to rip the cold disdain away by force. Nice try, Dante, but it's too late. I know you. There's no way you're fine with letting thousands of children die when you couldn't even ignore one kid in trouble.
What are you talking about?
I saw you with that beggar girl getting pushed around by one of Ivini's goons. You stopped him. Dante threw his head back.
Don't make me into some kind of hero because I hate bullies. I am exactly what everyone says I am.
I don't care what the stories say. You're a good person. He threw his hands up.
Stop. You don't know what kind of person I am. You have no idea what I've done, who I've hurt.
Then tell me. Convince me. Prove you're evil. I dare you. He tore at his hair.
Fine. There was one person who tried to help me after I ran away. Just one. Ever. And I killed her.
29. Quando l'amico chiede, non v'è domani. When a friend asks, there is no tomorrow. Days before Divorando, 19. Alessa's blood went cold. I don't believe you. Her words didn't sound convincing, even to herself.
Believe it.
His voice was flat.
This kid found me after I ran away. Couldn't have been more than 10. Trips over a bloody, barely conscious stranger on the beach, and instead of running, decides to nurse me back to health.
He laughed bitterly.
She saw me heal. I couldn't hide it.
Alessa hid a shiver. The Dante she knew, or thought she knew, would never kill an innocent child to keep them quiet. But maybe she didn't know him at all.
So, I lied. Said I'd found the Fonte della Guarigione high on a cliff. She wanted to know where, kept asking, so I kept lying, moving it higher, making it too hard to get to. But she wouldn't let it go.
A curious child, a fearful secret, and Dante on the run and desperate to hide the truth. Alessa was going to be sick. His eyes burned like embers.
I found her body the next morning, shattered on the rocks below.
She swallowed back tears, even as her knees went weak with relief. An accident! You didn't mean for her to get hurt?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. I, of all people, know what that's like.
Stop!
Dante shouted.
We aren't the same. You touch people and they die, but it's not your choice and it's not your fault. Everyone who cares about me dies, and it's always my fault. You give, I take.
Then change.
People don't change.
I have. Her voice shook with anger. I've changed so many times I've lost count. When I became Finestra, I was a naive girl who believed what anyone told me, followed the rules without question, even when it felt wrong, even when I thought I'd shrivel up and blow away. I became a husk of a person, all pain and bitterness. Then you came, and you didn't revere me or pity me. You noticed when I made myself small, and I hated it. I wanted to prove you wrong, so I changed. Alessa drew herself up and looked him in the eyes. I don't care what anyone says. Your gift is a part of you, but it doesn't define you. You can choose to be better. His eyes were hard.
Well, I choose not to. And this, he pointed from himself to her and back, is not a thing. We aren't the same. We aren't friends. We aren't anything. I'll finish this damn job because we made a deal, but that's it.
You are such an ass.
Now you're catching on.
Fury spiked through her. She wanted to dig her fingers into his stubborn face until she stole his soul from his body once and for all. Guilty or no, he wouldn't stand a chance. She stormed out instead. Any would-be assassin who chose this moment to attack her would lose. For 5 lonely years, she'd told herself it was only her gift and her position that kept everyone away. That if anyone spent time with her, then, surely, they would care about her. Not the Finestra or the Savior. Her, Alessa. But Dante had heard it all, and he didn't care. He was only there because she paid him to be, and she was so pathetic she couldn't tell the difference between a friend and an employee. She needed air. She needed to escape. At the sound of voices ahead, she ducked inside the darkened kitchens. From the thickest shadows, someone hissed her name. Not her title, her name. A dark figure stalked toward her. She backed away, feeling behind herself for the open door. Instead, her hands met the hard muscle of Dante's thigh.
For Krallo's sake, there you,
he started to say, before swiftly lunging around her to shove the shadowy form against the wall. A blade flashed in the dim light from the hall, and the intruder yelped. Alessa knew that yelp. "Stop!" she cried out. "It's my brother!" For a second, she thought Dante would slice his throat anyway. But he stepped back, knife pointed at Adric's chest. "Adric, what are you doing here?" Alessa demanded.
What is he doing? Adric retorted. He's not a Fonte.
He's my guard. Adric raked Dante with a skeptical look.
Half-dressed.
Dante had grabbed the shirt before following her, but only a few of the buttons were fastened. Dante's eyebrows lowered.
It's the middle of the night. Yeah, it is.
Adric's eyes narrowed. Dante, could you give us a minute? Dante's glare deepened.
Yell if you need me.
Adric stepped forward, the faint light from the French doors to the gardens illuminating his face as he cast a furtive glance around the dark, quiet kitchen. Adric, how did you get inside? He rubbed his hands on his pants.
I know someone. Who is that guy? Didn't he fight at the docks at one point?
Alessa sighed loudly. I told you, Dante is my guard. And yes, he used to fight at the barrel. Enough stalling. What was going on today? Who tried to poison me? And why?
I don't know. Bullshit. Look, it doesn't matter right now.
Doesn't matter? Because it looks to me like you made Papa's special cookies and gave them to someone who added poison to them and delivered them here so I would get sick or die. And you aren't even slightly surprised. Why? Adric seemed to steel himself.
I'll explain after you tell me if you have a Fonte. Is it working?
She jerked back. Yes, sort of. It's complicated.
It's a simple question.
She crossed her arms. It's a complicated answer.
So, no, then. And everyone here knows it, so you had to hire a thug from the docks to be your hired muscle.
His face twisted like he was fighting a laugh, and Alessa waited for the punchline, but he choked on a sob.
You've tried, but there's no time left.
You're giving up on me? Really? Adric, I am trying so damn hard.
I know you're trying.
Adric's hoarse whisper faded into defeat.
You always are. Trying to cook dinner and burning everything so we have to eat watered-down soup instead. Trying to write the perfect essay for homework, then forgetting it at home so I have to retrieve it for you and get in trouble. Trying to be Finestra and killing your Fontes instead, leaving me to do the work of two people and jeopardizing all our lives.
Every word sliced another wound that would never heal. A lifetime of guilt and embarrassment thrown in her face, and it only hurt more that it seemed to pain him to say it. She was a burden, a screw-up, and Adric knew better than anyone because he'd been there cleaning up after her.
I'm sorry.
Adric's face had never looked so drawn and serious.
But there aren't points for effort in this. I don't want this any more than you do, but I think maybe that's why I'm here. Maybe the whole reason I was born.
Tears glittered in his eyes as he pulled a small bottle from his pocket. Alessa backed away, her skin going cold. What is that, Adric? If she had to endure his betrayal, he needed to live with the guilt of saying it.
You had your calling, sister. Now I understand mine. You know I'd never want to hurt you.
Then don't. Adric flinched.
Why do you think I told you to leave today? Do you think they would have been as careful as I would? No one else would take every precaution to make sure you didn't suffer. Don't you see? This is your way out. You'll be a hero, and we'll be saved.
Tears streamed down his face.
I made it special. For you.
She wanted to scream, to pound his chest with her fists. She wanted to cling to him and beg him to take it back. Instead, she remained perfectly still, barely breathing. Adric placed the small blue bottle into her palm and wrapped her gloved fingers around it. She stood there, staring at her closed fist between his hands. It was the most contact they'd had in years. Are you going to force it down my throat? She whispered. His eyes closed.
No, I know you'll do the right thing.
Dante darkened the doorway.
Time's up. Goodbye, little sister.
Adric swiped at his eyes.
I'll make sure no one ever forgets your sacrifice.
Adric left, and Dante approached, brows knit.
What was that about?
Oh, now he was concerned. After he'd thrown their friendship in her face, he expected her to rip her wounds wide open for him. Like you care.
I didn't mean the stuff I said.
Save it. I don't want to talk to you. She ran to the French doors at the end of the kitchens and threw them open. A frigid wind whipped her skirts around her legs, and icy rain pelted her face. Despite her gloves, her fingertips stung as soon as she stepped outside.
Bad night for a stroll,
Dante said behind her. I need to think.
Unpleasant spot for it.
Unpleasant company isn't helping. If you want to finish this job, do it. But be a shadow. If he didn't want to be her friend, he could be her enemy. That seemed to be all she had left anyway.
Can I say something?
No. It felt delicious to shoot him down. Ice coated the branches, encasing the trees like glass sculptures. Shivers shook her, but she kept walking. Dante dogged her footsteps.
I'm trying to apologize.
Don't bother. He sighed heavily.
Look, people usually try to kill me when they find out. I panicked.
He blocked her path, his gaze intent beneath eyelashes glittering with ice.
Will you please come inside?
No! He growled in frustration.
I'll do it, okay? I'll let you practice on me.
Why, you don't care about Saverio?
I'm not offering to help Saverio. I'm offering to help you.
She closed her eyes. Forget it. It was a ridiculous idea. You don't even have a gift I can use.
What do you want?
Dante demanded. The frigid rain dripped down her cheeks like tears. To be left alone.
Not now, in general. You say you want to be a hero, but you're real quick to play the victim. You say you want friends, but you won't forgive me. You say you want my help, but you won't take it. So what is it?
She gestured to the high wall around the garden, at everything it kept her from. To save Saverio. That's what the Finestra is meant to do.
I didn't ask what everyone wants from you. I asked what you want.
It doesn't matter.
I think you're scared.
She rolled her eyes. A swarm of demons is coming, and I have to protect us. Who wouldn't be scared?
No, that's not it. You're scared of losing yourself.
I'm supposed to lose myself. My name, my family, my life.
Exactly. And you don't want to. Can't blame you, but you need to decide what you get out of this if you're going to pull it off. So what do you want?
I want it all to go away. She whirled away from him. I want to stop being brave and alone. I want a hug when I'm sad, like a normal girl with a home and a family. I want to hold hands and kiss in dark alleys and swim naked in the ocean and do every other silly little thing I never realized I might never get to do.
There are better places for kissing than alleys.
She laughed, dangerously close to hysteria. Thanks for the tip. Doubt I'll need it.
If you want to control your power so you can live a normal life and kiss in every alley in the city after divorando, then grab onto that.
He shivered.
Now can we please go inside?
She tried to retort with something witty and sharp, but her teeth chattered too fiercely for her to speak.
Damn it, I'm claiming bodyguard prerogative. Come on.
Grabbing her wrist, Dante towed her behind him. The warmth of the kitchen wasn't enough. Every shudder sent ice rattling to the floor from her wet skirts. Dante attacked them, swatting at the layer of caked-on ice.
Hate to break it to you, but dying of hypothermia won't help Saverio.
She swallowed a sudden lump in her throat. It might. He looked up at her.
You don't really believe that.
Other people do. Dante's gaze fell on the bottle in her hands.
What is that?
She hesitated. My mother's perfume. Dante snatched it from her numb fingers, uncorking it to wipe the rim with a finger and raise it to his lips. No! She tried to grab it back. He hid the bottle behind his back.
What's in it?
She clenched her teeth, but her lower lip trembled. Dante dumped the contents into a potted miniature lemon tree and hurled the empty bottle into the soil. He was gearing up to rail at her, though how it was her fault her brother wanted her to poison herself, she didn't know. But his expression said he wanted to hurt someone, and she was the only one there to take it. She managed a weak, I like that tree, and burst into tears. Muttering profanities that somehow sounded sympathetic, he crushed her to his chest, and she clutched at him, desperate for his body heat seeping through their layers of cold, wet clothing. The truth poured out in a torrent. How 1,000 mistakes in her life had piled on top of each other, how Adric had counted them up, tallying the proof that she couldn't do the one thing she must. How every minor embarrassment and childhood error was now evidence used against her by the person she'd trusted to stand by her no matter what. Ivini had stolen the last member of her family, but it was her failings that made it possible for him to do so. She could feel Dante's struggle for control in the taut muscles of his back as he fought the urge to chase Adric down, but she fisted her hands in his shirt and held on for dear life. If he left her now, she'd crumble into nothing. What if he's right? She asked. Maybe I was never meant to do this. Dea had faith in me, but I didn't deserve it. Everyone's figured it out but me. You said it yourself. The gods had given up on us. Or at least me.
Now you start listening to me,
Dante said.
People like Ivini make a living convincing scared people they know the answers, but the loudest people rarely know the most.
That doesn't mean he's wrong.
It doesn't mean he's right either. Come on, let me try.
Did she even have a choice? Did she ever have a choice?
You think too much.
He tipped her chin up with a gloved finger.
All talk, huh? Brave enough to suggest it, but not to make a move.
Her breath caught. Don't tempt me.
I'm trying to tempt you. You said I can be better, so let me try.
And you keep saying you aren't a hero. Something fluttered to life in Alessa's heart. Hope? Fear? Or something else entirely.
I'm not.
The corner of his mouth kicked up in a smile.
You're the hero. I'm just asking a girl to hold my hand.
30. Come la cosa indugia, piglia vizio. Wait at your own peril. Days before Divorando, 18. Alessa muddled her way through training the next day, which went about as well as the sessions before their day off. If one could call a near-death experience and attempted sororicide a day off. And she wasn't the only one who emerged from a stupor at the sight of a parade of wheeled icebox carts in the courtyard. Joseph had planned the surprise, a fact he took a bit too long explaining as they eyed the alluring treats. Alessa held back as the others perused the selection from Joseph's family's gelateria. To be polite, and because her dread about the coming evening, when Dante would take his turn being tormented, was quickly overtaking her hopes that he could help her. He'd dodged death at her hand once. That didn't mean he would again. Beside her, Joseph puffed with pride as he watched his fellow Fontes make their selections.
I've always thought you can learn a lot about a person by their favorite flavor.
Oh? Alessa said.
I usually choose vanilla.
He looked at her expectantly. Because vanilla is... Boring felt like the wrong answer. He smiled as if offering her the solution to a puzzle.
Subtle, but complex.
Of course. Alessa called out a request for dark chocolate and raspberry, and waited for Joseph to take a bowl from an alarmed-looking gelato scooper and hand it to her. Tell me more. She'd never really had a chance to speak with him one-on-one, and if the topic of frozen desserts was her best chance to get him to open up, so be it. Most people act like vanilla lacks flavor, but it's actually quite nuanced. The notes vary depending on where you source the beans and how you prepare them before blending. Joseph smiled at his bowl, which was still half full, and, thanks to his gift, showed no sign of melting. I know I'm a man of few words, but I like to think that I, too, am more complex than people assume. Alessa nodded pensively. What does mine say about me? Joseph flushed.
I couldn't presume, Finestra.
Alessa sighed. Nina, then. Stracciatella. Let me guess. Sweet but inconsistent. Joseph blinked, befuddled.
I know her too well. It wouldn't be fair.
You can't propose a gelato theory of personality and then hold out on me, Joseph. She eyed Dante across the room. But while Joseph might be the stuffiest boy she'd ever met, even he would notice her pathetic curiosity if she wasn't careful. She settled on a safer option. What did Camaria get?
Half mint and half cafe latte. But she orders something different every time she comes into the shop.
Alessa thought. Let me try. I'd say she craves excitement and adventure, and she hates being bored. Joseph's eyes twinkled.
I concur.
This is fun. Do Caleb.
Strawberries and cream. I haven't figured him out yet.
You and me both. Pink and sweet. Alessa shrugged. Yeah, I've got nothing. They let the subject drop for a bit, each absorbed in their dessert.
Limone,
Joseph said, out of nowhere. Excuse me?
That's what Signor Dante chose, if you were wondering. You may not have been.
I wasn't. Methinks I doth protest too much. What does Limone say about a person? A sour disposition? Joseph looked mildly offended.
Lemon is not sour, it's tart. Not the same at all. The culinary section of the paper called our limone a near-perfect blend of tart and sweet, appealing, layered, and complex. The heart of Saverio in every scoop. A classic. Our family has spent years perfecting it. It's our most beloved flavor.
Alessa licked a bit of gelato off her spoon. Of course, the perfect flavor. My mistake. Dante eyed them as if he knew he was the topic of conversation. With an obnoxiously cheerful grin, Alessa spooned another scoop into her mouth and promptly got her first taste of the dark chocolate, which entirely ruined the effect. Her eyes slipped closed to fully appreciate the melding of hedonistic chocolate and fruity tartness melting on her tongue. When she returned to the mortal plane, Joseph had moved on to analyzing cider, and Dante was jabbing at his limone as though it had offended him.
Quit stalling,
Dante said. Elbows propped on his knees, he watched Alessa pace. She'd put it off as long as she could, chewing each bite of dinner as slowly as possible. We almost died yesterday, she said, yawning dramatically. Doesn't that warrant an early bedtime? Dante glared at her through his lashes.
That was your excuse last night. Are we doing this or not?
She'd already left him unconscious once. A second touch might be too much. I've changed my mind, she said. This was a terrible idea.
If we wait for a better one, we'll all be dead. Look, as someone older than you...
Pfft, not by much, if at all. Do you even know how old I am? He dragged out the question like it was sucking years from his life.
How old are you?
Alessa smiled because she knew it would irritate him. I am 18.
Like I said, as someone older than you...
How old are you?
19 or 20. Stop interrupting.
How can you not know how old you are?
I don't carry a pocket calendar, and I lost track of the date a few weeks ago. Do you always ask so many questions?
I don't know. Do I?
Har har. Now, let me finish. As someone older than you...
He paused, anticipating an interruption, but she clasped her hands innocently in her lap instead.
I can tell you, it's always better to get something unpleasant over with quickly. Drawing out the wait only makes it worse.
A truth she knew quite well at 18. but it was easier said than done. First, tell me how this works. Can a guilty heal from anything? Dante picked at a loose thread on his chair.
No, not anything, or my parents would still be alive. If you cut my head off or drop a wall on me, I'm done for. Regular injuries, I'll recover. If it's a repeat injury, it's easier. The first time I broke my arm, it hurt like a beast. By the third, I barely noticed. Healed faster, too. I think that's part of the gift, but I don't know.
Is it like that for all of you?
If I ever find another guilty, I'll ask.
You don't know how it worked for your parents?
I was a kid. I didn't take notes. It was just a thing I knew to keep quiet about. All I know is that for me, the worse the damage is, or if I'm tired or hungry, it takes longer.
She blew a stream of air through pursed lips. Are you hungry now? Tired? Thirsty?
I'm fine. Let's start with the basics. I know about your first fonte, but how'd it end with the others?
Rubbing her arms, Alessa tried to recall. Elsie's heart stopped on our fourth try. Hugo tried for a few seconds, collapsed, and cracked his skull on the table. I don't know if I killed him or the fall did. Dante pursed his lips like she'd detailed a mundane grocery list rather than a series of gruesome deaths.
We'll stay seated then. Get over here.
Her thighs barely touched the chair before she sprang back up. My hands are cold.
Well, in that case...
Dante slapped his thighs as though to leave.
Sit down.
It's too dangerous. With the Fontes, there's a reason to risk it, because I need their gifts. But you're...
worthless.
His tone was light, but his hands curled into fists.
I have nothing to offer, nothing to defend Saverio with, so it's not worth adding another tally to your guilt list.
Alessa pressed her fingers to her temples. No, that's not...
Well, you're right. No one would miss me.
I would. Her lower lip trembled, but she wouldn't cry. Her tears had roped him into this mess in the first place.
I'm not going to die.
You don't know that. He shrugged.
Nothing's killed me yet.
That's a ridiculous argument. Anyone could say the same, and it would be true. He winked.
Have a little faith, Finestra.
She'd been gloveless around him before, but she'd never taken them off for him. And as he watched the fabric slide down her forearms, she saw her skin like it belonged to someone else. The faint blue veins on the inside of her wrists, the pale palms and slender fingers. Her heart thumped viciously against her ribs. I'm letting go if you so much as twitch. She shrank back as he reached for her. Hands on the table, palms up. No grabbing. He sighed, but did as he was told. You still feel pain, though, right? She asked. He raised his eyebrows.
Yes.
Then why are you so damn calm?
Worrying about pain doesn't stop it from happening, he said. If you don't breathe soon, I'll poke you in the belly like a stubborn mule.
You're an ass.
Yup. Now do it already.
She hovered her palms above his, lowering until their fingertips brushed with every heartbeat. With a shaky breath, she pressed her hands against his. His hands, like the rest of him, were strong and deft, rough but graceful. Dante grunted softly, but she was lost to the sudden surge of power. Yes, more, want, need, take, yes, her gift demanded, like the ocean dragging a sinking ship under. Tethering herself, she focused on his face, fighting the craving until the tide receded. His jaw went rigid, but he didn't pull away. When she lifted her hands, they exhaled. Well, she said. How bad was it?
Bearable.
He cracked his knuckles.
Again.
Not yet. Shaking her hands out, she left to fetch water and crackers. If hunger and thirst were risk factors, she'd shove both in his face at the first sign of trouble. Out of habit, she put both glasses in the center of the table and sat, stunned by the realization that, even without gloves, she could have simply handed it to him. Dante ignored the crackers, but downed half his glass.
You go palms up this time. I'll pull back if I need to.
She hated relinquishing control, but she couldn't gauge his pain, and he could. This time, when they touched, the voracious need was less insistent, and she was able to pay attention to everything else. She counted silently, noting the texture of his skin, the steady beat of his pulse against her fingertips, how very alive he felt. He let go as she reached 52. Well? She asked, breathless.
Better. The first time hurt. This was uncomfortable but not unpleasant.
Those words mean the same thing.
No, they don't.
Of course they do. If something is uncomfortable, it's unpleasant.
Not always.
Give me one example of an experience that's uncomfortable and pleasant.
A massage. Amazing after a fight, but ouch.
A what?
A body rub for sore muscles. You've never had one? Oh, right. Course not.
You pay someone to rub your body? Who was she kidding? She'd pay to rub his body.
For a good massage, I'd beg, borrow, or steal. There's this girl who lives above the barrel.
He shook his head with a small smile.
Scented oils, clean sheets, and her hands are magic.
I don't need the details, thanks. But the image he'd painted was already there, and her face went hot. Dante narrowed his eyes.
What is going on in your head right now?
She lifted her chin. I was struck by the memory of you in that fighting ring. I was quite sad that something so pretty was about to be destroyed. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't that.
Thanks?
He pointed to her eyes, then turned his fingers to his own.
Focus. I'm trying to explain how something can hurt in a good way.
And I'm trying to explain why the words good and hurt don't go together.
They can, though. I just need the right example.
He grasped in the air for some elusive example until his gaze fell on a stack of novels.
Arousal.
Her cheeks burned so hot her hair might light on fire. I said I don't need the details. He bit his lip against a laugh.
Unrelated. Bear with me. I know you've been locked up here for a while, but I'm guessing you've still thoughts.
He aimed a pointed look at the books.
So, like I said, uncomfortable, but not unpleasant.
She wiped her expression blank. She was thinking all kinds of thoughts at that very moment, but she would not react. He snapped his fingers.
Exercise. I should have said that first.
You really should have. He laughed far longer than he deserved to.
You know what I mean. That good ache in your muscles after a hard workout. Uncomfortable but pleasant.
Fine, she said through gritted teeth. Does it feel like any of those things?
Well, no.
He frowned. Of course it didn't. It felt like pain, and she'd never wanted to know more specifics than that, but she had to understand if she wanted any hope of taming it.
It's more like a buzzing or a vibration. It only hurts when it's too fast, intense. It knocked the wind out of me at first, but it got less noticeable each time, more like a purr.
What is it with you and cats? He grinned.
Guess you remind me of one.
Because I'm so sweet and lovable?
No, that's not it.
Mysterious and graceful?
Definitely not. It's probably because you never sit correctly, and you get visibly annoyed when anyone reads a book in your presence.
She humphed, uncurling her legs so her feet dangled, toes barely touching the floor. Most chairs are too tall for me. It's uncomfortable.
Excuses, excuses. Anyway, when you touch me, think like a cat.
There was no excuse for the vivid mental image of herself in dramatic eyeliner slinking toward him, hips swaying in a feline prowl that popped into her head, but there it was. Dante absently tapped his knee.
It's like stretching. If you yank someone's arm back, you could dislocate it. You have to ease in, stopping at the point of good pain. Speed and force make a difference. Like, touching foreheads is fine, but do it fast enough and it'll get you thrown out of a fight. See what I mean?
She raised her eyebrows. I've been headbutting people?
In a way. Don't think about power, just focus on touching. You aren't hurt right now, so you don't need anything from me.
Had a sentence ever been so untrue? She took a deep breath. Promise me you'll stop if it's too much.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
He slid his hands across the table. You aren't allowed to. 2 of her fontes had made it past 2 touches, but no one had endured more than 4. Alessa closed her eyes, gathered herself. No taking, no using, no stealing. Just touching. Alessa leaned over the back of the couch, her cheek a handspan from Dante's parted lips, and held her breath until a reassuring gust of air warmed her skin. Skin to soul, she was wrung out like a wet rag. They'd spent hours practicing and she needed rest, but every time she got into bed, she panicked and ran back to make sure he was only sleeping. The whole time, she'd been so scared the next touch would be the one that proved too much. But while her anxiety mounted, Dante had only grown calmer as the hours slipped by and the touches stretched longer. By the time he'd agreed to stop, she was thrumming with more strains of nervous energy than she could label, and each brush of hands was branded on her memory, her skin tingling and hypersensitive, as if she had a fever. During the last few attempts, he'd claimed it didn't even bother him anymore, but it had clearly taken a toll, because he'd fallen asleep where he sat, fully clothed. She checked his breath one more time. Still alive. This time, she managed to get in bed and stay there, to stare at the ceiling in stunned disbelief. Dante. Dark-eyed, tousled hair, sarcastic, stubborn, beautiful Dante, who'd been sleeping in her room for days, could hold her hands without suffering. And if she could touch his hands, she could touch his lips. Focus, Alessa. This wasn't the right time. But after Divorando, the thrill racing through her at the possibility wasn't going to make sleep any easier to find. Her eyes were sandy from exhaustion, but each aftershock of excitement jolted her fully awake again, leaving her with too much time to remember the slide of his palms against hers, the gentle strength of his fingers around her wrists, his pulse throbbing against her fingertips. The most wonderful night of her life. And one of the most heartbreaking. Finally, she could touch someone without hurting him. But his gift was the only kind that couldn't save Saverio. 31. Un diavolo scaccia l'altro. One devil drives out another. Days before Divorando, 17. Dante took his new duty as seriously as he did the rest, and they touched a half-dozen times before breakfast. He fastened her necklace for her, passed her a muffin, ruffled her hair. She was getting better at sensing the difference between purring touches and those that made him wince. She couldn't describe it, but there was a difference, and the painful moments were already becoming infrequent. With an hour to kill before training began, and because Dante said he was afraid she'd wear a hole in the floor with her pacing if she didn't find a productive use for her nervous energy, they returned to the library. "Do you have a reading compulsion? Should I be concerned?" she asked, while he arranged his second armful of books on a table. "Why do you read as though books are about to go extinct?"
Research.
She eyed the titles, half in the old language. A few historical, others religious, and a handful appeared to be fairy tales. "On what?" He cast a wary glance over his shoulder.
People like me. I don't know much besides the stories, and those aren't all true, horns and all that. But there must be more. And plenty were banished, not killed, so they might still be out there, somewhere.
Alessa sank into a chair beside him, because she could do that now without her pulse spiking at his proximity. Well, without her pulse spiking in a bad way. It sat like a heavy meal, the thought of Gyote roaming free. Unfair, maybe. If one Gyote wasn't evil, it was reasonable to assume the rest weren't either. But it was difficult to shake years of conditioning. Still, she took a book off the pile closest to her and began trying to flip pages. Gloves made it difficult, so with a brief pause to savor the novelty, she took them off and continued. A thud from the wall between the library and Fonte's suite made her jump. 20 minutes until she had to torture them again. Dante was unique, or at least rare, and she might be getting better at reining in the destructive power of her gift with him, but that didn't mean it would translate to anyone else.
"What are you doing?"
Dante asked, as she took a lungful of air and held it for a count of 3. "Deep breathing. I can control my power better when I'm calm, so I'm practicing calming strategies." She exhaled, pushing out the breath until her chest went concave.
"You're never calm."
Another deep inhale. "Hence my problem." Keeping one hand on his book, Dante extended his other without looking over.
"Give it here."
Her body didn't seem to understand that it was just for practice, especially when he grew tired of holding their clasped hands up and lowered them to rest on his knee. Only Dante's focus on his task saved Alessa from having to explain why her neck was turning red. Resuming her hunt for the word gyote, she found one example, bookmarked it, and moved on to the next. Idly, Dante curled his fingers and unfurled them in her palm, sending lightning bolts up her arm. Was this a joke? A test? How was she supposed to read under these circumstances? Dante leaned closer to the page, brows drawn in concentration, and his thumb began tracing lazy circles on her wrist. Alessa's book might have burst into flames for how well she could read it now.
"Careful,"
Dante said, only half paying attention.
"You're putting out surges over there."
She snatched her hand back and stood, fumbling to catch her chair before it tipped backward. "We should get going. Can't be the last ones there." In the training room, Dante watched from his usual spot on the wall, checking his knives, shifting his gaze away when the Fontes reacted from pain. She recognized his tells now. He was more uncomfortable as a witness than he'd been when he was on the receiving end. Caleb skulked over, and Alessa touched his palms, searching his face for any sign it was different this time. His expression cycled between dread, confusion, and skepticism, but he didn't yank his hands away. Dante dipped his chin in a subtle nod of encouragement.
"What's the deal?" Caleb asked. "Why is it better this time?"
Only Caleb would be equally annoyed when she didn't hurt him. Alessa shrugged. Practice? Now came the hard part. I'm going to try to tap into your power this time. A deep inhale, breathing life into her gift, and Alessa's hair drifted up in an electrified cloud, crackling with Caleb's power. He yanked free. Sorry, Alessa said, but she couldn't hide her delight. Caleb was frowning, not screaming. Progress. She refrained from celebrating, but by the final round, she was sure of it. She was getting better. She could harness the urge faster and more completely until she felt more like a ship's captain and less like a prisoner roped to the mast. Today went well, right? Alessa said when the lesson was over, standing on one foot to put her shoes on outside the training room. Dante grunted an affirmative. Glancing up at him, she lost her balance. With her finger hooked on the back of the slipper, she couldn't put her foot down, so she threw her free hand out to catch herself but misjudged the distance and smacked it against the wall instead. Wincing, she examined her throbbing knuckle. Dante dropped to a crouch with an exasperated sigh and curled her fingers over his hand. Discomfort flickered across his face, but his expression cleared as the last of her pain vanished.
"There. Try to be careful," he said. "And don't scowl at me for fixing you."
You said it didn't hurt anymore.
It doesn't, unless you're injured. When you use my power, I feel that.
He seemed to realize he was still holding her hand and dropped it. Oh, right. That makes sense. In that case, help me up. She raised her arms, and Dante hauled her to her feet. Touching is a start, but I need to use their gifts, too. You saw what happened with Caleb. Dante smirked. She wagged a finger at him. Not nice.
I keep telling you I'm not a nice person.
And I keep telling you I don't believe that. Didn't you take this job because I cried?
That makes me a sucker, not a saint.
Dante rubbed his stubbled chin.
And it wasn't the only reason. If there's anywhere to find the information I'm looking for, it's here.
Is that why you were creeping around the night of the gala? Sheepishly, Dante tugged his ear.
Guilty.
He no longer trusted anyone to bring food without poisoning it, so they stopped by the kitchen on their way up. Covered dishes wafting steam behind him, Dante took the lead, and Alessa hurried after, her mouth watering at the aroma of garlic and pancetta. How am I supposed to practice the next part, though? Alessa said as she unlocked her door. It's like trying to draw something I've never seen. Dante put the tray on the table, brows drawn together in thought. What's that old saying? Alessa continued. About blind men and elephants? That's me, trying to sort through a dozen sensations in the half second I experience them without killing someone at the same time.
It feels different when you're trying to use someone's power, though, right?
Sort of. It's like absorbing a gift is my default, with them at least, and I have to actively stop myself. With you, it's not as insistent? Wait, that's not true. In the alley, it hit hard.
Because you were dying. You needed my power.
Dante divided up the plates and arranged silverware as Alessa fetched a chilled bottle of limoncello.
Not sure how to work on that since you aren't hurt.
The first taste of pasta distracted her momentarily, but she was a dog with a bone, and even the most enticing meal couldn't deter her for long. If I broke my thumb,
do not injure yourself. Eat.
I can only practice with a healing gift if I'm hurt.
No, I'm not enabling this.
She kicked the table leg, but only scuffed the toe of her slipper.
Broken toe?
Dante said in a monotone. Unfortunately not. She narrowed her eyes before lunging for his belt.
What are you?
Dante danced out of her reach.
Do not stab yourself.
I'll just prick my finger. He scorched her with a glare.
I'll let you bleed to death.
No, you won't. Give it to me. He slapped her hand away and stepped behind the table. She feinted left, jumped right, and her skirt caught on the corner of the end table. Dante stopped it from tipping, but a small statue tumbled over the edge and landed directly on her foot, its sharp corner breaking the skin. Half laughing, half crying, Alessa pressed her other foot on top of the injured one. There, she said through gritted teeth. I'm hurt anyway. I win. He gave her a flat stare.
Congratulations.
Like it or not, we're doing this. For once, he accepted defeat.
Remember, ease.
Distracted by the blood dripping onto the carpet, she took his hands. The pain blinked out, the wound sealed, and Alessa was left open-mouthed and breathless while Dante rubbed his temples. Are you okay? She asked. Sit down so you don't fall. Dante waved a hand as though to protest, took a halting step forward and reached out to steady himself. Careful not to touch his bare skin, Alessa guided him to the settee. Dante sat and blinked repeatedly, his eyes unfocused.
I'm fine, just dizzy.
I'm sorry.
Stop being sorry. Just ease into it next time.
Are you sure you're all right? He was, apparently, because he spotted her hand inching toward his knife and trapped her wrist.
I'm not letting you injure yourself.
Then how am I supposed to practice?
I'll think of something.
A paper cut? He dropped his head in his hands. After a few rounds of what Alessa dubbed touch training, Dante sprawled in his go-to armchair with a history of gyote hunting, while Alessa tried her best not to disturb him with her pacing. Dante's eyes flicked to her, heavy-lidded with annoyance.
Go to sleep.
I'm not tired. Her body, her business. Sleeping was the last thing she wanted to do. She wanted to celebrate, or something. There had been no paper cuts or other injuries in the past few hours, since Dante swore he'd quit if she even thought about injuring herself again, so she'd focused on fine-tuning the flow of power instead. Less effective than using his gift, but it meant hours studying his reactions until she could read his comfort by the tension in his hands, the size of his pupils. She was learning about her power by studying him, and she wanted more. More of Dante. His friendship, his secrets, his feelings, his touch.
Read a book or something, will you?
Dante rolled his shoulders back. I can't. I'm too wound up. For the first time in years, she could touch without hurting someone, and every moment she didn't, she thought about doing so. Any kind of touch. All kinds. The brush of a hand, a hug, a shoulder to rest her head on. And other touches. The kind she had no memories of but wanted. Like an animal emerging from hibernation, ravenous and focused on one overriding need, she couldn't stop craving what she'd been denied for so long.
I give up.
Dante marked his page with a dagger bookmark.
I can't concentrate with you flapping around the room.
I'm not flapping. Alessa pressed her hands to her side to stop them from, damn it, flapping. She wouldn't be greedy. She could live with a platonic friendship, maybe, if she could curl up in his arms and be reminded she was still a person beneath the Finestra. He'd be gone in a few days, and she was a coward. Even a normal girl couldn't casually ask a boy to, cuddle? Hold hands for reasons less pure than saving the world?
I've never heard anyone sigh so loud in my life, Dante groaned.
She flushed. I'm sorry. It's become a bad habit.
Sighing?
Pacing. I've never been good at settling myself.
How hard can it be? Stop moving. Fall asleep.
Maybe for you. My father used to have to pin me in a full-body bind to get me to stop wiggling so I'd sleep.
That checks out.
Dante rubbed his temples.
Just come here already and put me out of my misery.
Very funny. I can't kill you, remember?
I'm not asking you to kill me. I'm not good for much, but I am a warm body. I have a book I wanted to finish anyway.
Her heart leapt, but her feet didn't move. Dante dropped his chin with a look of eternal suffering.
Offer expires in 10 seconds.
She hurried over. He was so big, there wasn't much room left on the oversized chair. Dante waved at the triangle of open space between his thighs and made a spinning motion with his finger, like she was the world's hardest-to-train puppy. Alessa perched on the edge of the chair, hands folded in her lap. Stop thinking so loud, she said, glad she couldn't see his face. I can hear you laughing at me in your head.
You look like you're sitting on a bed of nails.
Alessa crossed her arms. I haven't done this in a while.
Done what?
Snuggled, cuddled, whichever word you use.
I don't use either of those words.
Wolves don't cuddle?
Not when the lady wolf's all stiff and cranky. That'll get you bitten.
He hooked her waist and hauled her back to lean against his chest, shifting her until she was where he wanted her. His other arm came around her to hold his book.
Will you relax? I can't see over your head when you're so stiff.
She forced herself to unclench so he could tuck her head beneath his chin, but she was too distracted by the rise and fall of his chest to see anything but squiggles on the page. Will you read for a bit? She asked.
I am reading.
Out loud. I like your voice, and it's been a long time since someone read me a bedtime story. His arms tightened around her as he flipped back to the first page.
On a faraway island, in a long-lost sea, the moon and the sun refused to share.
He tensed as she arched her back slightly and found a more comfortable position. He probably wished she'd go away. But his next exhalation was deeper, more relaxed, so she didn't offer to leave. A muscular chest wasn't the softest surface she'd ever lounged on, but she could get used to it. Lulled by the whiskey warmth of his voice, her eyes fluttered shut as the story unfolded behind her eyelids. A star-crossed pair of lovers, a tragic war in the heavens. His heat seeped through her nightclothes, warming her to the core, and she drifted into the sweetness of half-sleep.
Did you just melt?
Dante asked in a droll tone. Don't flatter yourself. He coughed a laugh.
Not like that. Just didn't know a person could go so limp.
Yeah, well, it's been a while.
Sorry you're stuck with me then. I'm new to this whole cuddling thing.
She patted his arm with a perky, "You're doing fine."
You're desperate and I'm here, eh?
Exactly. She paused. Thank you.
At your service, Finestra.
He yawned in her ear.
Now please, go to bed.
32. Per piccola cagione, pigliasi il lupo il montone. With a small excuse, the wolf seizes the sheep. Days before Divorando, 16. Alessa had never truly appreciated Renata as a warrior, but when the former Finestra tapped Dante to be her sparring partner for demonstrations, Alessa and the Fontes were spellbound with awe. Round they went, trading thrusts and parries, both agile and light on their feet, unflinching despite the clang of steel on steel. They were breathtaking. "Truce!" Renata called out with a laugh. Hair falling loose from its bun, she grinned with exhilaration at having a worthy opponent at last. And Alessa felt a pang of affection and camaraderie for the woman who'd once been a girl facing a divorando of her own. "Dante, I'm leaving you in charge. They need to work on, well, everything." Dante forgot to maintain his grumpy detachment when Joseph mastered a knife thrust and Nina blocked a swing with her bow. He even cracked a smile when Saida pranced around the room in celebration of hitting a bullseye. "Hey, cut it out, Nina," Caleb shouted, his sword drooping like a wilted flower under Nina's sweetly innocent gaze. Alessa couldn't participate in hand-to-hand combat, but she took mental notes while Dante coached Kamaria and Saida. And everyone stopped what they were doing when Dante called on Caleb to be his sparring partner. "No weapons," Dante said. "No boots, no groin, no eyes. I don't want to kill you today, but I will if you try something dirty." Evenly matched in height and weight, if not skill, Dante and Caleb circled each other, looking more relaxed than either had in days. For all his spoiled laziness, Caleb had paid attention, and he blocked a few of Dante's maneuvers before Dante turned up the heat. He hooked Caleb's leg, and Caleb hit the ground hard. Alessa leapt out of the way as they rolled across the floor in a sweaty tangle of limbs. Get him, get him, get him," Saida muttered. Joseph nudged Nina with his elbow, looking a bit miffed about how intently she watched the match. "What?" Nina gave an innocent shrug, her bright eyes fixed on the two men grappling with each other. "It's educational." With a laugh, Caleb tapped out, and the combatants sprawled on their backs, chests heaving. "Good fight, man." Caleb punched Dante on the shoulder. The others left, sweaty and laughing, as Alessa and Dante hung back, gathering their discarded training weapons. Settling a saber in its mount, she wiped her forehead. "How did you learn sword fighting, hand-to-hand combat, knife skills, and spear throwing if you read all day?" "You can learn a lot from books." Dante scooped a discarded bow from the floor. "After I ran away, I worked for anyone willing to teach me. I learn fast. It's a gift, I guess." A smile spread across Alessa's face. "I have an idea." Dante stilled. "I don't like it." "You don't know what it is." "Based on your last idea, I'm confident I won't like it." Dante held his saber behind his back as she stepped closer. "Step away from the saber." "I'm not going to hurt myself," Alessa said. "Fight me. Hand-to-hand combat." "You're half my size." She poked him in the gut. "I am a warrior." "A magical warrior. You don't know how to wrestle, much less against someone bigger and stronger." Alessa smiled. "But you do. You even called it a gift." "You want to use my talents against me?" "No. I want to magnify them and destroy you." He dropped to a crouch and beckoned her forward. "Come and get me." Alessa gave an excited hop, then stripped off her gloves and raised her fists. "Good grief," he said. "Completely wrong." He unwrapped her fingers, positioning her thumb correctly. The moment stretched as they stood there, face to face, her fists in his, until her entire body seemed to vibrate at some inaudible frequency that she didn't know if he could sense, too. Do you feel anything? She asked. Someone had to speak. She felt all sorts of things, but most had nothing to do with fighting.
Maybe.
He appeared so calm, so cool, she could have screamed.
But I don't know what you're getting from me.
Time to channel her pent-up energy for good use. Let's find out. Bracing her feet, she brought her fists up. Dante swung at half speed. She blocked it, without a thought, reflexes that weren't her own, taking charge of her body. Oh, this is fun! Alessa bared her teeth. Dante danced back with an exaggerated look of fear. Round and round they circled. She sized him up with impunity, taking stock of his balance, weight, unprotected parts. Hopping on the balls of his feet, Dante waited with the patience of someone watching a toddler attempt their first steps. Cocky, sure of his superiority. Underestimating her. Underestimating himself, really. It was his gift, after all. She darted forward and jabbed him in the gut. He coughed.
I'm not sure I like this.
I do. She swung again and clipped his side. Ugh, it's fading.
Not so fun now, huh?
Her next punch was so weak he caught her fist midair. She grinned. How quickly he forgot. Thanks, she said, and in one fluid motion twisted free, grasped his wrist, and spun around, wrenching his arm behind him. Dante dropped to his knees with a sound somewhere between a grunt and a laugh.
This isn't fair.
Life isn't fair. As long as she had regular contact with his skin, she was skilled. But a minute or two without, and it faded, leaving her woefully outmatched. Better to win a short fight than lose a long one. Forcing him face down on the mat, she put one knee on his back and the other on the ground. I win! She raised her arms in triumph, and then tumbled forward as he rolled over, throwing her off balance. She landed on top of him, chest to chest, legs tangled.
Not over yet.
He pinned her arms, avoiding her bare hands, and grinned as she squirmed. The last glimmer of his gift faded to nothing, and she stopped fighting, breathing heavy. Every inhale pressed her chest into his. She could count his eyelashes, see the flare of awareness as he realized what she already had about their position. She panicked. Dante startled as she planted a quick kiss on his cheek. The brief touch of her lips to his skin revived her gift, and she neatly rolled out of his grasp. A total failure as far as flirtation went, but an effective gambit in a fight. Flinging himself sideways, Dante grabbed her ankle and tugged her toward him. She slapped at his hands, making him laugh, but it was enough contact to revive her.
I'm not even using,
he grunted as they rolled around.
Ow! Half the things I know.
He caught her knee before it reached its target.
Because I don't want to hurt. Ugh!
She got him in a headlock, or at least she was pretty sure that's what it was called, and squeezed until he turned an alarming shade of red and smacked the ground repeatedly, then slapped her arm. Oh, sorry. She let go with a chipper smile. I forgot the signal. His head in her lap, Dante wheezed.
Congratulations. You win. With my skills. So really I win.
She opened her mouth to refute his claim, but the sneaky bastard sprang into action, getting her on her back with an absurdly complicated maneuver she'd have to ask him to demonstrate later. Straddling her hips, he pinned her arms above her head and smiled down at her.
Gotcha.
Someone shrieked. They snapped their heads toward the doorway where the Fontes stood, slack-jawed and horrified at the sight of their divine savior pinned beneath her bodyguard. Caleb grabbed a 400-year-old sword from the wall and pointed it at Dante. Release the Finestra, or I'll kill you. 33. Bocca chiusa, non prende mosche. A closed mouth catches no flies. Days before divorando, 16. Dante let go of Alessa's wrists, as if that was the biggest issue with their current position, and they scrambled to their feet. We tripped, she said. Caleb lowered the sword a fraction.
He's not trying to kill you?
No, definitely not, she said. Caleb's protectiveness would have warmed her heart if he wasn't about to murder Dante. We just, fell.
Really?
Camaria said.
You tripped and landed like that.
Saida slapped a hand over her mouth, but couldn't stop a high-pitched squeak. Camaria rolled her eyes.
You've been living without parents for too long if you think anyone would believe that.
You were touching him, Nina said, and he was smiling. Well, that sounded worse than she probably meant it to. Saida wiped tears of laughter from her eyes, but she was the only one amused. Nina looked like she'd been slapped. Joseph wore the outrage of a temple monk who'd wandered into the women's baths by accident, and Caleb still looked furious.
Why were you touching him?
Caleb said.
And why did he like it?
Alessa's mouth worked, but no brilliance came to mind. It was a grimace of pain. That's not what I saw, Nina said. He's a fighter. He's tough. A half-truth. It didn't seem to appease them. Time for something slightly closer to the truth. Dante's been helping me practice with my power.
Why?
Caleb demanded. Dante cleared his throat.
Any sacrifice for the good of Saverio. Dea calls, I answer.
Alessa subtly stepped on his foot. Nina's eyes narrowed. I didn't realize you were devout.
More importantly, how?
Camaria said, studying Dante in a way that made Alessa uncomfortable.
He doesn't have a gift.
No, of course not. Alessa knew she was protesting too vehemently, but she couldn't rein it in. But I can absorb other talents while he gives feedback on pain levels, like, a pain gauge. Nina cocked her head. I would have thought a Finestra's touch would be even worse for a regular person. That's a really generous sacrifice to make.
Decent of you.
Caleb rested the sword on the ground.
But you're still an ass.
Dante muttered something in the old language, and Alessa smiled brightly. Well, now that we've settled that, I hope we can all agree to keep this quiet. I mean, it's a little unorthodox, but hey, anything that helps, right? She bit her cheek as she waited, but the grudging acceptance on their faces didn't slide back into anger. We came to invite you to join our game, Nina said, sounding more confrontational than usual. Oh, Alessa said, momentarily thrown. And you've changed your mind? Camaria rolled her eyes.
No. I mean, who here hasn't been caught while, practicing before,
Alessa's cheeks flamed. Thank you. We'd love to. Joseph was a brilliant card player, but a terrible loser. With a near mystical ability to remember who held every card and strategize accordingly, he'd won the first 3 rounds, sitting straighter with every victory, unable to hide his utter delight. But he'd been sulking since Caleb swiped his best card. Nina, on the other hand, was terrible at the game, but cheered for everyone, regardless of which team they were on or whether their victory came at her expense. Caleb rolled the dice.
Stop being so happy every time I beat you, Nina. It really takes the fun out of it.
Nina fluffed her skirts with an impish grin. That's why I do it.
I fold,
said Saida with a heavy sigh. Joseph stole all my best cards, again. Alessa selected a card with Crollo on it from the top of the pile and added it to her hand, then looked over her shoulder at Dante, who'd opted out of the game, insisting he was on the job. He craned his neck to see her hand, scratched his nose with 2 fingers, and pointedly looked at Caleb. Alessa cleared her throat with a delicate cough. I believe it is my turn, Caleb, not yours. And before I roll, I would like to steal a card. Caleb grumbled as he flicked the card in question across the table.
You said you'd never played before. How are you so good already?
Alessa bit her lip, placing a pair of Dea and Crollo cards on the table. Blessed by the gods, I suppose. Dante shifted from one foot to the other. Caleb's eyes narrowed.
Wait a minute. Are you two conspiring?
Saida groaned. You can't accuse everyone of cheating because you're losing, Caleb.
I'm not accusing everyone, just the Finestra.
Maybe you should write down a recipe instead of being a poor loser. I'm still waiting on your contribution to my project. Caleb made a face.
I told you, I don't know how to bake. Desserts show up in my house and I don't ask questions.
A young woman in an apron rapped on the door. Beg your pardon, but the lady's timer went off. Oh, Saida said. My rosagola is finished cooling. Apparently, Saida had charmed her way into the kitchens earlier to make dessert. She returned a minute later with a large pan, and the room filled with the scent of milk and sugar as she began spooning fluffy white balls onto small plates. I thought we could use a treat. Caleb grumbled.
A clever distraction so you can peek at our cards. Whose recipe is this, Saida?
Joseph bumped Caleb's chair, looking a bit too innocent, on his way to help Saida pass out plates. Saida grinned. This one is from my own family. Good, isn't it? It was. Sweet and slightly sticky, with the faintest hint of something floral. Is there rosewater in this? Alessa asked. Nice catch. Saida looked impressed. Dante, do you have any special family recipes you'd be willing to share? A series of emotions flickered across Dante's face before he shook his head. Get up. Kamaria gestured for Caleb to swap seats with her so she could sit beside Alessa.
I swear, Kamaria, Caleb said, if you touch my cards, I'm claiming your winnings.
Man-child, Kamaria shot back. As Joseph explained the mechanics of card counting, while swearing he'd never actually cheat because he had morals, Kamaria leaned close to Alessa.
Nina may be as gullible as a goldfish, but I'm not.
Alessa coughed. Huh? Kamaria licked her finger.
Your little wrestling match with Signor Cranky Pants? I mean, you are getting better, so I believe that he's helping you with your power. But he was enjoying your hands on him, and he shouldn't have been. Sorry, that came out harsh. Not your fault you pack a punch. But why is he different?
Alessa held her gaze. He's helping us. Does it matter? Kamaria seemed to consider.
Fair enough. But be careful. If I'm wondering, someone else might too.
After an hour in Dante's arms the night before, Alessa was addicted. She stalled on her way to bed, watching Dante fold his shirt and stretch out on the couch, hands behind his head. At her sigh, his eyelashes fluttered as though she'd ruffled them from afar. Alessa walked toward her bed, stopped, turned back, sighed again.
Will you get over here already?
Dante said, his voice thick with sleep. She popped back out. I thought you were going to sleep. Did you change your mind?
No. But if the only way you'll go to sleep is near a warm body, then cut to the chase and come here. Don't worry, I'll keep my hands to myself."
Of course. He'd scoff at every other rule of polite society, but when it came to touching her, he'd be a saint. She wasn't about to give him a chance to change his mind, though.
"Sheesh, you really don't know how to do this."
Dante made a show of grumbling as he arranged her in front of him, but soon they were snuggled together like spoons in a drawer. She shivered as his breath tickled the nape of her neck.
"Cold?"
"A little," she said, hoping he didn't notice her voice squeak. He snagged a blanket draped over the back of the couch and draped it over her. She could have offered her bed, but inviting Dante there felt like an entirely different proposition than lying beside him on a couch, so she kept quiet. Plus, the couch was narrow, which meant she had to be close to him or she'd fall off. A perfect excuse to get closer. She shifted, wiggling her hips, and her bottom snuggled up. Oh, maybe wiggling was dangerous. She would not wiggle. No wiggling. Not even a little wiggle. She wouldn't move at all. She'd stay still and try not to feel anything. Or try to feel everything without wiggling. She stared into the darkness, wondering if he was as aware of her as she was of him, or if he was regretting the invitation. But eventually, his warmth and the steady beat of his heart dragged her under. She floated, mired in the space between light and dark, thoughts and dreams. A blanket on the sand, a calloused palm brushing across her ribcage. With lips like his, Dante had to know a thing or two about kissing. He made a low sound deep in his throat, and her eyes flew open. She was either asleep and having the best dream ever, or he was asleep and... His hips moved, pressing against her, and her cheeks flamed. He was asleep and having a very nice dream. Or they were both awake, and he wanted to see if she was interested in not sleeping. Which she was, but she hadn't responded, so he might think she was saying no. His breath tickled her ear, and she lost track of her thoughts. Breathe, she reminded herself. His lips brushed the sensitive spot just below her ear, kindling a fire below her navel. Her thoughts scrambled as his fingers grazed the underside of her breast. This felt so right. Nothing had ever felt more right. But Dante had made it clear he planned to keep his hands to himself, which he most certainly wasn't. Speak. She opened her mouth, and a whimper slipped out. Dante wasn't a liar, which meant he probably wasn't awake. Dante? It came out barely more than a breath. Try harder, Alessa. She said his name again, louder. Dante tensed, like she'd dumped a bucket of ice on him, then vanished, vaulting over the back of the couch.
"I'm sorry,"
he gasped.
"I don't know what happened. How long? How many? No, don't answer that. My fault, not yours. This is my fault."
Something crumbled inside her at the horror on his face. Why had she expected anything else? Dante, it's fine. He raked a hand through his hair.
"It is not fine."
You were asleep. She hugged her knees to her chest. He let out a string of curses.
"It doesn't matter. It's not okay. I'll leave right now and you'll never see me again."
He began gathering his things, leaving a trail of dropped items behind him. She clenched her fingers. "It was my fault."
"It's your fault I groped you?"
He shook his head.
"No."
I didn't wake you. Not right away. A mortified heat crept up her neck. She'd melted under his touch, while he'd been dreaming of someone else, and she couldn't even salvage her pride by denying it, or he'd leave, consumed by guilt. He bent to retrieve a dropped sock.
You can't blame yourself for panicking, waking up with someone pawing at you.
Dante, I wasn't asleep. He froze so long, she thought the silence might shatter. I thought maybe you were awake too. Alessa hugged her arms to her chest, which felt about to cave in. I'm sorry. It was wrong. I was wrong. Dante sighed so deeply his lungs had to be completely empty.
I told you I'd keep my hands to myself.
You were asleep. I wasn't. Blame me.
It was my...
Can we just agree we both screwed up and promise never to touch each other again without making sure it's okay first? He looked at the door. Dante, if you disappear, I'll have to tell them why you left. Please don't make me do that. He didn't want her, but she didn't want him to go. He bit his lip.
I'm still sorry.
Not as sorry as she was. 34. Molti che vogliono l'albero fingono di rifiutare il frutto. Many desire the tree who pretend to refuse the fruit. Days before divorando, 15. Dante and Alessa ignored each other as much as two people could while trapped in close proximity. But the morning was so tense she was eager to start training. Nothing like a day of torturing friends to get a girl's mind off the sting of rejection. For their last day of training before Carnevale, however, Crollo blessed Severio with a blistering heat wave, and the temperature, plus the looming deadline, meant tempers were short when she arrived in the training room. The room grew stifling as the temperature ticked higher by the minute. Alessa and Joseph teamed up to cool the room, but he couldn't withstand her efforts long enough to provide much relief, and Saida's attempt to cool everyone merely buffeted them with air so thick it felt like being thumped by a hot blanket.
I can't take a whole day of this, Caleb groaned. It's like trying to breathe boiling water.
There's nowhere to go, Kamaria said. The whole island is scorching.
There's the ocean, Caleb said.
We can't go to the beach, Alessa said. We need to practice, and they're all crowded.
Not every beach,
Dante said. He shrugged.
I know a place.
Alessa should have objected, or at least hesitated, before agreeing. But the thought of spending their final training session together on a beach instead of the stuffy training room was too tempting. An hour later, a train of lanterns bobbed through a tunnel, growing dustier the farther they went. Kamaria hung back with Alessa as they neared the far side of the island and got their first taste of fresh air. So, did that wrestling match continue in your room last night? Tell me everything. Alessa laughed nervously. Not everything. I'm not asking why he's different. But since he is, did he kiss you? Alessa bit the inside of her cheek. No. But he wants to. Kamaria lowered her voice as they caught up to the others. That's the problem. He doesn't. Oh, please, Kamaria said. That boy wants you so bad, his pants might catch fire. Alessa shielded her face against a sudden glare of sunlight as Caleb and Dante wrenched open the rusted gate at the end of the tunnel. I mean, if that's the only way to get them off. At Kamaria's burst of laughter, Dante turned back, glowering. Alessa blushed as Kamaria leaned so close her lips nearly brushed her ear.
And that, kid, is what jealousy looks like.
Alessa stifled a laugh, hoping the sudden change in lighting was enough to disguise her fluster.
Watch your step,
Dante called back. He kicked a rock to prop the gate open, then another for good measure. By the time Alessa and Camaria stepped onto the narrow ledge beyond the gate, Caleb was half running, half tumbling down the narrow steps carved into the cliffside, sending rocks clattering ahead, while Joseph, Nina, and Saida followed more carefully. When Alessa had asked Dante to name the most beautiful place he'd ever seen, this had been his answer. Now it was hers, too. The beach below was a natural harbor, a triangular slice carved from the coastline, framed by high cliffs. Cerulean water kissed white sand in a spray of Prosecco bubble waves below a few determined trees and shrubs hugging the cliffside. Where the cliffs notched, grass carpeted a small clearing, perfect for a cozy beach cottage, where a girl could watch for a rowboat silhouetted against the sunset. Dante glanced back at Alessa walking beside Camaria.
Need help?
We're fine, Alessa said. Help Saida. Saida's diaphanous skirts kept catching on the rocks, and her efforts to save them put her a little too close to the edge. Dante gave Saida his arm to help her the rest of the way down. If Dante is jealous, Alessa asked Camaria when he was out of earshot, why did he jump off the couch last night when we were finally getting somewhere?
Oh ho! Camaria chortled. Now we're getting somewhere. Details?
No. Ugh, you're no fun. Alessa removed her shoes when they reached the sand and sat in a patch of shade beneath a withered lemon tree, while Caleb ran straight into the ocean, fully dressed, sending arcs of water flying. Nina gleefully dragged Joseph, hopping on one leg as he tried to roll up his pants, toward the water. Camaria took her time, disrobing without a hint of self-consciousness, as she continued their conversation.
Broken and angry isn't for everyone, she said, pulling her shirt over her head.
Alessa tried to focus on the girl's face, fiercely aware that hers was going pink.
If you aren't willing to wait for him to sort his shit out.
Her belt hit the sand.
There are easier relationships out there for a sweet, innocent thing like you.
Alessa scrunched her nose. It's not innocence so much as lack of opportunity. Camaria shimmied out of her pants.
Well, if Grumpy Boy doesn't work out. Hey,
Dante hollered.
Are you two coming in?
Alessa lifted her chin. A Finestra doesn't get to run around half naked.
Suit yourself.
He pulled his shirt over his head, muscles rippling across his back as he bent to remove his shoes. Alessa snapped her mouth shut when she realized it was hanging open. Camaria exhaled loudly.
Did it just get hotter out here?
I can't tell. Alessa dropped her head to her knees. I hit my melting point a while ago.
I bet you did.
The bronze curve of Camaria's hips swayed with every step as she strutted toward the waves, calling over her shoulder.
We might not be alive in a month, so whatever you want, get it now.
Alone on the sand, sweat dripping down her spine, Alessa watched the others frolic. Saida gathered her skirts to her knees, only to get stuck in the crossfire of a furious splash fight between Camaria and Caleb. As Saida chased them through the shallows, Alessa peeled off her leggings. She'd had most of her skirts altered to cross higher in the front because she looked frumpy wearing tights while everyone else had bare legs. Without them, her dress was borderline scandalous. Or it would be in the city. Here, with Camaria leaping from rocks in her undergarments and Nina frolicking in a shift, Alessa felt like the prudiest of prudes. It was already the hottest, most awkward day of her life. So, with a shrug, Alessa unfastened her skirt and used it as a package for her leggings, blouse, and gloves. In only a silk slip, she stood to bask in the sunlight, skin tingling with the promise of a future sunburn, hot sand shifting beneath the tender soles of her feet. Like all Severian children, Alessa had spent much of her childhood bare-bottomed on the shore with salt-stiffened hair and sand in every crevice. She'd never been on this particular beach, but it felt like coming home. Dante quickly looked away and dove under when she turned in his direction, pulling himself through the water toward an enormous boulder sticking out in the center of the cove. Gathering her courage, Alessa paddled out to Dante and pulled herself onto the rock. "How long are we giving each other the silent treatment?" He kept his gaze on the horizon.
"I think I can keep it up for 2 more days."
"I'm sure you can." She hugged her knees to her chest. "I can tell you're upset."
"Yeah, I am."
"Right. Excellent. Glad she'd brought it up then." "Well, I'm sorry. I'm sure it was disappointing to wake up and find me when you were probably hoping for the girl with the magic hands."
"What?"
He dragged a hand through his hair.
"I never said I was disappointed. You thought I was thinking of someone else?"
"Wait. You were dreaming about me?" He didn't deny it. "And you were enjoying that dream?" Her mind flashed back to the feel of his body pressed against hers. His cheekbones darkened.
"Think the evidence was pretty clear?"
"Then why did you flip out when I told you I wanted you?"
"Because you don't. You're desperate, and I'm your only option. That's what you said, remember?"
"Dante, that was a joke."
"Doesn't mean it's not true. Pretty soon you'll be the most beloved person in Severio, and I'll be back on the docks with the rest of the trash. I know stale bread's better than nothing when you're starving, but you'll be much happier if you hold out for a real meal."
"You are not stale bread," she said, "and I can make my own decisions."
"Yeah, well, you hired me to look out for you until you get a Fonte. I'm not going to let you do something you'll regret."
"You patronizing son of a—"
"Get up,"
she said through gritted teeth. Dante stood and crossed his arms, staring down his nose at her. "Do I have permission to touch your chest?" she asked. He frowned.
"Why?"
"So I can shove your stubborn ass into the ocean."
"You're asking permission to drown me?"
"No, I'm asking permission to touch you. If I kill you, it will be entirely without your consent."
"You know,"
Dante said, in the tone of a patient teacher,
"someday you'll thank me."
He hit the water with a splash she hoped left his backside stinging for hours. When the brutal sun went down and the air cooled to a tolerable temperature, they settled in a circle around a fire Camaria had made with driftwood. Using her gift, she coaxed the lavender flames to dance, while Saida sent a targeted breeze to fan them, and Nina passed out a picnic dinner. Caleb jutted his chin at Dante.
"What happens if you touch us while touching him?"
Camaria snickered. "I didn't sign up for that kind of thing, but hey, 2 for the price of 1. Caleb made a gagging face at Camaria before turning back to Alessa.
"You said he's like a gauge or whatever. So, grab on and use your handy-dandy power detector to dampen the power while we're practicing. Makes more sense than doing it when you're alone."
"Depends on your goals," Camaria muttered. Alessa kicked sand at her foot. Any other day, she'd jump at the excuse to take Dante's hand, but he could barely look at her. "Might as well," Saida said. "Anything's worth a try if it might help, right?" Nina hugged her knees. "I'll do anything that will lower the odds of people dying." "Dante?" Alessa asked tightly. Grumbling, he walked to the center of their circle. Staring past Alessa's shoulder instead of directly at her, he extended one hand to her and raised his other hand, thumb out to the side. His meter, she assumed. Her heart lurched as his palm slid across hers, and his thumb turned to the ceiling. Saida giggled, and Alessa couldn't help but smile. Dante's thumb arced down. "I guess laughter is good," Joseph said. "It is sort of funny." In a tragic way. Pretending both hands she held were Joseph's, Alessa focused on sensing her power. Dante was a meter, nothing else. A weather vane with long eyelashes. A rain gauge with a tumble of dark hair over chocolate brown eyes with tiny flecks of gold around the irises. A thermometer with... Her thermometer hissed. "Damn, that's cold." "I'm okay," Joseph said, a bit strained. Alessa gathered the strands of power, turning her sights on the waves lapping at the shore. She held while the power built, then released. Nina shrieked with delight as the closest waves froze into a crystalline sculpture. "That was good!" Camariel looked around at everyone. "Right? That seemed good." By the time night fell, Alessa was ready to head back, but the others wanted one last swim, so she and Dante entered the tunnels alone. She didn't want to be angry at him. She wanted to drink him in, to memorize his face. But it was dark, and she could barely see him anyway. Dante stared at the gate from the fortezza to the cittadella. "If we lock it behind us, they can't get back in." "Then don't lock it," Alessa said. "I'm not leaving an open gate below the cittadella. That's like bodyguard rule number 1. He scowled at her through his hair. "Okay, then we'll stay close by and let them in when they return." She studied him. "I could give you a trim while we wait. I used to cut my brother's hair, and I've been doing mine for years. You want to look nice for my wedding, don't you?" His lips twisted. "Go ahead, Finestra. Try to make me presentable." Alessa led Dante to the empty kitchens, where she found a pair of shears and ordered Dante to sit. Standing behind him, she mused about studying the texture as an excuse to run her fingers through his hair, the sheer indulgent pleasure striking like the rush of a double espresso hitting her bloodstream. Thick, tousled strands curled around her fingers, as though they wanted to hold on. With a slow drag, she lightly scraped her nails down to his nape, and he shivered. "I used to love having my hair played with." She let the smile color her voice. "Don't you find it so relaxing?" Dante cleared his throat and said roughly, "Sure, relaxing." She took her time, starting in the back and working her way around to the front, where he watched her tug the long curls straight to be sure they were even. The heel of her palm rested on his cheek as she bent closer to get a better look. His eyes flicked down to her loose neckline, and he swallowed. He probably had a view clear down to her navel with the loose blouse she'd chosen. He might insist on punishing them both by keeping his hands to himself, but she didn't have to make it easy for him. Pursing her lips, she leaned in for another snip. If the only part of him she could claim was his attention, she wasn't about to let go. He shifted in his seat. "Are you finished?" "Not quite," she said. "I enjoy having you at my mercy." Desperation flashed in his eyes. "Do you have to make this so hard?" She bit her lip. "I'm trying to make it hard." A muscle ticked in his jaw. "I can never decide if you're trying to sound crude or if it's unintentional." Oh, it's always intentional. That's the only thing I learned from all those romantic novels that I actually get to put into practice. She put down the shears. There. You're gorgeous, damn you. Golden brown eyes searched hers, but she didn't look away. You know, she said, choosing her words carefully. The first time I saw you in that ring, I thought you were the most terrifyingly beautiful person I'd ever seen. And I didn't even like you at that point. I wanted you long before I knew you were an option. And I know this isn't the right time, but after Divorando, you'll have your pick. He looked unhappy, but resigned. And what if I picked you? She held her breath. You won't. You'll find someone like your first Fonte, and that's not me. No, you're nothing like Emmer. He was sweet and kind and gentle, and the girl who chose him wanted all those things. She never thought she'd go through what I have. But that girl didn't stand a chance of surviving. Maybe she wouldn't have fallen for someone like you, but I'm not her anymore. Boom. Dante stood. What was that? Alessa put the shears in her pocket. I don't know, but it doesn't sound good. Dante grabbed the first soldier who ran past. What's happening? The soldier swallowed, throat bobbing. A mob at the gates, demanding to see the Finestra. 35. Le rose cascano, le spine restano. The roses fall, and the thorns remain. Days before Divorando, 15. They couldn't wait one more day, Dante said. The soldier flinched at his anger. Let him go, Dante. It's not his fault. With salt-stiffened hair and sand in every fold of her skirt, Alessa was a mess and in no state to speak to a crowd. But there wasn't time to change. The booms grew louder the closer they got to the front gates, but she didn't stop until she reached the steps before the Cittadella. Where is her Fonte? Padre Ivini, his silver hair slicked back, blue eyes gleaming with an unholy light, stood in the center of a roiling crowd in the piazza. Why the secrecy? The crowd parted as people shied away from Alessa's approach. Ivini stopped. Ah, Finestra. Adric stood in the group behind Ivini in one of those ridiculous robes, and she shot him a venomous glare. Emotion passed across his features. Anger, disappointment, relief. You dare question Dea's choice? Her voice shook with what she hoped came across as righteous anger. No, my lady, Ivini said. I know exactly what Crollo meant in choosing you. His final trick will doom us all if we let it stand. Admit it. Your touch cannot save, only kill. Panic rose in Alessa's chest as the crowd rustled around them. Guards, remove this man from the piazza at once. Captain Papatanes and his guards traded uncertain looks. The people are afraid, Finestra, the captain said. No one has seen you perform. It might reassure them. Ivini smiled with satisfaction. See? Call your Fonte out here and show us. Then we'll sleep peacefully in our beds. Easier said than done. It didn't even matter that she hadn't chosen one yet, because none of the candidates were there. The connection between a Finestra and Fonte is sacred. Alessa fumbled for the tenets she'd read 1,000 times. You can't honestly expect me to perform an act of divine intimacy in front of strangers.
It's for a good cause, Ivini said with a sly smile.
Captain, Alessa turned to Papatanus. You're married. If I gave the order, would you summon your wife here, take off your clothes, and perform your marital duties for all to see?
Papatanus's face went red. Of course not.
Ah, so you wouldn't perform an intimate act in public. Interesting. But I should? Ivini's eyes narrowed.
Lay hands on someone else, then. That's not sacred.
Are you volunteering? It might be worth it to watch him scream, but she struggled enough to control her power when she was calm and prepared. Now, it raged, unpredictable and angry, like the rest of her. If she touched Ivini, she'd hurt him or worse. And while she'd love to watch the light dim in his eyes, it might be the last thing she ever saw if the crowd combusted.
I'll do it.
Dante stepped forward. She forced herself to sneer, as if he and the whole situation were beneath her. People were watching, waiting. Her heart thudded.
Here's a brave soul.
Ivini glowed with anticipation.
If your words are true, Finestra, prove it.
Alessa drew the moment out, making sure everyone had a chance to see her examine him, curling her lip in disgust. Then, as though deigning to touch something revolting, she extended her hand toward Dante's.
Where we can see,
Ivini said, sweetly. She rolled her eyes, gratified to earn a few chuckles. With a sigh of feigned irritation, she held up her hands so the crowd could see they were bare, then placed them on both sides of his face. The crowd held its collective breath. A second passed, and another. With languid boredom, Dante slid his hands in his pockets. Alessa turned to Ivini. How long must I stand here before you admit you were wrong? Scattered chuckles. Ivini fumed. Alessa flicked her fingers at Dante in a haughty dismissal. If we're finished here, I have more important things to do than appease your theories, Padre. And I imagine the good people of Saverio would like to get on with preparations so we can enjoy Carnevale. I look forward to presenting my fonte to you all tomorrow evening. The cheer that rose was weak, but they weren't jeering, and Alessa marched back to the Cittadella with her head high. Dante looked ready to haul her up the stairs when they were safely inside, but she shook her head. The fontes, they're still locked out. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, her legs gave out. Alessa sank against the wall, breath shuddering out of her. She would have slid all the way down, but Dante yanked her into his arms.
Dea,
he breathed into her hair.
I thought they were going to kill you, and I couldn't fight them all.
But he had. She dragged his head down and stopped his litany of what-ifs with a kiss. Dante stilled. Parting her lips, she traced his lips with her tongue, and his control snapped. His hands were everywhere at once, cupping her face, running through her hair, gripping her waist. He pressed her against the door, pressed his mouth to hers, pressed his hips into her, as if trying to meld his storm of desperation with the tempest raging inside her. They'd taken a risk, and it had paid off. But Dante's ragged breath said he knew how close they'd come to losing it all.
Knock, knock,
called Caleb. The gate rattled.
Anybody home?
Dante dropped his head to Alessa's shoulder with a groan. He didn't say a word as she let the others in, but Camaria eyed Alessa's pink cheeks with a knowing look as they traipsed up the stairs, chattering and laughing. No one else noticed that Dante and Alessa were silent. At the top, Alessa realized she had to say something. Tomorrow was the last day for all but one. "I'm so glad I got to know you all," she said with a smile. "The consiglio will see you in the morning to interview you and make recommendations. I hope," she swallowed, "I hope someone will volunteer, because I don't want to leave such an important decision to a random drawing or have the consiglio choose. But no matter what, I'm truly thankful for your hard work and for your friendship. I can't tell you how much it's meant to me." Saida sniffed loudly, which set off a round of laughter, and they wished each other a good night. When the door of her suite clicked closed, Alessa and Dante were alone. Her lips tingled, still swollen from his kiss, as their eyes met. He pointed at her bed. "Go." She flushed, her heart pounding. "Alone." He sat on the couch. "You're so close. Don't let me distract you now." "I can't change how I feel about you."
"It doesn't matter how we feel. Some things aren't possible."
Tomorrow evening, she'd stand on the balcony with her chosen fonte. The next day, she'd be wed. And he'd be gone. 36. Al povero mancano tante cose. All'avaro, tutte. A poor man lacks many things, but a greedy man lacks them all. Days before Divorando, 14. The following day dawned too beautiful to trust. No icy rain or brutal heat, no ominous clouds. In fact, no clouds at all. No breeze, for that matter, but the temperature was too perfect to complain about the stillness, and the world outside Alessa's balcony rang with the sweet twittering of birds beneath an azure sky. She'd slept alone in her bed, heart aching to be near him, to cling to their last hours together. But Dante was more cool than usual. She decided to work innuendo into as many sentences as possible, hoping the challenge of making him laugh would tamp down her anxiety and dread about saying goodbye. The Fontes would be sequestered with the Consiglio for a grueling series of final interviews. Their strengths and weaknesses would be weighed and measured, and they'd be ranked. After, she'd see who was left and who, if anyone, would volunteer. She had nothing to do but worry until then. She'd worn her loose white consiglio gown in case they called her in, so at least she was comfortable while her insides twisted into knots. Alessa opted to worry in the gardens, which worked out nicely as Dante had plenty of room to pace. She picked a tiny white flower from a nearby bush and pushed the stem into her high bun. Then another. Camaria was the most likely to volunteer, and if Alessa was choosing, she'd be her top choice. But the whiff of treason left by Shamari's defection was a variable she couldn't dismiss. Caleb wasn't likely to volunteer. Nina was so fragile. Saida's gift was tricky to use. Joseph would be a strong battle partner, but in his time at the Cittadella, she'd barely seen him smile. It shouldn't matter, but the thought of facing Divorando without a few laughs was rather depressing. By the second hour, Alessa had an entire halo of lacy petals around the base of her topknot and had moved on to gathering a bouquet.
"How long is this going to take?"
Dante grumbled.
"You have pollen in your hair, by the way."
Alessa brushed at it, but she couldn't see the top of her head. Emmer and Ilse were approved within a half hour, but it took an entire day before the Consiglio cleared Hugo. I thought for sure they were going to send him home and make me choose again. Dante stopped pacing.
"You never talk about him."
He wasn't the most interesting person. He was so bland that he might as well have been a bowl of vanilla pudding. I chose him because I was tired of killing people I liked.
Oh. Is today worse or better then?
Both, she admitted. I like them, all of them, even Caleb. I have more control over my power now, but I'm still asking someone to face Armageddon. A line formed between Dante's eyebrows as he walked over to tilt her chin. Down, not up, alas. And blew on her hair, gently depollinating her. Did you know that Finestra is a base word for other words? She couldn't help herself. Like defenestration? Dante stopped blowing.
Yes?
He sounded wary. Smart of him.
It means to throw someone out of a window.
She snickered. Or to break a window. It's a metaphor for...
Don't you dare finish that sentence.
She fluttered her eyelashes in mock innocence. Deflowering a virgin. Dante couldn't stop the laugh that burst free.
I want it on the record that I didn't even touch your flowers.
There's still time.
Is this a side effect of forced purity and years with nothing but novels for entertainment?
He tugged his ear.
All these pent-up naughty thoughts finally taking over.
Maybe, she said with a cheeky grin. Or maybe it reined me in and I would have been even worse. Can you imagine?
Dea, help me. I cannot.
Dante said, pushing a lock of hair off his forehead. It promptly slipped back, and Alessa reached to brush it away. His jaw went tight.
I need some exercise.
With a sigh, Alessa trudged after him to the outdoor training yard around the side of the building. Dante started raising and lowering himself from a bar, and she strolled closer for a better view.
Can I help you?
Dante asked. I'm sure you could. With a huff, he dropped to the ground for push-ups. Ever since you called yourself stale bread, I've had a wicked craving. He paused, shook his head, then pushed back up. I adore bread, especially baguettes. Long, thick, hot, and slathered with... He hit the ground, shaking with laughter.
Enough! Mercy, you're a champion of lewd baking metaphors.
I haven't even begun. I grew up in a bakery, you know. Should I detail my obsession with pastries? He got to his feet and dusted his palms.
I am not a pastry.
Sure you are. One of those mystery pies that could be savory, but actually has a sweet filling under all those layers of crispy dough. He squinted at her.
Are you calling me doughy?
You started it. Someone coughed discreetly. A servant, hovering nearby. Excuse me, miss. Interviews are over, and the Fontes are waiting for you. Alessa wasn't sure what she expected when she entered the library, but she didn't expect to find Nina sobbing and clinging to Joseph, Saida with her head in her hands, Kamaria shouting at everyone to shut up, and Caleb chugging the contents of a glass decanter that had been half full of vodka the last time Alessa checked.
Hey!
Dante shouted. When they kept at it, he kicked the door shut with a loud bang that cut through the noise. What is going on? Alessa said. Everyone began yelling at once. Nina's wails drowned out whatever Joseph was trying to say in his calm, precise way, and Caleb seemed to be yelling nonsense sounds from pure annoyance, while Saida berated him for being immature at a time like this. Will you shut up already? Kamaria hollered. For Dea's sake, bunch of headless chickens. Alessa took advantage of the decreased volume to ask again. Camaria held up a hand to stop anyone from interrupting.
Everyone volunteered, including me, obviously the best choice.
Alessa's surge of relief didn't last long.
But the esteemed old farts of the Consiglio aren't too thrilled about my brother's recent decisions. Shut up, Caleb. So despite the fact that I am obviously the best choice,
she shouted the last part in Caleb's direction,
they unanimously recommended Joseph. So, Caleb sulking about his wounded pride, Saida's convinced you need a more supportive Fonte, Nina's flipping out about Joseph being picked, and, like I said, I'm obviously the correct choice, no matter what a bunch of stuffy old people think. So they all need to cut it out already.
Alessa blinked once. Twice. Camaria crossed her arms.
But, obviously, the final decision is yours. And when you pick me, I'll fight the Consiglio myself if they don't put their stamp on it. So, choose.
Of all the scenarios she'd mentally prepared for, Alessa hadn't made it this far into the realm of the impossible. Camaria wasn't wrong about who she'd prefer, but she'd made a promise. While she hadn't expected more than one Fonte to vie for the position, the fact remained. She'd promised she wouldn't choose. They'd done their part by volunteering, and the Consiglio had done theirs. The only way to keep her word was to accept the official verdict. "I'm sorry, Nina," Alessa said, "but I have to accept the—"
"No! You can't have him!"
Nina's gift exploded with her rage, and the nearest window shattered. The world erupted into a deadly rainbow of flying glass. Dante shielded Alessa, but her ears rang in the silence that followed. Still, she couldn't mistake what Nina said next.
"I should have dropped 100 statues on you!"
Alessa dug her fingernails into her palms, but a glass-fronted cabinet bowed and wavered like a bubble about to pop, and another wave of glass burst across the room.
"Stop it, Nina!"
Joseph shouted.
"What have you done?"
Nina's anger dissolved into pitiful sobs. Camaria lay curled on the floor, clutching her leg as blood spread across her buff-colored pants. Dante took Alessa's chin, turning her to face him.
"Are you hurt?"
"I'm fine," she said, ducking away. "Caleb, how bad is it?" Caleb pressed on Camaria's leg.
"Bleeding's slowing. She'll be okay, but she'll have a wicked scar."
Alessa turned to see Dante pulling a massive shard of glass from his shoulder. He sagged against the wall, sliding down it to sit. Cursing at herself, Alessa hurried to give him cover. She hadn't even asked if he was hurt. He'd heal, but the sight of exposed muscle and bone turned her stomach, and the remnants of his tattered sleeve weren't enough to hide the damage.
"Help Camaria. I'll be fine,"
Dante said to Alessa. "I know you will, but they don't." She looked around desperately for something to cover his torn flesh as it began to knit together. The door flew open. Guards stared, open-mouthed, at the room dusted with glass and blood. "There was an accident," Alessa said. "Get bandages. Go!" It took them a moment, but the Cittadella guards were tasked with protecting the Finestra and Fonte, not arguing, and their training kicked in. "Saida and Caleb, help Camaria to the couch. Elevate her leg." Caleb gaped at Dante.
"What about—"
"Just do it." Alessa bent farther, blocking Caleb's view.
"I'm sorry,"
Nina cried.
"I never wanted to hurt anyone. This was an accident."
Unlike the statue. Alessa clenched her teeth. First, she had to take care of Camaria and protect Dante's secret. Then, she'd deal with Nina's betrayal. Saida rushed inside with an armful of bandages, colliding with Nina, who seemed struck by the need to make amends and tried to wrestle them from her. Rolling her eyes, Saida shoved a handful into Nina's hands and took the rest to where Kamaria lay on the couch, forearm over her eyes. Alessa held up a hand to stop Nina, but she kept coming, her red-rimmed eyes fixed on Dante's shoulder, where he was trying, unsuccessfully, to cover what was left of his injury with his free hand. Nina stopped mid-stride and shrieked. "What?" Saida said. "What's wrong?" Heaving for breath, Nina pointed. "Quixote!" Kamaria groaned. "Oh," said Saida. "Yeah, I had a hunch." Teeth bared in a snarl, Dante struggled to his feet as Caleb stalked over. He'd never looked more like a cornered animal, and it made Alessa ache. Caleb stopped a safe distance away. "No wonder you win every fight. I should have known."
What is wrong with all of you? Nina cried. He's the reason she killed Emmer and Ilse and Hugo.
Dante wasn't even here when my previous Fontes died, Alessa said. He's done nothing but help us. Nina shook her head.
No, he's evil, a killer.
Like you almost became today, Alessa said. Or when you used your gift to knock a statue on me. Nina began to sob.
I didn't want to. I was scared.
For Dea's sake, Nina, you tried to kill the Finestra, Caleb said. Take it down a notch with the righteous indignation. Dante had more than enough opportunity to kill us all, but so far, you're the only one who's tried to. Nina, Joseph said, jaw tight. If word gets out about this, it won't be good for anyone. An understatement. If the public suspected Aghiote had infiltrated the Cittadella, they'd blame him for every death she'd caused. Few would listen to reason. I'll leave, Dante said. No! Alessa couldn't tell who'd yelled louder, her, Saida, or Kamaria. I say he stays, Saida said, and Nina leaves. Caleb shrugged one shoulder. I'm not telling anyone, but Nina talks more than she prays, and she prays plenty. I don't think she can keep this to herself. Nina, Alessa said, I don't want to banish you, but I will if I have to. If you'd rather be safe inside the fortezza, protected by me, you'll give me your word you'll take this secret to your grave. Joseph pulled himself up to his full height. I give you my word. If she tells a soul, you can banish me too. Nina? Alessa waited. Nina glared through her tears.
I'll stay quiet, but only if you don't choose Joseph.
A love for a love. Alessa nodded. Joseph, take her home. Still sobbing, Nina let Joseph lead her toward the door. His stone face slipped as they reached it, and he cast one last apologetic look behind him. So what's the deal? Caleb asked Alessa. You can't hurt Dante at all? I can, and I have, Alessa said. But he's a lot harder to kill than other people, so he's been helping me control my power. He's been helping me exactly as I told you, and more. And I think maybe his gift almost works like a release valve? Saida snorted loudly. Sorry, can't help myself. Alessa ignored her. All I know is that I can control myself better with him. Saida, stop laughing. Than the rest of you. It's been extremely helpful, and without him, you'd all be in much worse shape. Caleb circled Dante. A real live Quixote, huh?
I always thought you'd have horns. Disappointing.
Finestra, Saida said. I don't think Kamaria will be in fighting shape, so it has to be me or Caleb. Who do you choose? Hours later, the library was scrubbed clean, and only one fonte remained in the cittadella. The others had said tearful farewells, promising to return for the ceremony the following day. In the end, it hadn't really been a choice. She'd never been able to use Saida's gift very well, and with Kamaria unable to stand, Caleb was the only one left. He'd gone pale, but accepted graciously, bowing and saying something about honor and duty. Saida had burst into tears, while Kamaria gnawed on her lip, glowering in the way of a person trying not to cry. Alessa and her partners stepped out to wave at the crowd below. Thousands of people, clad in their brightest garb, flowed through the streets like a multi-hued river, down from the cittadella, all the way to the city gates and beyond. Everyone was invited to Carnevale, even the marked. One last day for every Severian to enjoy the best life had to offer before the gates and the fortezza were locked, and they were left outside. Every face glowed with a fierce determination to enjoy the night. There was no celebration like the last hurrah before a battle. Alessa waved until her arm grew tired, until the cheers faded enough for the Grand Master to announce the start of the festivities and dismiss the crowd. A new roar erupted as the people of Saverio donned their masks and turned away from their saviors, moving on to more important matters, like living. The next day, after the confetti and detritus of Carnevale was swept away, Alessa and Caleb would be joined before Dea and the eyes of the church, forever bound by shared duty and responsibility. He'd be her constant companion until divorando, her partner in every way that mattered, until they faced death together, and hopefully saved their home from annihilation.
"Excellent," said Renata from just inside the doors. "That went beautifully. Now, I'll leave you two alone. But first..." She looked decidedly uncomfortable. "I should probably remind you that while Dea had the good sense to make sure regular use of a Finestra's gift is effective for preventing pregnancy, when divorando is over, you will have to find, other methods."
Caleb shot a frantic glance at Alessa. She bit her knuckles to stop from laughing and gave him a quick eye roll, which seemed to calm him a bit. But his palpable relief that the magical side effect of her power would be irrelevant for their relationship only made it harder not to laugh. As a battle partner, Caleb checked most of the boxes. As a lover, not so much. Besides, her heart was already taken. Dante waited inside, his face colored by a spray of fireworks, as musicians outside took up their instruments and a vigorous tune joined the sounds of laughter, sparklers, and exclamations of joy. The awkward trio surveyed each other as Renata left the suite.
"Was she saying—"
Caleb started. Alessa snorted a laugh. "Yes, Caleb. Any Finestra and Fonte are temporarily infertile as long as they regularly use their gifts. Dea's no fool, and battling morning sickness and Scarabeo at the same time would be a bit difficult, don't you think?" Dante studied the floor.
"Huh,"
Caleb said. Bobbing his head nervously, he tapped his leg along with the rhythm.
"Well, that's good to know, but also, I didn't need to know that. Kinda wish I could forget that happened, actually."
Alessa giggled. "You should go to Carnevale, Caleb."
"What?"
Caleb spluttered.
"I can't."
"Why not?" she asked, Most people wear masks or face paint. No one has to know. It may not be a regular wedding, but every bachelor should have one last night on the town before settling down. And every bride deserved an evening with the man she loved before promising herself to someone else. Caleb wavered briefly, then ran out the door, calling out his thanks over his shoulder. Dante gazed out at the purple sky.
They're going to burn the city down if they set off any more of the big ones.
Way to focus on the positive. Alessa came up behind him and took a chance, resting her forehead between his shoulder blades, her hands sliding around his waist. Dante covered her hands with his and nodded to the wall, where a dozen glittering Carnevale masks hung.
What's the point of the masks, anyway?
My mother said it was so people could kiss other people's partners and pretend it was an accident. He laughed.
Pick one. I want to see how you look.
They're priceless. They were ordination gifts from past Carnevale masters.
Who better to wear one then?
He stepped out of her arms and took down a red mask with curved black horns dusted with gold. Turning back, he held it to his face.
How do I look?
Like a vengeful demon. He made his next selection, pale blue and silver, with edges curved like wings, and cradled it in his hands.
Then I guess you're the Blessed Savior.
Something hung in the air, a finality she couldn't ignore. Tomorrow he would leave. She hadn't asked him again if he'd seek refuge in the fortezza or not, afraid she already knew his answer. Even if she did save Saverio, there was no promise they'd both be alive when it was over. Dante's eyes shone as he held out the mask.
What do you say, Finestra? One reckless night before you save the world?
37. Contro l'amore e la morte, non vale essere forti. Against love and death, there is no point fighting. Days before Divorando, 14. Garlic and wine flavored the air thick enough to taste as Alessa and Dante wove their way down a wide street lined with bistros and bars. Crowds of people laughed and grinned beneath lopsided masks, embracing old friends and new. On one street corner, an opera singer belted an aria, while flamboyant salsa dancers spun nearby and a mariachi band played an old favorite a block away. The cacophony should have clashed, but somehow it was the perfect blend of jubilant noise. Alessa basked in the ferocious joy and desperate love all around. Dante strolled by her side in the same clothes he'd been in the first time she saw him, tawny, worn-in trousers and a slightly frayed white shirt. And she'd tried to match him as best she could, in a simple rose-colored skirt, leather-soled slippers, and an ivory blouse with flowing sleeves. A pair of men in robes passed them without a glance for the young couple in masks. There was no reason for anyone to suspect she was the stiff, buttoned-up Finestra who wore glittering finery at lavish galas. Dante snagged a piece of chiacchiere from a passing tray, shouting his thanks to the bearer, who was already pressing his treats upon the next lucky recipient. Breaking it in half, Dante held it out so Alessa could take a bite. Even before the tang of lemon zest and mandarinetto touched her tongue, her mouth watered. Her lips brushed his fingertips, tempting her to linger. But a puff of powdered sugar tickled her nose, and she pulled back to sneeze. Adjusting her mask, she beckoned him to follow her to a picked-over chocolate stand across the street, where 3 half-melted lumps were on their way to becoming puddles. She took them all.
Silk isn't cheap.
Dante pulled one of her gloves off and transferred the chocolates into her empty palm.
Which one's mine?
She popped one in her mouth. Who said any are for you? With a mask over half his face, she could hardly be blamed that her gaze kept slipping to his mouth. Dante pulled her back before she ran into a loudly intoxicated man, grasping her wrist to steady her, or so she thought. But instead, lips met her palm with the heat she felt in her toes. Then again, and both chocolates were gone. He grinned like the wolf he used to be. A pair of dancers clipped her before she could scold him for his thievery, and the impact sent her into his arms. Eyes met, breath caught. She leaned in, ready to dance, to kiss, to... Dante set her at arm's length.
You okay?
No, because you threw away a chance to kiss me, and you're leaving tomorrow so I can marry someone else, she wailed inside her head. Aloud, she went with, You're a horrible tease, and sucked a smudge of chocolate off one finger with a pout.
Who's teasing now?
At the heat in his gaze, Alessa understood the word smolder for the first time. She peeked up at him through her lashes. Ask nicely and I'm all yours. He coughed on nothing.
It is you!
A loud voice slurred. Dante shoved the tall boy careening toward them, not to hurt him, just to stop him. But he took a minute to regain his balance anyway.
Sorry.
Caleb's white teeth flashed beneath his jade mask.
Didn't suspect. Aspect.
He stopped.
Expect. Didn't expect to see you here, but I won't tell anyone. Do I look heroic?
He draped a strip of scarlet fabric over his shoulders and struck a pose.
Just needed the right outfit.
He bit off the consonants in his attempt to enunciate clearly, and the effect of his slurred speech paired with the ridiculous pose sent Alessa into a fit of giggles.
Absolutely, she said.
I am in awe. She wanted to shoo him away, to forget that this was the boy she'd be marrying in the morning, not the one on her arm. But Caleb looked so sheepish as he dropped the pose that she didn't have the heart to hint for him to leave.
Doubtful, he said. I've been a real tool, but I'll do better.
Dante turned away, pretending to be absorbed in the festivities. It's never too late to become who you want to be, Caleb, Alessa said. I should know.
Maybe you can teach me, he said. Partners, right?
Right.
Way more fun out here, though.
Caleb's hand swept through the air, and Dante caught a statuette he knocked over. Enjoy yourself tonight, Caleb, Alessa said. But try to sober up before the morning. I'd like you to remember it later. And drink some water. Caleb gave her a wobbly salute and yanked her into a loose, awkward hug, his head cocked at an angle so their faces didn't touch.
Your friends have left you behind,
Dante said, prying Caleb off and guiding him with a firm hand on his shoulder.
How about you catch up with them, eh?
Caleb loped off, and Dante and Alessa continued down the street alone, pausing to watch dancers twirl and dip, tossing coins into a mandolin player's case, and laughing at a puppet show where a miniature Finestra pounded a stuffed scarabeo to death while a crowd cheered. If only it were that easy, she whispered.
Maybe it will be.
I hope so, she said, trying to soak in the sight of every joyful face. The streets were so densely packed they could hardly move through the riotous mass of Severians. Polished city residents passed drinks to roughnecks from the docks, and wide-eyed villagers rubbed elbows with rowdy sailors, listening raptly to stories told by settlers returned from the continent, easily identified by their out-of-style, homespun clothes and universal air of bravado. It took a special kind of person to voluntarily leave Severia's comforts for the battered continent. Alessa slowed as she passed a small crowd crying tears of mirth as a woman in a sleeveless tunic, her skin burnished by long days under the sun, shouted a tale that ended with an imitation of her partner falling into an ancient canal in the ruins after too many ghost stories. Dante chuckled, but Alessa's laughter faded quickly. The longer the battle, the more of these people would die. Soldiers, the marked, and their children who were too young to enter the fortezza without them. The colorful, vibrant streets would soon become a battlefield, and she was their last line of defense.
This way,
Dante said. Twining his fingers with hers, he towed her along as he cut a path through the revelers. Her view was nothing but backs and chests, and in the center of it all, Dante's sure grip and confident stride, parting the crowd with his broad shoulders and effortless air of command. They broke free from the mass of humanity when he led her into an alley so narrow he had to release her hand. She couldn't resist. As she stopped, Dante turned back, and she made a show of examining the alley and wiggling her eyebrow.
"I promise,"
he said with a laugh.
"There are better places than alleys."
Soon, the ocean rolled out before them, so glorious in the dying sunset that she could hardly believe anything cruel and ugly could exist in the same world. They weren't the only Carnevale goers who'd had the same idea, and she averted her eyes from the scattered couples dotting the sand, an ache growing in her chest. The shape of him, the way he moved, stirred 100 wants she wasn't allowed to have. And she knew, no matter what happened in the morning or on the day of Divorando, that she'd never forget the rasp in his voice when he was tired, the way his eyes crinkled when he was trying not to laugh, or his ridiculous proverbs for every occasion. Was there any use in dreaming of a life beyond the battle, where Dea's Finestra and Crollo's Giotte found a happily ever after? The rocks became pebbles, pebbles became sand, and Dante waited as she slipped off her shoes, toes sinking into the slowly fading warmth of the sand. The ocean shushed them while the city sang above as she stretched her legs to match his stride, shoes dangling from her fingertips like earrings. They slowed in unison, walking closer, until the backs of their hands brushed with every step. Almost touching, but not quite. They stopped to stare out at the sea. It fractured in the center, the jagged outline of a distant shore breaking the horizon, one peak higher than the rest. There, at that very moment, demons were making their inexorable way to the surface. It's hard to believe something so beautiful can be so deadly, isn't it? She asked. She turned and found him watching her instead of the ocean.
"Yes," he said softly. "Hard to believe."
She held on to his gaze. No teasing tip of the head or challenging stare. No jokes. Just a girl waiting for a boy to kiss her. And he did. The ocean sighed with them, as though it too had been waiting. Dante brushed his lips against hers, lightly, questioning, as though she was just a girl and he just a boy, and the world wasn't about to end, and she wasn't marrying someone else in the morning. Heat simmered, but it waited patiently, because this moment wasn't for heat, but warmth. Not for haste, but a slow sweetness. An introduction of sorts. She knew him, and he knew her, but they didn't know each other like this. When he rested his forehead against hers, neither spoke. The soft thud of her heart and the brush of his thumb over her palm said everything words couldn't. I'm sorry. I'll miss you. I hope. I want. Take me home, she said. I want to fall asleep with you one last time. He dropped a lingering kiss on her lips before taking her hand. One last night. Her room had never seemed so small, or her bed so large. Alessa gnawed on her lip while Dante kicked off his shoes, then frowned at the floor, shoeless but otherwise fully dressed. Wonderful. Neither of them knew what to do next. Well, she assumed Dante knew something about what was to come, but the immediate next step seemed to stump them both. Dante rubbed the back of his neck.
When you said you wanted to sleep...
I didn't mean sleep, Alessa said quickly. I mean, sleep too, but... He stepped closer and ran the pad of one thumb across her cheekbone.
You are very pink right now.
You're not supposed to notice. She pushed onto her toes, but still couldn't reach him. Do you have to be so tall? How am I supposed to kiss you?
Climb.
He bent with a laugh to kiss her. Do you still feel it? She asked, suddenly self-conscious. Dante cocked his head.
You'll have to be more specific.
My gift. What does it feel like now, when I'm not trying to use it on you?
Let's see.
He tipped her chin, and his lips found hers, slowly, as though he could stretch a night into a lifetime. She responded instantly, and his hands found her waist. His kisses deepened until he kissed her with the urgency of a man who hoped tomorrow would never come. He pulled back, breathless.
What was the question?
She blinked, dazed. He bit his lip, looking quite pleased with his effect on her.
I still feel that purr, or whatever you want to call it. But I think I like it.
You think? He answered with another kiss, unequivocally. She could have spent a lifetime savoring the slide of his lips, the dance of his tongue, the breath they passed between them as though it was the only air left in the world, and they would both die without it. She wanted to take her time exploring every fascinating part of him, but her hands were impatient, and once they found the strip of bare skin between his pants and shirt, her palms slid beneath. His abdomen was all firm ridges and taut muscles, but his lips were full and soft. His fingers cupped her bottom, pulling her into him, and she melted, softness yielding to the hard planes of his body. When his hand cupped her breast, she forgot how to breathe. Refusing to let go of each other for the time it would take to walk to the couch, they tumbled onto it in a tangle of arms and legs instead. She looked down at him through the fall of her curls, kissing the scruff of his chin, his lips, his neck, reveling in the husky rasp to his breath. After the third time he caught her halfway through falling off, Dante rolled with her, catching their fall. She wrapped her arms and legs around him, so he hauled her up with him as he stood, laughing into her neck as he carried her to the bed.
I know they say these skirts were designed for Saverio's stairs,
Dante murmured, trailing kisses across her belly.
But I have to believe someone was thinking of this.
He nuzzled her through fabric, his breath warming the bare skin of her thigh, and the world faded away into velvet darkness and yearning, her hands tangling in his hair as she begged Dea silently to let it last an eternity. Then not so silently. But Dante the lover, like Dante the fighter, was determined to find her every weakness, and he did, until she arched against him and the breath shuddered out of her. She was limp, spent, soft and drowsy as he found his way beside her and pulled her to him, kissing her forehead, her eyelids, her neck, anything he could reach. She snuggled close, whispering against his neck.
"Are you sure?"
he asked. She was, as sure as she'd ever been about anything. Pushing up to kneeling, she pulled her blouse over her head. The moon gilded her body until it didn't look like hers at all, and Dante was stunned into immobility. Her skirt was more difficult, but that seemed to snap him out of his reverent trance. He unhooked it with a flick of his wrist, threw it on the floor, and she was naked and only a little self-conscious as he gazed at her. Up to her, then. A smile played on her lips as she nudged him to lift his arms, and she fought to remove his shirt. It hit the floor, and she squinted, fumbling with the buttons of his pants. Her hand slipped inside, but she jerked it back out at his strangled sound.
"No,"
he said, with a ragged laugh.
"Good pain."
Like unwrapping a long-awaited present, she took her time undressing him, daring him to be self-conscious, but he wasn't. His confidence was warranted. The sculpted muscles she'd admired when he was a stranger were even more captivating up close, now that he was anything but. Even as her thoughts dissolved, Alessa decided Dea had surely spent extra time and effort crafting Dante because she couldn't find a single flaw. Although if he had one, it wouldn't be a flaw to her. Still, every line and plane, ridge of bone and lean muscle was more perfect than the last. To her eyes, to her hands. Dante let her explore until it seemed he couldn't take it any longer. Then, moving with a feline grace, he rolled her beneath him. Somehow, every second of her life seemed to have led to the moment he settled himself above her. In the short time she'd known him, she'd learned to stand on her own, to take up space and love herself. But she still had so much to learn, starting with what it meant to be with one another, even temporarily. She made a soft sound at the first bite of pain, and he stopped, soothing her with slow kisses until she begged him to continue. He moaned, and her breath hitched. Her eyes flew open. "Did I hurt you?"
That's...
He stopped to breathe.
"That's my question."
It didn't seem appropriate to laugh, but his eyes were smiling, so maybe it wasn't so strange to laugh in a moment like that. Or maybe it was, but she didn't care. Before she could decide, his hips flexed, and she forgot all about laughing. She could feel the strain of his control, but his lips were soft and coaxing, and bit by bit, she relaxed. And then there was no more pain, or only brief flashes, but the tiny hurts were banished almost immediately by his shared gift.
"I can't."
She silenced him with a kiss, wordlessly urging him on. She couldn't reach the peak again, but it didn't matter. She wanted to watch him, to memorize his expression. When he relaxed, so boneless and heavy she thought he might be asleep, she ran her fingernails up and down his back, rubbing her smooth cheek against his rough one. She'd given him that. For once, her body, her touch, had shared pleasure, not pain. Power had been a bad thing for so long, something she needed to suppress, control, and fear. But this was power too. The power to give, to connect, to convey the thoughts and feelings she had no words for. For 5 years, she'd been told she was a window to the divine. And for the first time, watching Dante's face, she'd believed it. His muscles bunched as he gathered himself to move away, She whimpered a protest and clutched him to her. Lifting his head, he kissed her nose.
I'll crush you.
I'll die happy. Rolling to the side, he pulled her with him and laid her head on his chest.
You can't die tonight. You have to save the world.
The moment was too precious to darken with doubts and fears, so she wiggled deeper into his arms as he murmured soft sweetness against her forehead in the old language. Some things didn't require translation. She woke to utter darkness and a cool draft instead of Dante's warmth. Reaching, her fingertips found his back. He was sitting on the edge of the bed. Come back to me, she whispered. The clouds had rolled in while she slept, so their second time was only touch, taste, and sounds. Kisses leaving trails of heat, and murmured words that weren't really words, but feelings shaped into sighs, mingling between parted lips. 38. A gran salita, gran discesa. The higher the rise, the greater the fall. Days before Divorando, 13. Alessa would have made the night last forever if she could, but she expected the sun to rise in the morning. It didn't. The sky outside was dark, and her bed empty when she woke with nothing but tangled sheets beside her. She scrambled for the lamp, pulled the string too hard, and had to grab it before it tipped. Dante was sitting on the couch. Come back to bed, she said. It's still dark.
It's morning,
he said.
Technically. Happy wedding day.
The wall clock confirmed it was long past time for the sun to rise. Crollo had sent her a full day of darkness as a wedding gift. Dante ran a bath for her, and she coaxed him into joining her. Lying back on his chest, Alessa watched as bubbles popped on the surface of the bathwater, ripples distorting the lines of her bare legs. Dante's were too long for the tub, and his knees jutted from the surface like golden islands on either side of her bare hips. He bathed her with the reverence of the faithful, and for once, she accepted it as her due.
Tip your head,
he said, hands cupped above her. Alessa closed her eyes and let him rinse the suds away. With lazy fingers, she moved her fingertips over his muscular thighs, swirling the dark hair. His breath frayed, but in true Dante fashion, he refused to be distracted from his task. After soaping up again, he took her hands in his, massaging her palms with his thumbs, his fingers sliding slick and smooth between hers.
My family had an orchard,
Dante said,
right by the beach. It bothered me at first that you were a complete stranger but smelled like home.
He worked his way up her arms to her shoulders, gently at first, then with more pressure, kneading the taut muscles. And now? Dante's hand slid forward to trace her collarbone, and she tipped her head to one side. His lips brushed the flushed skin of her temple.
It's perfect.
Only when her fingers were prunes and the water was cold did Alessa drag herself from his arms. 3 weddings. But this time was different. Once, as a girl, she'd been asked to serve as flower girl in a neighbor's wedding. Marveling at the flock of attendants who fussed over the bride's hair and adjusted her jewelry, telling her how beautiful she looked, Alessa had dreamed of the day she'd be in the center of it all, surrounded by love and excitement. Instead, she'd dressed for 3 weddings alone. Now, on a day the sun wouldn't shine, Dante fastened the buttons of her cream-colored dress, studded with diamonds. The first time she'd worn it, on the night of the gala, she'd faced off with a surly stranger who'd looked at her with scorn. Now he stood behind her, gathering her loose curls with achingly familiar hands to brush a kiss on the nape of her neck. He didn't fuss, and he didn't tell her she was beautiful. He didn't have to. The moon hung like a silent sentinel, watching over the city. She wouldn't have to worry about tripping over the detritus of Carnevale despite the dark, because this ceremony wouldn't be on the peak. This one was different in other ways, too. Less fear, more hope. Not the naive hope of a young girl, but a hope born from trial and failure and overcoming. Caleb wasn't a stranger. He'd survived her touch, and she knew how to use his power. This time, she would fulfill her destiny. Together, they'd face the darkness, and afterward, her dream lay just out of reach. Dante sat on the bed, watching as she dawdled over her makeup brushes, dusting her cheeks for the third time. The clock chimed.
"It's time for me to go,"
Dante said. She dropped the brush to go to him. "You're not staying for my wedding?" He hooked an arm around her waist and pulled her onto his lap.
"Please don't ask me to."
Nestling her face into the crook of his neck, she breathed him in. "You know it's not that kind of marriage."
"You don't have to be in someone's bed to belong to them,"
Dante said.
"My job here is done. Besides, I'm still a liability. If the truth about me gets out, you'll both be guilty by association."
Swallowing a lump in her throat, she brushed a curl behind his ear. "Where will you go?"
"Planning to track me down."
"If you'll let me."
"Alessa,"
he sighed.
"We weren't meant to have this, and we definitely aren't meant to have more. Not now, not ever."
"I'm not meant to be widowed. You're not meant to exist. Maybe this time things are supposed to be different. What if Dea's trying to tell us something and we just aren't brave enough to listen?"
And what would she be telling us? That a Giotte and a Finestra are supposed to defy every law of nature and the heavens for their own selfishness?
"It's not selfish."
"I promise you, my feelings for you are entirely selfish."
He nuzzled her cheek.
"You told me to be better, and I'm trying, but I don't want to share you. I've never felt so selfish in my life."
He reached for something and placed it in her hands. A book. Small, leather-bound, full of his proverbs, and engraved with his mother's name.
"For you."
He wrapped her fingers around it.
"To remember me by."
She wanted to speak all the thoughts in her head and feelings in her heart, but she couldn't without crying, and she wouldn't trap him with tears again. So, Alessa accepted a final kiss and didn't resist as he set her on her feet and pulled her close for one last hug. She didn't watch as he let himself out. The book was still warm from him, a piece of paper marking the last page he'd read. Inside the cover, beneath the original inscription, he'd written,
"Luce mia." My mother called me her light because I was hers, and you are mine. Being with you has been a gift and an honor. G. D. Lucente.
She covered her mouth to hold in a sob as his words warped every remembered kiss into a silent farewell. She wasn't ready to let go. She'd never be ready. Why had she let him leave? Her heart cried out to run after him for another kiss, one last glimpse, to make him promise that this goodbye wasn't for good. But when she flung open the door, Caleb was already there. Time was up.
Let's get this over with, Caleb muttered, looking bleary-eyed and miserable enough for them both. She offered him a wobbly smile. Tactful, as always. Sorry, old habits die hard.
She told him to wait and trudged back to place the book on her pillow. Dante couldn't have meant forever. She had to believe that. She opened it for one last look, to his last page, and the scrap of paper she'd taken for a bookmark slipped free. On it was a postscript written in spare lettering.
P.S. If you still want to know my name, consider it your prize for a successful battle.
She hugged it to her chest, dizzy with relief. Not goodbye. Not forever. As long as she saved the world and survived a war with the gods. As far as motivation went, she couldn't think of anything better. She and Caleb didn't speak on their way to the temple. Bless him, he looked terrified. And hungover. A stereotypical groom, despite the odd circumstances. Renata and Tomo watched from the front row, along with the entire concilio, as they entered. To Alessa's surprise, Camaria was seated by the altar, guitar in hand, and she began playing the Canto della Dea to accompany their walk. It was a struggle to keep her eyes on Caleb during the ceremony, with Saida sniffing loudly beside Joseph, and Camaria clearly trying not to laugh about it. But Alessa stood when told, bowed her head during the prayers, recited the words she needed to, and even laughed, a little, when Camaria's snickering earned a scowl from the padre. Soon enough, it was over, and Caleb smiled. A small, nervous smile, but a smile nonetheless. Before, Alessa had been the Finestra in name only. Now, she was in truth. Caleb was her fonte, and he would be her partner in battle. Tomo and Renata came up to congratulate them, heaping praise on the padre and the other members of the concilio about how smoothly the plan had gone and how the island would be well protected because of their brilliance. "Go on," Renata said in an aside. "We'll keep them busy for a while so you two can get away." The sooner they could return to training and change into their normal clothing, the sooner Alessa could pretend it was just another day. So she took the opening. "Now what?" Caleb asked as they walked back down the aisle. "I don't know," Alessa said. "I guess we keep practicing until Divorando." The others were waiting in the foyer outside the temple, Camaria on crutches, Saida mopping her eyes with her sleeve, and Joseph waiting to clap Caleb on the shoulder like a stern, elderly man trapped in a 17-year-old's body. They raised a cheer, and Caleb sniffed loudly. "Dusty down here." Alessa removed her gloves to wipe her eyes, and Camaria nodded at them. "One last time, together?" The world went blurry as they all reached out, stacking their hands together. Their powers tingled through her skin, melding into something she'd never experienced before, expanding inside her chest into something buoyant and electric. The foyer lit up as tendrils of lightning snaked through swirls of snowflakes amidst fiery tornadoes ringed with clouds of mist. A magical ecosphere expanded and contracted around them in time with Alessa's breath, illuminating their awestruck faces. Glittering ice crystals danced and chimed in a strange and beautiful song as though her power, their powers, rejoiced. Alessa's gift purred with satisfaction. Almost simultaneously, Camaria, Joseph, and Saida let go. Everyone but Caleb. The magic remained for a moment, then their gifts winked out. Her power expanded to fill the space left behind. What had been enough was no more, her gift no longer sated, like a sudden thirst. Caleb's grip went lax. His eyes flew wide and his fingers curled like paper lit on fire. He hit the floor with a sickening thud. No, not again. Alessa's ribs were iron bars locked around her lungs. Her fault. Always her fault. No, no, no. Alessa backed down the aisle, shaking her head, away from yet another dying Fonte. Failure. Murderer. There it was. Her answer. The verdict. Dea had spoken. She wasn't meant to save. She was created to kill. That's all she'd ever do. Across the corridor from the temple, the stairs led back to the Cittadella. To her right, the corridor to the city. To her left, darkness. The darkness won. She ran. 39. Ha torto si lagna del mare, chi 2 volte ci vuol tornare. He ought not complain of the sea, who returns to it a second time. Days before Divorando, 13. There were worse places to die. The moon hovering just above the horizon seemed twice as large as it had in the city. Alessa sat on a large piece of driftwood, running her palms over the rough bark, until something caught. She pulled a splinter free and tossed it into the grass, then squeezed her finger until a trickle of blood dripped into her palm. If she'd been another girl, in another life, perhaps she'd be sprawled on a beach blanket with someone she loved, counting stars, trading kisses, and watching the ripple of moonlight on the waves. But that life was not for her. Dante once described this beach as the most beautiful place he'd ever seen. And now, it would be the last place she'd ever see. That would have to be enough. All she'd asked in return for years of her life, her family, her name, was to not be alone when the monsters came. To face death on that cliff with a partner by her side. If she'd died, she'd have died a hero. If she'd suffered, at least she wouldn't have suffered alone. That was the deal. That was the promise. Lies. All of it. The gods had given their verdict. Either humans were a loose thread to be snipped, or humanity wasn't the problem, she was. Either way, she had no choice. Her heart was still beating, but she was death. Not created by Dea to save, but by Crollo to usher in the end. She couldn't connect, couldn't save Saverio. Would she be welcome to the heavens for trying? Or had her soul blackened the day her hands became weapons? Smearing tears across her face with a hasty swipe of her arm, she tore off her dress. The last mark she'd leave on the world, a stained wedding gown in the dirt. Clad in a thin slip, she walked into the ocean. When it grew too deep to stand, she swam. She couldn't force herself to drown, but if she kept swimming, her arms would eventually grow too weak to carry her back. The water would close over her head. A new Finestra would rise. And her family, her friends, Dante, everyone except her, might have a chance to live. Ivini said the only way to save the island was to sacrifice her, but sacrifice demanded loss. It required a choice. Her choice. She'd die if she had to, but not as a victim. If anyone was going to get a shrine for killing the false Finestra, it would be her. A poorly timed sob left her choking on a mouthful of water as she passed the rock in the center of the cove. She ordered her body to accept it, to allow the water to flood her lungs, but panic sent her arms thrashing, grasping. Her hands met stone, and she hauled herself onto the flat surface, gasping and coughing. So selfish, she couldn't even drown herself to save the world. Hugging her knees to her chest, she stared across the quiet ocean. Time and space had no meaning on the day of endless night. At a distant splashing, her numbness flared into anger. All those years hating her loneliness, and when she needed it, she was denied. She didn't want to see anyone.
I've been searching for hours.
Even him. Especially him. Dante pulled himself onto the rock. You found me, she said, sounding dead to her own ears. Now leave. The night concealed him, but she didn't have to see to know what he looked like. Memories were more vivid than anything she could make out in the darkness.
It wasn't your fault.
His hand found the base of her neck, kneading gently, but she didn't lean into his touch. It's always my fault. Her island, her people, were doomed, and there was only one way to save them, by sacrificing herself. And she didn't want to. She wanted to pretend she was just a girl, to forget everything beyond the beach and stay there forever with the beautiful, stubborn man who didn't flinch at her touch or shy away from her like the rest of the world. He was the gyote, but she was the monster.
Did you hear me?
He said, low and insistent.
Caleb's alive. Unconscious, but alive.
How do you know? You weren't there.
I came back, but you were already gone. The doctor said he'll pull through.
Fine. Caleb's alive. Maybe if she emerged from the bone-deep numbness, she'd be relieved, happy even. She hoped not. Feelings would only make it harder to do what she had to. If I can't keep a Fonte conscious through a wedding, I can't keep one alive through a battle. I can't save us. She didn't realize she was shaking her head until he took her face between his hands. No matter how far she ran, she would always be dragged back to that wretched peak where she would fail and watch her whole world end. Her fault. Dante's love was just one more tie binding her to the life she never wanted. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks. I'm so tired of trying and failing and hurting people. I don't want to do this anymore.
Then don't.
I have no choice. She wanted to rip down the sky and shred it with her fingernails, to pluck every star from the fabric of the heavens until the fathomless darkness matched the void inside her.
You always have a choice.
He held her face, forcing her to look in his eyes.
If you don't want to go back, we won't. We'll find a cave, fill it with supplies, barricade ourselves inside until the scarabei die out.
I'd be a traitor, a pariah. Even if Saverio somehow survived, I'd be an outcast for the rest of my life. He shrugged.
You make that sound like a bad thing.
A sound escaped her lips, somewhere between a wet laugh and a strangled breath. Thousands of people would die.
True.
He pointed at a patch of grass beyond the sand.
We could build a little house right over there.
Amidst the barren land decimated by a swarm of voracious demons.
Plants grow back.
Before we starve?
I'd fish for our dinners.
She sighed. And I'd raise chickens.
You'd probably name them and talk to them constantly.
I'd have to, or I'd drive you up the wall with my chatter. Dante ran his thumb over her cheek.
We could get a cat.
He was offering her everything she'd ever wanted. But there would be no friends visiting for supper, no family, no strangers even. Only her and Dante and a little house on a perfect beach. Her dream, broken and warped. She crashed into him, kissing him so fiercely he fell back. Her knees scraped the stone on either side of him, and he caught a breath, but instead of talking sense into her, his hands found her waist. Hot, insistent, demanding, she dared him to try and soothe her. But instead of dousing her fire, he met it with his own. She burned hotter and brighter until she was sure she'd flame out like a dying star and destroy everything around her. Then, shuddering breaths became shuddering sobs, and he held her as she cried. Running his fingers through her hair, he whispered dreams that would never come true, and sunny days they'd never see, in the whiskey-sweet voice she loved so much, his words slow and languorous, as though they had forever. When her body was wrung out and she'd run out of tears, Alessa let Dante help her into a sitting position. "If we don't die, can we come back here?" Dante looked up at the moon, vulnerability in his expression.
You really think you'll want to be with a Gyote when you're everyone's favorite savior?
I haven't saved anyone yet. He lifted her hand to his lips.
I don't know about that.
40. L'armi dei poltroni non tagliano né forano. Cowards' weapons neither cut nor pierce. Days before Divorando, 12. It was after midnight when they returned to the Cittadella, but Alessa had to see for herself. A woman dressed in medical whites dropped a quick curtsy as Alessa entered the Fonte suite. The Cittadella's attending doctor, bent over the large four-poster bed, didn't immediately look up, busy with whatever task she was performing. Caleb lay motionless beneath crisp white sheets, his eyelids blue and his lips pale. The walls closed in around Alessa. They lied. She groped behind her for a hand to hold, but Dante was waiting in the hall. She had to face this alone. "How is he?" she asked, holding her breath for the answer. Surely, a corpse wouldn't need medical care.
"Stable."
The doctor's clipped response and her expression held Alessa fully responsible.
"He was quite dehydrated and overtired. I would have advised him against any strenuous activity if I'd been consulted, which, obviously, I was not."
"So, you don't think... he'd been fine previous times."
In my professional opinion, his collapse was a result of multiple factors. Divine or not, your profession is physically taxing, and Mr. Toporowski should have taken better care of himself. I do hope when you are called to train the next duo, you prevail upon the Consiglio to assemble a team of medical consultants. Despite what some may say, it is not an insult to Dea to use the wisdom she granted us.
Alessa bowed her head like a guilty child, though she'd never objected in the first place. The Consiglio were the ones who got their robes in a bunch when Tomo had suggested seeking outside opinions about Alessa's little problem.
I expect he'll make a full recovery, but until then, he needs rest. Complete rest.
"Yes, Dottoressa, of course." The nurse gave a sorrowful look at Caleb's angelic profile, as though she suspected Alessa was there to finish him off. Alessa closed the door too fast, and the sound rang out in the quiet. Dante, leaning against the stone banisters, raised his eyebrows as if to say,
"See? I told you."
She wanted to laugh, or cry, or both. Dante held out his arms, and Alessa walked in. Her harbor in stormy seas, warm and solid and hard to kill. Caleb was alive, and he'd remain that way as long as she stayed away from him. She still had a fonte. Technically. He might not be strong enough to fight, and they'd have to replace him with one of the others for the actual battle, but she hadn't killed him. Startled by a sudden shout, they leapt apart, Dante's face mirroring Alessa's alarm. Afraid to look, but needing to know who'd spotted their ill-timed embrace, Alessa peered over the railing. Renata stood in the courtyard below, her hand pressed over her mouth. Behind her, Tomo stared up at Alessa, looking more disheveled than she'd ever seen him before. Dante whispered,
"They were frantic when I left."
Alessa let that fact sink in as her mentors hurried up the stairs. "Blessed Dea, we thought you were dead," Renata said, breathless, when she reached the top. "Not quite," Alessa said, with a rueful smile.
"We thought we'd lost you,"
Tomo said. Renata cast her eyes to the ceiling in silent prayer.
"Child, you scared a decade off my life."
Tears trembled on Alessa's lashes. They were relieved to see her alive. Her, Alessa, not the Finestra. She hadn't realized how much she needed that. "I'm sorry. I thought I'd killed Caleb, and the gods were telling me to sacrifice myself."
"Dear girl."
Tomo shook his head ruefully, too choked up to continue.
"While I admire your decisiveness, this would have been a very good time to ask for a second opinion."
Renata exhaled a shaky breath.
"But I must say, I am proud of you for your willingness to make difficult choices. You've grown up."
The tide of guilt retreated at Renata's gentle tone, and Alessa pulled herself together. "What will we tell people?"
"Nothing,"
Renata said firmly, brushing her sleeves as though trying to smooth the wrinkles in their plans.
"You'll pick someone else, and we'll keep it quiet until after Divorando. I don't like lying to the public, but all will be forgiven once you've saved us." "We're just thankful you're safe,"
Tomo said fervently. Renata's face softened.
"Dea have mercy. I might sleep tonight after all."
"Come on then." Tomo tugged on Renata's arm.
"You need sleep, and I need a drink."
Alessa backed away from the railing as they left, and the cittadella fell silent once more. Brushing her hair aside, Dante dropped a kiss on the back of her neck.
"I should go,"
he said, but his arms tightened around her. She turned to face him. "Nina swore she wouldn't tell, and that man has no idea you're here. Stay until Divorando, so I can drag you to the fortezza myself and face battle knowing you're safe, and not doing something reckless like trying to protect the dock single-handedly."
"Always with the hero stuff," he murmured against her lips. "I keep telling you it's not my thing."
She slid her hands into his back pockets and pulled him closer. "You can lie to yourself, but you can't fool me." At the sound of a harsh throat clearing, they leapt apart again. Poised at the top of the stairs, Renata's face was studiously blank.
"I forgot to mention, your armor is in your room."
Armor? They were still 2 weeks away from battle.
"For the blessing of the troops."
Of course. When the sun rose, she'd stand before the assembled army and most of Saverio to bestow Dea's grace upon the army. Carnevale celebrations were over. She had wed Caleb on the day of rest and repentance. And now the final stage of preparation began. Soldiers would bid farewell to their families, march to their posts, and camp out on every hillside, cliff, and stretch of shore around Saverio, weapons at the ready and eyes on the sky. Savarians with fortezza passes would begin to move inside in shifts, and those who were marked would nail up every window, erect makeshift barricades, and pray with newfound desperation. "If we're lucky, it will be so blinding no one will notice your fonte isn't with you." Renata speared them with a loaded glance. "Until then, might I suggest you move this reunion behind a closed door?" Dying 1,000 deaths by mortification, Alessa managed to nod regally. She'd never asked what the punishment was for a Finestra who violated the rules about touching someone who wasn't a fonte before divorando, but not tattling was probably one of those unspoken courtesies each Finestra offered to the next. Alessa followed Dante inside her suite as Renata's prim footsteps ended with the slam of a door on the level below, and covered her face. "Please tell me that didn't just happen." Dante was trying too hard not to laugh to answer. "How can you laugh? That was mortifying."
"Consider it a rite of passage."
Dante kissed the margins of her face around her splayed fingers.
"You know those two were getting handsy before their big battle."
"Why would you put that image in my head?" Alessa wailed. "Besides, they were wed and blessed, so they were allowed." She nudged him with an elbow. "I'm the terrible person who left her unconscious partner's bedside and got caught groping my bodyguard."
"You call that groping?"
Dante pried her hands away from her face. His smile died as they stared at each other, and she knew he was going to bring up leaving, to offer her what little safety he could with his absence in case Nina didn't hold her tongue. As long as he was gone, Alessa would be able to dismiss any rumors as hysterical fabrication. But once he was gone, he'd be gone. 2 suits of armor lay on her bed like stiff metal bodies. One, constructed for Alessa's precise measurements. The other, one of the many usually mounted in the fonte suite, chosen because it was the closest to Caleb's measurements. "You and Caleb are almost the same height, you know. Similar build, too. Under a suit of armor, no one would know the difference." Dante tucked her hair behind her ears.
"I can't be your fonte. What would I do? Heal myself until the scarabeo gave up and flew away?"
"I'm not asking you to stay for the battle." She kissed the hollow at the base of his neck. "Only for the blessing of the troops. It's my last public event, and people will talk if my fonte isn't there." Alessa twined her fingers together behind Dante's back. "Please," she said. "Stay a little longer and save me one last time." The metal was cold and unforgiving, even atop a thin, sleeveless tunic and leggings, as Dante eased a chainmail tunic over her shoulders, then helped her don the breastplate and strapped panels to her thighs and calves. She'd wear gloves for the blessing, but not for the real battle. Her hands, feet, and legs would be bare beneath the armor when it came time to fight, so her fonte could hold on, even if he or she became too injured to stand. When she'd gotten her first armor tutorial, she'd asked why the fonte and Finestra helmets left the back of their necks exposed, but Tomo had explained how looking up was essential in a war when your enemies attacked from above. And hopefully, the Finestra and fonte would do their jobs well enough that very few scarabeo got within range of them anyway. The troops, densely packed together on the hillside, were a much more tempting feeding ground than 2 lone figures atop a peak, protected by magic, she hoped. "I didn't think he could even sit up," Renata said as Dante descended the stairs to the courtyard. "How'd you get him into his armor?" Dante flipped up the visor. "Oh," Renata said. "Brilliant." Dante flipped it back down as Captain Papatonis marched in to escort them to the piazza. Alessa had to admit it was impressive, the thousands of armored soldiers in perfect lines standing at attention in the piazza. And if she let out an "oh" of admiration when they began their first series of drills, it was drowned out by the watching crowd's awe. As they moved into the second series, her gaze caught on a flutter of white. Icy fingers crawled up Alessa's spine as Ivini led a line of robed figures into the piazza. He'd never brought anything good into her life before, and she doubted he was here to make amends. But the Fratellanza made no move to disrupt anything, merely filling in the little bit of empty space on one side. She couldn't exactly have him expelled because her neck prickled with warning. Renata wasn't pleased either, and said something to Captain Papatanis that sent him toward Ivini, a cold look of determination on his face. Alessa sent Ivini one last glare, poking him full of eye daggers, then returned her attention to the troops. Ivini had tried his best and failed. He wasn't worth another moment of her time. The captain rejoined them as the exercises concluded, and Alessa stepped forward to take her place for the blessing. Dante stood slightly behind her on one side, Renata and Tomo on the other. "There, blessed goddess of creation," Alessa began. "We ask you to guide our weapons." With a hiss of metal, a guard in the front row drew his. "Creature of Corallo!" he yelled and sprinted toward them. Heart in her throat, Alessa fumbled for her ceremonial sword, but Dante drew first, stepping in front of her, to protect her. "Get back, Finestra!" the captain yelled, running forward to join Dante as a human shield. Or so she thought. But when Captain Papatanis raised his sword, it wasn't to ward off the mutinous soldier. And Dante was bracing for an attack from the front, not behind. Alessa screamed a warning, but it was too late. 41. Chi ha un cattivo nome è mezzo impiccato. He who has a bad name is half hanged. Days before Divorando, 11. The hilt of the captain's sword smashed into the base of Dante's skull, and he crumpled to the ground. 5 years of training, and every lick of sense flew out the window as Alessa tried to lunge for him, but Renata, who'd never, not once, touched her, held her back with a vice grip around her arm. "At ease, Captain." The ice in Renata's voice stalled Alessa's fight. "Explain yourself."
"I assure you, I will,"
Captain Papatanis said gravely. 2 soldiers hauled Dante upright by his arms, and the captain roughly removed his helmet.
"That's not her Fonte."
With a vicious yank of Dante's hair, he forced his head up.
"It's an imposter."
The crowd gasped, recoiling in horror, as if they were witnessing some grotesque specter, and not a beautiful man who'd been felled by a cowardly attack from behind. In that moment, Alessa hated them all. Tomo laughed uncomfortably.
"Oh dear. Given the circumstances, we decided studying was a better use of Caleb Toporowski's time. So we brought a stand-in captain. A harmless little maneuver."
"You see, Captain, you've disarmed him and knocked him unconscious when you simply could have asked us." Renata raised her voice. "Dearest, why don't you send Signor Toporowski to the balcony?" Tomo's cane tapped a frantic beat on the stairs as he hurried away. Alessa couldn't breathe for the 100 years it took before Caleb stepped onto the balcony. Tomo was probably bracing him up from behind, and there was a decent chance he was about to keel over. But Caleb waved and blew kisses, grinning like the guest of honor at a birthday party. The air rushed back into Alessa's lungs as thousands of troops and 1,000 more civilians looked up to see their fonte alive.
"Begging your pardon, Signora,"
said the captain.
"but that's not the only problem."
Dante opened his eyes with a low groan.
"Allow me."
Ivini stepped forward, half-turned so the crowd could hear his every word.
"My apologies for the spectacle, but I had to act when a member of my flock informed me that evil had infiltrated the Cittadella."
"No," Alessa said. "That's not—"
"Quiet,"
Renata hissed.
"for his sake and yours."
Without warning, the captain slashed Dante's face with his dagger. Alessa leapt, but Renata was faster.
"Enough."
Blood dripped down Dante's cheek, puddling on the white stone. But he couldn't hide his face with his arms pinned and a knife at his throat.
"Dea, help me,"
Alessa begged silently.
"I don't know what to do."
She opened her mouth to speak, but he shook his head in the tiniest no.
"As you'll see, that thing,"
Ivini continued,
"is a Giote."
Dante's eyes bored into Ivini's as the wicked gash across his cheek began to knit back together, and the crowd rumbled like the first warnings of a storm.
"Using his wicked wiles, he secured a spot by our Finestra's side, tainting her magic and weakening our fontes."
Ivini motioned as though shielding his eyes against Dante's wickedness.
"A formal execution is too good for the creature, but my flock will dispose of it."
"No,"
Alessa gasped.
"That's not. We cannot."
Tomo coughed, his look pleading with her.
"Finestra, you are a compassionate soul, but perhaps we should let cooler heads prevail."
Renata gripped her tighter.
"Hold your tongue."
There was nothing she could say, nothing she could do. If she showed mercy, if anyone realized she'd known and allowed Dante to stay, or worse, that she'd welcomed him into her arms.
"There will be no killing here today."
Tomo's calm demeanor was a splash of cool water on the fires raging all around.
"The blessing of the troops should not be tainted by such ugliness."
Ivini, the picture of indignant horror, seemed to realize his plan to become Saverio's avenging angel, executioner of demons, was crumbling.
"But, Signor, he brought evil into this holy place, tainted her purity with his sin. He deserves to be punished."
"And I expect the Consiglio will agree, but that decision is up to them, not you,"
Renata said. Alessa shook with rage and fear. They were trying, but they could only do so much. Ivini pivoted to don the role of guilt-stricken martyr.
"La Finestra sul Divino, your benevolence is inspiring. I beg you, let me transport the creature to the continent then, even if it means my own death. My final act of penance for how I have wronged my savior."
A gratified smile toyed at his lips as scattered voices from the crowd cried out in protest.
"We would not have you risk yourself, Padre,"
Renata said with a benign smile.
"We'll let the Consiglio decide what the appropriate punishment should be. Now, Captain, take the prisoner inside and wait for further orders."
Alessa tensed, half afraid, half hoping Dante would fight his way free from the guards. His eyes were lifeless as they turned him toward the Cittadella. A third soldier followed, prodding him in the back with her sword. You try to run, we'll kill you. Alessa's heart squeezed. She had no leverage but to refuse to fight if they didn't release him. And no one would believe her. If she didn't fight, Dante would die along with everyone else. All she could do was make sure he wasn't executed. At least, inside the cittadella, he'd be protected until she figured out how to release him or convince the Consiglio to show mercy. When Divorando was over, he could flee to the continent, change his appearance, hide out for a few years until people forgot.
Shall we finish?
Renata stepped into the space where Dante had been moments before.
I'd like to say something to the Finestra first, Ivini said.
Haven't you said enough? Alessa said.
Renata squeezed hard.
He'd won. What else could he want? To accuse her again? Demand Caleb dance for them to prove he was truly alive? Ivini's face sagged with anguish, and he dropped to his knees. Behind him, robed figures followed suit, heads bowed.
Finestra, can you ever forgive me for casting aspersions on you? Truly, I only hoped to serve Dea. It's clear now that Crollo saw your incredible potential, the gift that is your strength, and he cowered in fear. Sending one of his minions to hobble you only proves your worthiness. I should have had faith. I should have known. I am so deeply sorry. If you banish me, I will go tonight.
Renata spoke before Alessa could tell him to leap from the nearest cliff.
That won't be necessary, Padre. After all, to err is human. To forgive, divine, Ivini breathed. Finestra, can you ever forgive me?
The answer was no. Definitely not. But Renata was clever, and she had a plan. Alessa didn't know what it was, but she wouldn't risk ruining it. Alessa gave her nemesis the widest, most painful smile of her life. Crollo has made fools of many better men than you. What kind of Finestra would I be to punish a holy man trying to protect his people? Damn him, Ivini wept. Every fake tear that rolled down his face stoked her fury higher, but she had to credit his acting skills. Ivini didn't want forgiveness. He wanted power. He'd positioned himself against her when she was failing, kicked her when she was down, conspired against her, and stolen her own guard's loyalty. Now that she had a Fonte alive, Ivini had found a scapegoat. And so, her greatest foe stepped into his new role as her staunch defender and humble supplicant. Whatever it took. No more assassinations, no more poison. She had a way out, and Ivini realigned himself with a new cause to rally his sheep. The drill sergeant shouted a command, and the troops snapped to attention with a deafening clamor. In perfect, regimented symmetry, Alessa's army took a knee, fists thumping against their chests. This time, everyone looked directly at her.
Congratulations, Finestra.
Renata spoke for Alessa's ears alone.
They love you. They'll fight to the death for you. And that is how you win a war.
At what cost?
Win the battle, and all is forgiven. You've never been more powerful, Renata said. Your people will do anything you ask of them.
I want him freed. Renata released her arm.
Anything but that.
42. Ciò che Dio fa è ben fatto. Each day brings its own bread. Days before Divorando. 11. I demand to see him. Alessa said the moment they were inside. Renata shushed her viciously, but she wouldn't be silenced, not with Dante's life on the line. Will you stop and think for once? Renata had never looked so old. Your Fonte is bedridden, and the people need to believe everything is going according to plan. Ivini plays this city like a fiddle, and he's publicly declared himself on your side. Don't squander that gift.
She's right, said Tomo. You can't be suspected of sympathizing with him.
You know he wasn't responsible for my dead Fontes. You know he isn't evil. Without him, I'd be dead 6 times over. This isn't fair. You've made it this far without realizing life never is. Renata's eyes softened. At least let me see him. Alessa choked on her words. Please.
Dearest,
Tomo said softly. Renata sucked her teeth. No weeping. Chin up, eyes blazing. Walk in there like you're about to rip his limbs off. Luckily for them all, Alessa had more than enough pent-up anger to fake it. Tears dried, regal mask in place, she followed Tomo and Renata to a small holding room reserved for drunken or unruly soldiers in need of cooling down. The captain bowed at their approach.
Finestra, Signora. I fail to see the threat inside our own walls. If it's your wish, I'll resign immediately.
What Alessa wished for was to slash him across the face with one of Dante's knives. Do you still doubt your Finestra? Renata demanded.
No,
the captain said breathlessly.
Never again. Crollo must be mighty afraid. Our Finestra will be the greatest in history.
Renata gave Alessa a pointed look. Alessa held out a gloved hand, palm up, toward the captain. The daggers.
Oh, of course.
The captain retrieved them and handed them over. Alessa examined them, then slipped the dagger painted with Dante's blood into the hidden pocket of her dress. The other she flipped, catching it by the hilt as Dante taught her. Without signaling her intent, she stepped forward and thrust the dagger up toward the captain's chin. His head snapped up, eyes darting to Tomo and Renata, who said nothing, as Alessa tapped the knife against the lump bobbing in the captain's throat. He could have disarmed her. They both knew it. But she was his Finestra, and if she wanted to kill him, he would let her. I will forgive you, Captain, Alessa said, her words clipped. If you swear from this point forward you will report directly to me about any concerns regarding my safety. Captain Papatanis croaked his assent. And if you ever attempt another stunt like that without my approval, she said, I'll feed you to a scarabeo myself.
Wonderful. Now that we've settled that, Tomo said, we'd like to speak with the prisoner before we make our recommendations to the Consiglio.
The captain ran a finger beneath his collar as Alessa lowered the dagger.
I'm not sure that's safe.
If the three of us can't protect ourselves against one chained Giote, we'd be pretty pathetic saviors, don't you think? Renata said.
And besides,
Tomo said with a bland smile,
the Finestra is armed.
The captain had no rebuttal. Inside the room, Dante sat against the wall, ankles bound, hands tied behind his back. He could have looked ferocious, monstrous even. But Alessa only saw fear in his coiled muscles, desperation in his sneering bravado. His gaze locked on her as if he was drowning and she held the only rope.
Leave us, Captain,
Tomo said. Alessa managed to wait for the door to close before kneeling to wrap her arms around Dante's neck. His body was rigid as iron, brittle as glass.
I hate to intrude, but we need some answers,
Tomo said.
What do you have to say for yourself, boy? Why did you come to the Cittadella? For money? Power?
Dante scuffed a toe on the ground.
She asked me to. Any other reasons?
Alessa took a long breath. He wanted to find information about other Gyote, where they might have gone. And we've been looking for clues about where the Fonte di Guarigione might be, if it still exists. Why? Renata asked Dante. You already have its power.
I thought if I found it, maybe we'd be forgiven.
Every word he said seemed to hurt, as though he had to carve the truth out of himself.
Or at least left alone. And you, Finestra?
Tomo said,
How long have you known?
Alessa pressed her forehead to the tight tendons of Dante's neck for several breaths, before standing to face her mentors. A while. He's been helping me learn to manage my power. That's why it was going so well, until it wasn't.
Has he ever tried to hurt you?
Tomo said. Hurt? Yes. Tried? No. And he had plenty of opportunity. He was kind to me when no one else was. Dante has a million reasons to be cruel and heartless. She laughed sadly. But he's absolutely terrible at being evil. Dante's breath shuddered out of him.
I was already planning to leave after Divorando, so you don't have to worry about me tarnishing her further.
A hole tore open in Alessa's chest. Once people see... He shook his head.
If you let me out, everyone will think they were right about you. I'm not worth it.
You're worth it to me. Renata's brows drew together. You think they'll stand by you if you ally yourself with the Gyote? You're too smart for that, Alessa. When Divorando is over, you two can run away with each other for all I care. I'll commission a ship for you and I'll train the next Finestra. Right now, you need to focus on saving Saverio. If you don't, he'll be dead anyway.
I'm afraid she's right.
Tomo took Renata's hand.
We've asked far too much of you, dear girl. But right now, Saverio needs you more than you need him. No offense, young man.
He's imprisoned, not dead, Renata said firmly. Now, Tomo and I will take what we've learned from our interrogation and persuade the Consiglio to keep it that way. In the meantime, you will visit your bedridden Fonte and make sure our little stunt didn't kill him once and for all. The Cittadella buzzed with soldiers whispering about the monster in their midst and servants breathlessly relaying the news to every person who crossed their path, as though anyone in Saverio hadn't already heard it 10 times over. Alessa saw more concern on their faces during her walk through the building than she had while grieving all her dead Fontes combined. Their fear and anger had a new target now, a shared enemy, and everyone swelled with righteous fury that a monster had tricked their beloved savior. One young soldier blocked her path to the stairs, blubbering and taking a knee. Alessa fumbled her way through absolving the young man, acutely aware how many people were watching to see if she'd offer mercy. After so many years wishing for a bit of sympathy, she finally had it, because the man she loved was taking the blame for every harm she'd ever done. Caleb's eyes fluttered open as she cracked the door to the Fonte suite. You're awake, she said, coming in. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Everything was fine, good even, but it fell apart.
Yuck. Apologies are so awkward.
Caleb wrinkled his nose.
Besides, it looks like I might have a heart thing. Doctor says it wouldn't usually be a big deal, but that power flare-up of yours set it off.
A heart condition. Not her fault. But he'd endured her touch so many times before without collapsing. "Sorry," she said. "I mean, not sorry."
The secret's out, huh?
She nodded miserably.
Please, stop crying. I can't take it.
All this time, thinking Dea's gift was my greatest weapon, and tears are even more effective at destroying men.
You have quite the arsenal, Caleb said. Where is he?
Alyssa plucked at the sheets on the side of the bed. They're moving him to an empty crypt while the Concilio deliberates.
Caleb shuddered. Oh, very gothic. Pour me a glass, will you?
Alyssa reached for the pitcher of water beside his bed, but hesitated before handing it to him.
Oh, stop. I'm not scared of you, Caleb said. What happens now?
I don't know. I haven't decided who's going to take your place yet.
Why choose? Caleb asked. Bring them all.
That would be a sight, wouldn't it? A whole passel of fontes on the peak. We'd run out of room.
Nah, one group hug and you'd vanquish the Scarabeo with a bigger version of that snowflake tornado you nearly killed me with. Other than backfiring on me, it was pretty awesome.
Backfiring. Something prodded the back of her mind, disconnected thoughts trying to fit together, but they were interrupted by Tomo and Renata before she'd finished assembling the entire picture.
It was unanimous, Tomo said, grave-faced. We persuaded them to wait until after Divorando, but they intend to hold a trial.
Alyssa leapt to her feet. You said...
I said we'd try, and we will. This isn't over.
A week earlier, Alyssa would have been mortified to weep in front of Caleb, Tomo, and Renata. But no one seemed disgusted or disappointed, not even Caleb with his aversion to crying. Caleb struggled to sit up.
After all he did for us, they're going to leave him moldering in a crypt through Divorando, with no way to escape if things go south? And then what, a public stoning?
Hopefully not. But for now, we have no choice. Renata looked at Alyssa. He'll be given food and water through the bars, but the guards won't have keys. We made it clear we won't tolerate any mysterious disappearances or accidental deaths. Justice will be served. Justice. There was no justice in putting someone on trial for what they were, not what they'd done. Alyssa tried to hold on to the smallest bit of hope. For now, Dante was safe. But he'd be alone through the siege, surrounded by marble tombs and people who hated him. Go ahead, Renata said, taking Alyssa by the shoulders. Cry, rage. You deserve to. You're angry, and you should be. But you get to choose whether it will make you bitter or make you better. The siren call was strong, but Renata was right. Railing at unfairness wouldn't help anyone. Your people have never truly listened to you before, but they will now. Renata squeezed Alessa's shoulders. Win the battle, and we can find a way to save him. But first, you must win. Don't waste his sacrifice. Take the power it gives you and use it. He's not the only one who needs saving. 43. Belle parole non pascono i gatti. Fine words don't feed cats. Days before Divorando. 11. As the sun went down, Alyssa stood before another gathered crowd in the piazza. The hush of anticipation was so profound, the acoustics so perfect, she didn't have to yell.
Today is a day of mercy, Alessa began. The Consiglio has decreed that the Giote will be given a trial after divorando. And she took a deep breath. I have agreed. As Dea bid us, Severians must be a people of mercy, forgiveness, and welcome, who protect each other from the forces of evil and chaos. Her gaze fell on a sharp face beneath slicked-back silver hair. There is no divine grace like forgiveness, is there, Padre Ivini? She asked. Ivini nodded, his keen eyes assessing. Your benevolence toward the wicked is like seeing the face of Dea. Her smile was so saccharine she hoped it gave him a toothache. It is, isn't it? Alessa took a long moment to find the grubbiest faces in the crowd, the hollowed cheeks and fearful eyes of the marked. Soon, the city gates would close for good, and they would be on the other side. They watched her for reassurance that she was strong enough to defeat the swarm before it descended on their ramshackle homes and devoured them. As they stood there, the last far-flung villagers were trickling into the city, passing huddles of marked and bearing their wrists at the city gates to receive their fortezza assignments. When divorando came, she'd have an army at her back and magic in her grip. The marked would board up their windows and doors and huddle inside, praying and hoping they lived to see the morning. 5 years ago, I was chosen by Dea to protect you, and I didn't understand why. I wasn't the smartest or the bravest. I wasn't always kind, and I often said the worst thing at the worst times. Senor Miyamoto and Senora Ortiz have had their work cut out for them. A few laughs broke out, cut off by shushing. Dea made me powerful. At first, I thought too powerful. I no longer think that. My gift was a challenge to become more than I thought I was. And today, I'm going to challenge you. I used to have a brother who believed I'd always do the right thing. Ironic, as he was asking me to do the wrong thing at the time, but like most sisters, I didn't listen. She paused, with an indulgent smile for the scattered, nervous chuckles. I once asked someone to be better, and I was told that people don't change, that they're selfish and cruel and only pretend to be good. I disagreed then, and I disagree now. Today, I ask you to prove me right. We are flawed, imperfect, and often broken, but we all contain the potential to be more. Those who bear the mark of crimes have made mistakes, some grievous. They have stolen, hurt, and at times taken lives. I am your Finestra. I have taken lives too. A few concerned murmurs fluttered between groups, but she pressed on. Not intentionally, and not out of anger, impulse, or revenge, but knowingly. I'm not so different from those who've stolen to eat or killed to live. I suspect many of you feel the same about mistakes you've made. But I believe in you, as Dea believed in me. And if I've learned anything, it's that we're strongest when we love more, forgive more, not less. She was stronger for loving Dante, who grew up steeped in the conviction he was evil. He'd watched his parents die at the hands of people he knew and trusted, believed it was his fault that fear and hatred drove people to cruelty. He might be the only remaining Giote, but he wasn't the only person who'd grown up believing sin flowed in his veins, that his legacy was his destiny.
Dea created a Finestra because connection is our salvation. Today, I'm asking you to prove her right. Will we barricade our doors and cover our ears against the screams of those who deliver our milk and brew our ale? Or will we try and save every soul we can? Silence. A lone cough echoed in the stillness, and her stomach sank as she wondered how long to stand there. A finely dressed man stepped forward, hat in his hands.
It isn't a fortress, but our family home can hold a dozen or more, and stone walls are better than none.
He gestured at a ragged-looking woman with a baby on one hip and a toddler clinging to her leg, her marked wrists visible as she clutched her children to her. She burst into tears.
I'm too old to be a soldier, but I have a good arm,
said a swarthy man with thick muscles.
One of the marked can have my spot in the fortezza. I'd rather throw rocks at the bugs anyway.
One by one, then in pairs and groups, people stepped forward, some volunteering to fight, others to give their spots to those in need, yet more to welcome the overflow into their homes. Hundreds of people, volunteering to face an army of demons armed with nothing but sticks and bats, knives and rusted pipes, choosing to fight so others might live. If only Dante could see it. Dea's faith in them had not been wrong, and by sharing their sacrifice, no one had to bear it alone. Together, we protect. Divided, we unravel. And suddenly, she understood. The key to her power had been right there the entire time. 44. Nessuna nuova, buona nuova. No news is good news. Days before Divorando, 11. Still reeling from her revelation, Alessa didn't notice the door to her suite was open and nearly leapt out of her boots when a figure popped out of nowhere. "Oh, sorry," Saida squeaked. Kamaria awkwardly stood from the couch, favoring her wounded leg.
Caleb's awake and in a beast of a mood, but he doesn't know anything about what's been happening, so we told him to go back to sleep. What happened out there? Is Dante going to be okay?
The sympathy on their faces was too much, and Alessa crumpled.
Oh no.
Kamaria limped over and gave Alessa a rib-crunching hug, while Saida patted her back. It wasn't the first time she'd wept that day, but this time she cried with her friend's arms around her. When the worst of her sobs were over, Saida ordered her to sit and bustled off to gather ingredients for something she swore cured heartache. Alessa had no appetite, but any baker's daughter knew how food soothed the baker as much as the recipient, so she let Saida have at it. Kamaria seemed relieved they'd moved past emotions and began ticking off a list of non-terrible aspects of the current situation on her fingers. 1, he's inside the fortezza, so he won't get chewed up by Scarabeo. 2, sounds like a lot of other people will be safe too. We can figure something out after Divorando. But first, we need to get through it. Seriously? Came an indignant male voice from the doorway. Caleb, clutching the doorframe.
You're having a party without me? Almost dying wasn't enough to earn me an invitation?
We're planning, Caleb, Kamaria said. And baking, Saida called from the kitchen. Using our brains and our skills. Kamaria smiled like a cat about to pounce. What could you possibly contribute?
Ha ha ha,
Caleb said. He turned to look at someone in the hall.
Couldn't stay away, huh? Help me in, will you?
Alessa stood as Joseph helped Caleb totter inside.
You aren't supposed to be here. I promised Nina I'd scratch you off the list.
In exchange for a secret, Joseph said. The secret's out, so the deal is off.
Was it her? Kamaria asked. Did she tell Ivini?
She says she didn't.
Joseph stopped, forcing Caleb to stop with him.
She was scared and trying to protect me before, but she's not evil. Dante in prison doesn't help anyone.
Then, if she kept her side of the deal, Alessa said, a question in her voice.
I've made my choice.
Joseph helped Caleb sit on the couch.
Whether she likes it or not, I'm here to help.
Saida brushed flour from her hands and came over with a tray of teacups. Caleb sniffed his, grumbling about adding something stronger.
Any more distractions before we get on with it? Kamaria asked. Anyone need to use the restroom? Everybody got a snack? Your beverage of choice?
No,
Caleb grumbled, eyeing his tea.
Aw, does baby need a nap?
Caleb stuck his tongue out at her.
If we're all settled, then it's time to decide who's taking Caleb's place. I may not be in the best shape of my life, but you find me a better pair of crutches and I'll be there.
Any of us would, Saida said. It's up to you. Alessa's idea came fully into focus as they all volunteered once again. For days, the pieces had been just out of reach. But watching so many people step up to give their safety away forged the final connection.
I think the texts are wrong. Care to be more specific? Kamaria said.
Sorry,
Alessa said. I'm still sorting through it. Okay, so, out of everyone on Saverio she could have chosen, Dea gave this gift to me, knowing who I am. How much I hate to be alone. How badly I wanted to be a part of a community. To make connections and have friends.
Aw, group hug! Saida stepped forward, arms outstretched.
Kamaria hauled her back by her skirt. Let her finish. The Holy Doctrine says I needed to lose my identity and be isolated to form the kind of connection a Finestra and Fonte need. But I think maybe that's bullshit.
Finestra!
Caleb gasped in faux horror.
Such language!
Shut up, Caleb, Kamaria said. Shut up, Kamaria, Caleb retorted, mimicking her tone so perfectly Saida got a case of the giggles. While we're on the topic, Alessa said, can you all please use my name? I know there are rules, but I think some have gone off track over the past few 100 years. Screw rules, Kamaria said. They're overrated. Alessa smiled. Well, hi. I'm Alessa Palladino. Nice to officially meet you.
Alessa,
Caleb said.
Really? I would have pegged you as a Mary, or maybe Marie.
This is a fun little theological lesson, Kamaria said, earning an elbow from Caleb. But you still haven't told us who's going to hold your hand when the bugs come. That's what I'm trying to say. Alessa took a deep breath. I was sort of hoping it would be all of you. 4 pairs of eyes stared blankly at her. I think Caleb collapsed because you were each absorbing part of my power, so no one was overloaded. But when you let go, Caleb got the full force and it was too much.
Meaning?
Joseph said. Meaning, I'm supposed to have more than one Fonte, simultaneously.
Whoa,
Saida said. None of the texts ever mentioned such an idea. Didn't they, though? Alessa smiled sadly. Together we protect. It's in every song, on every mural. Maybe it's what Dea wanted from the beginning.
She told us to find safety in connection, in community. We, the people, wrote it down and turned it into a million rules, regulating everything a Finestra could wear, touch, love, or speak to. The gods didn't make those rules. That was us.
The apocalypse is coming in.
Caleb pretended to check his watch.
10 days? 11? Who can keep track? And we're throwing out the rule book. Nice. What about the part that says Gyote are evil?
Alessa couldn't smile. That one might take longer to fix, but we'll figure it out after we save the world. Joseph still looked dazed.
A team of Fontes?
Caleb cleared his throat.
I have it on good authority that the correct pluralization of the word is Fonti.
Kamaria punched him on the arm, and they broke into a childish slapping fight. Alessa watched them bicker with fierce affection. The Verità may have said loving no one was the only way to love everyone. But she'd fallen in love with Dante, and now her heart could burst with love for her friends. Love didn't demand perfection. The people, human, flawed, imperfect, who'd begun writing the Verità hundreds of years ago, might have started on the right path. But they'd gotten lost along the way. A pendulum swung so far it had snapped. And if they were wrong about that, they might be wrong about other things. She'd tried to be like Renata, strong and stoic, hiding her emotions beneath a layer of cold attachment. And it had never fit. She'd tried to be what she thought the gods wanted her to be, what she was told the people needed her to be, and it had gotten her 3 dead partners and a shell around her heart. She'd been stunted until she threw off the rules, shut the holy books, and let herself be the emotional, stubborn, distracted mess she was. Her mistake was play acting at being someone else. She was still Alessa. She was a person. A daughter, a sister, a lover, a friend. She didn't have to shed those roles to become Finestra. She only had to rearrange the parts she already had. She might be but one stitch in the tapestry, but every stitch had a purpose, and threads couldn't become art without them. To become one of many, she had to be one. And to win the battle, she needed her friends. 45. Tardi si vien con l'acqua, quando la casa è arsa. It is too late for water when the house is burned down. Days before Divorando. 7. 1 week before Divorando, Alessa couldn't take it any longer. Saida and Kamaria were asleep in her bed after she'd made a big show of falling asleep on the couch hours earlier, and Joseph and Caleb were staying in the Fonte suite. So when she stole out of her room and eased the door closed, the coast should have been clear. But Caleb, as always, was a pain in the ass.
Leaving without me?
He wheezed, hanging onto the railing. What are you doing out of bed?
I couldn't sleep, and I heard you stomping around out here. I'm going with you.
Going where? She asked, innocently. He gave her a look of utter exasperation.
If you say you took me to see the monster with my own eyes, maybe you won't get accused of treason. I wanted to scold the mongrel who dared to soil my angel, or something like that.
He waved a dismissive hand.
Come on, help me down the stairs.
Alessa didn't want company, and she didn't want to share the few stolen moments she got with Dante. But Caleb had a point. They paused midway across the courtyard so Caleb could catch his breath.
Has no one wondered why I haven't been out and about? Truly?
We told everyone you're taking your duties so seriously you've become a recluse. The waving was very helpful, though. He'd waved magnanimously down to the servants from the hallway railing the day before.
You're going to let him out, right?
Caleb winced with every step, his fingers digging into her arm, his free hand white on the railing. I can't. Ivinis told his supporters to back us instead of fighting us, and it would all fall apart if I aligned myself with a Gyote. I can't take that chance, especially after everyone agreed to let the marked in. We're finally united.
Yeah,
Caleb said.
Against someone who doesn't deserve it.
Shocking, I know, but it turns out this whole divine savior thing isn't quite as fun as they made it sound.
Not fun? What part of this isn't fun?
Caleb snorted with laughter.
I'm having the time of my life. Aren't you?
It's a party every day.
Carnevale from morning to midnight.
A birthday that never ends. As they slowly made their way down through the fortezza, they left the smooth walls of the main corridor for older, rougher tunnels, and finally, the catacombs. Caleb was trembling and sweaty despite the damp cold, and the echoes of his wheezing made it seem as though the thousands of skulls lining the walls were breathing. 2 half-asleep guards stood outside the crypt, where every deceased Fonte and Finestra lay in state. We're here to pray for the... Alessa struggled to get the words out.
Revoltingly hideous monster,
Caleb finished for her, speaking far louder than necessary. He grimaced and waved the guards away.
Shoo, will you? It's bad enough without being gawked at.
The guards traded irritated glances, but let them pass. The mausoleum was entirely made of stone, with individual tombs on either side, gated to keep their occupants' eternal slumber from being disturbed. When they reached the first empty crypt, which Alessa realized with a lurch might someday be hers, she could make out the lone figure in the dark. The day she'd met him, Dante had been in a cage, but he'd been magnificent, dominating the space with grace and power. Now, he slumped in a corner, his eyes dull and lifeless. And it was her fault. She might have thrown herself at the bars in a sobbing mess if Caleb hadn't shattered the moment.
You're not dead,
Caleb said cheerfully. Dante stood slowly, as if it took too much effort to move.
Neither are you.
Caleb bent close to the bars and spoke in a stage whisper.
Don't know if you heard, but she tried her very best.
Dante's lip curled in a half-smile.
She tried to kill me a few times, too. First torture, then she locks you up.
Caleb shook his head.
Women.
Alessa rolled her eyes. Yes, this is obviously a woman thing. She could have kissed Caleb for making light of the situation, though. Dante couldn't disguise his misery, his every movement jerky with tension, from the unconscious clench of his fingers to the tick in his jaw. It nearly broke her.
She told you her theory?
Caleb asked Dante. After she finished explaining, Dante said nothing at first, merely stared at the wall. Then,
all of them, huh? You couldn't have figured that out a few weeks ago?
They laughed for too long, sitting in the dark, with bars between them and marble tombs all around, amidst the scurrying of rats and insects, a few days away from Armageddon. Caleb gave them a sheepish grin.
Well, I'm sure you'd like some privacy, but I don't think I can make it up the stairs without help.
He turned to Alessa.
And you shouldn't be here alone.
Dante tensed.
Relax, said Caleb. I'm not accusing you of anything. Well, I mean, not my business. Actually, I guess it is my business, but
I don't really want it to be. So anyway, there are appearances to keep up, and it needs to look like she hates you, so I'll just turn around for a few minutes.
It was as close as they'd get to being alone, so Alessa put Caleb from her mind and pressed her face to the bars. Dante met her there, warm skin framed by cold metal. She worked her hands into the stained fabric of his shirt, pulling him as close as she could. The only sound was his rasping breath. "Not much longer," she whispered. "I'll never let this happen to you again."
Don't make promises you can't keep, Lucemia.
Dante kissed her forehead through the bars.
And don't worry about me. I've been through worse. Probably will again.
Her cheeks grew wet with tears. "How did you survive it for all those years?" Dante made a low, exhausted sound.
You don't want to hear about that.
"I want to know everything you're willing to share with me." She lifted his hand to trace the lines on his dirt-creased palm, seeking to memorize the feel of every calloused fingertip and taut tendon. Raising it to her mouth, she pressed a kiss to the dark smudge inside his wrist, all that remained of the false tattoo, in silent apology. "You don't have to tell me anything, especially now. It's not the time."
I'm in a jail cell. Seems like the perfect time for confessions.
Dante drew her hand through the bars and held it to his rough cheek.
He used to taunt me.
Alessa swallowed. She'd come to recognize the inflection on the word he when Dante discussed his abuser. He never said the man's name, and she suspected he never would. Names had power, as Dante knew.
He liked to remind me that I was the last Giotte. You're all alone, and you'll die alone, and when you do, there will be no more. Like he knew that would break me.
The Scarabeo had better eat him slowly. Dante huffed a laugh.
He was wrong, though, and I held on to that for 3 years.
She resented the involuntary tremor her body conjured at the thought of other Giotte prowling the forests of Saverio like she'd always imagined in her nightmares. But a lifetime of tales were hard to forget. "There are others? On Saverio?"
Not anymore.
Dante's grip eased, tacit permission for her to pull away, but she didn't.
By the time I got free and went to find them, they were dead, burned in their beds. Nothing left of their house but ash and ruins.
Alessa closed her eyes against the sting of tears.
I refused to believe it at first. Went to the nearest village, certain they'd be there, and I saw my aunt. She'd barely look at me, told me to get as far away as possible, change my name, and never come back. She's not Giotte, so they spared her. But Uncle Matteo and Talia, gone.
No wonder he cursed the gods. Crollo might have made his body impervious to injury, but not his heart. She refused to believe Dante was cursed, but she couldn't deny his life had been. Yet, somehow, he'd kept swimming against an ocean of grief, fighting the current that fought to drag him down, to shape him into Crollo's monster. She twined their fingers together. "It's almost over. Soon, it'll be nothing but clear skies, cats, and beaches forevermore." He smiled sadly.
You're going to do great, you know.
She rubbed the back of his hand with her thumb. "I'd fight better if I had Saverio's best bodyguard looking out for me." Dante's sigh was so heavy with regret, she felt it in her toes. The final days sped past in a dizzying blur of preparations, as the fortezza prepared to become a hospital, and the army readied their battle stations, while the ragged militia practiced with their ugly but effective-looking homemade weaponry in the piazza. Alessa and the Fontes trained unceasingly. They worked out a system, a rotation of sorts, to be sure everyone had a chance to breathe and restore their strength, while ensuring no one was left alone to bear the brunt of her power. Even now, the few times their timing was off left the Fontes in agony. With every day, her power grew, as though it, too, could sense the looming darkness on the horizon. Dante loomed, too, his face appearing in her mind at all times, no matter how inopportune. And every time, her power ran away with her. Caleb didn't participate in the training, though he'd offered, but they let him sit in a chair, covered with blankets, despite his irritated protests that he looked like a sad old man. 3 days before Divorando, their training was interrupted by a kitchen maid nervously twisting her hands in a flour-covered apron. Apparently, a certain delivery boy had barricaded himself inside the pantry, refusing to leave unless Alessa spoke with him. The girl would have called the guards to knock down the door and drag him out, but it seemed the kitchen staff was rather fond of the charming boy from the bakery, and they were hoping Alessa wouldn't insist on that option. "Traitors," Alessa muttered. After sending the girl to relay a carefully worded message laden with swear words, Alessa gave a terse summary of her last run-in with her brainwashed brother, before leading Saida, Joseph, and Camaria downstairs. Caleb stayed behind, sulking at missing out on the fun. The kitchen staff cleared out when Alessa arrived. "Go home, Adric," she said, glaring through the cracked pantry door.
Not until you listen to me.
"The last time I listened to you, you tried to get me to kill myself." Joseph stepped toward the pantry.
"Would you like us to make him leave, Finestra? I'm happy to freeze him out, or Camaria could light the door on fire."
Camaria cracked her knuckles loudly. Adric's hair blew around his face as Saida joined in.
"I was an ass, and I'm sorry," Adric said. "If you'd rather light me on fire than listen, so be it. But I'm not leaving."
Alessa groaned. "Give us a minute, but if I shout, come running." Camaria, Joseph, and Saida retreated to the far side of the kitchen, wearing matching glares, as Adric slunk out of the pantry.
"I'm sorry,"
Adric said, his shoulders hunched.
"I've felt terrible ever since. Well, you know. But I really thought I was doing the right thing. How could I have known you were being sabotaged? I didn't even think Gyote still existed."
Alessa flexed her fingers. This was the point, wasn't it? To let Dante take the fall so she was absolved from blame. Still, it was infuriating to hear it from Adric's lips.
"I got so stinking drunk that night because I was all torn up, and the brother I was drinking with kept rambling on about this kid he tried to save from damnation, swore he was a Gyote, and he'd tracked him down to the city where the kid was fighting for money. Anyway, it took me a few days to figure out why the name sounded familiar, but eventually it clicked."
Alessa cursed.
"I told Ivini as soon as I found out,"
Adric went on, oblivious.
"And he saved you, so we're even, right?"
Alessa's hands itched to wrap around her brother's neck. "You told Ivini? Because you thought it would make me forgive you? If you weren't my brother, I'd kill you." Adric's mouth moved in silent confusion.
I thought... Alessa, he's a Gyote."
"I'm aware," she said. "A Gyote who saved my life more than once, including the time my own brother tried to convince me to kill myself. So, that's why you're here?
To claim credit for saving me from the Gyote? Dante helped me. He believed in me. He never betrayed me. Sorry to break it to you, Adric, but you can't lay the blame on him. Still wish I'd taken that poison? Adric exhaled shakily. No, I'm really glad you didn't. You're my sister. I love you. She rolled her eyes. And... He cringed. And because a ship arrived from Altari an hour ago, crammed with people. Altari? Why? Alessa asked. Is their Finestra even worse than I am? Adric swallowed. Their Finestra is dead. The air beat against her eardrums. A new one didn't rise. Their island is completely defenseless. Are you saying I have 2 islands counting on me now? Alessa said. Just when she thought the weight of responsibility couldn't possibly get heavier. So what? You heard their story and realized you could have been responsible for 2 islands being in their position? Adric seemed to shrink in on himself. Doesn't feel good, does it? Welcome to my life, Adric. It's a lot easier to blame someone else when things go wrong than it is when your decisions have terrible consequences. If I'd taken that poison, 2 islands worth of people would be waiting to die. Go ahead, Adric said flatly. Let them turn me into an icicle or a torch or whatever. Did you see my brother, Shomari? Kamaria interrupted, unable to pretend she wasn't eavesdropping for another moment. Or are other ships still on the way? Adric made a face. They put the most vulnerable people on the fastest ships and sent them first. Their gifted folk took the last and slowest, because they'll have a better chance of defending themselves if they don't make it in time. Kamaria deflated. There's still time, though. We could have a whole army of Fontes on the peak. Adric said, looking a bit grey. The wind hasn't blown all day, though. This ship barely made it. Alessa's vision of an army of Fontes vanished in a puff, but the disappointment paled in comparison to her horror at the thought of a ship stranded at sea when the Scarabeo came. My gift is wind, Saida said. Is this my cue to run to the docks? And so, with Caleb weakened, Kamaria injured, and Saida setting off on a desperate rescue mission, Alessa's newfound team of Fontes dwindled once more. 46. Le leggi sono fatte per i tristi. Laws were made for rogues. Days before Divorando. 2. Alessa's final training session with her remaining Fontes was falling apart. The next day was reserved for prayer and rest, as the Finestra and Fonte asked for Dea's blessings, the soldiers readied their weapons, and the last of Saverio settled into their assigned quarters inside the fortezza, which would be locked at midnight. She needed every minute of practice, but it was impossible to focus. Saida still hadn't returned, so somewhere beyond the horizon, an entire ship of Fontes was lost at sea, unprotected. The weather had turned chaotic. Frigid rain 1 hour, scorching sun the next, sudden windstorms ripping shingles from rooftops and sending them skittering across the piazza like autumn leaves. And every climatic shift was punctuated by shudders from the island itself. Meanwhile, Dante was moldering away in a crypt, and Alyssa couldn't close her eyes without envisioning marble walls cracking, metal bars screaming under a ceiling collapsing into a crush of rubble. The Cittadella had weathered every Divorando before, and Dea would hold it together through this one as well. But Alessa's gut twisted every time she thought of Dante, caged and alone in the darkness. She had one job, one responsibility: to use Dea's gift to save them. But this last practice, when she should have been at her peak, she kept slipping, losing control, and overwhelming her training partners. She kept insisting it was only nerves, but it wasn't. She'd visited Dante twice before Renata caught her returning and banned her from doing so again. Each time, he'd seemed more faded than the last. They might both be dead soon, and his last breaths would be spent in the exact type of misery he'd been running from for years. Caleb threw his blankets on the ground and stood.
Enough.
Enough what? Kamaria snapped. Her injured leg had given out an hour earlier, and she sat on the floor, looking mutinous.
She's falling apart.
I'm sorry. Alessa folded in on herself. It won't happen during battle, I promise. Caleb made a face.
Just let me do it already.
Kamaria glared. Do what?
Take his place. Obviously. We all know why she's a mess. I'll take a snooze behind bars, and you'll be able to keep your mind on the fight.
Alessa wrinkled her brow. I don't think the people of Severio will trade their fonte for a gyote.
They don't have to know, Caleb said grimly. One man in a crypt is as good as another if you're afraid to get too close.
If people found out...
They lock the fortezza until the battle is over, and anyone who tries to open the gates after midnight tonight gets kicked out. All I have to do is avoid turning around until the gates are shut, and it's done. It's a win-win, really. For everyone but me.
Why would you do that? Caleb picked at his fingernails.
He'll be a lot more useful than me on that peak. I can't say I was looking forward to fighting, but it turns out I'm even less excited to sit around and hide under blankets like a worthless lump. So, give him a sword and shove me in with the dead. At least I'll be helping in some way. And how do you suggest we switch you without anyone noticing?
Kamaria asked. Caleb collapsed into his chair.
Do you expect me to do all the work here?
I have an idea. Alessa lit up with hope. I happen to have a brother who owes me a favor.
Well,
Caleb asked, stepping out from behind Alessa's screen.
How do I look?
In Dante's clothing, with his hair darkened by grease, Caleb could have tricked most people into thinking he was Dante. Not Alessa, though. Maybe if she didn't look straight at him. No, not even then. But his disguise would have to be good enough. As far as Renata and Tomu knew, Alessa, Caleb, Kamaria, and Joseph were holed up in her suite, strategizing and exchanging last-minute advice. It wasn't entirely false. They just had another victory to secure first. Caleb leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and glared at Joseph and Kamaria.
Not bad, eh?
Spot on, Alessa said. It felt wrong to laugh at a time like this, but they were all nervous, and laughter might be the best release. Kamaria jabbed Caleb in the side.
You just have to lie down and not move. This isn't the time to get cocky.
Caleb looked down his nose at Kamaria and picked up a large hunter-green cloak with a magenta lining, swooping it over his shoulders.
Cammy, I was born cocky.
Gross. Kamaria made a gagging face. In tan-colored pants, tied at the waist with twine, her hair covered by a plaid cap, Kamaria looked like the world's prettiest delivery boy. With any luck, no one would recognize her and wonder why so many fontes were wandering around the crypts hours before the cittadella was locked in preparation for Divorando. Can we please stay on task? Alessa asked. Joseph, you'll be waiting. Kamaria?
Ready?
Kamaria pulled a matchbox from her pocket and struck a match. With a flare, she made the flickering spot of fire hop from the match to a lantern waiting on the table nearby, growing and shrinking the flame until it was precisely as she wanted it.
"This will be fun."
"If we don't get caught," Alessa said.
"What are they going to do?"
Caleb said.
"Banish us? Too late now. They lock up at midnight. No one in, no one out, until the war is won. Or lost. Please don't lose, though. I'm going to be so mad if I spend my last days in some nasty jail cell."
Alessa blew out a breath. "I guess we're ready then." Kamaria gave Alessa a saucy wink and tipped her cap. Below the Cittadella, the main tunnel rumbled with voices. The air was thick with shared breath and the constant noise of people. People everywhere. Alessa and Caleb stopped frequently to accept words of encouragement and share sympathetic smiles with the Altarians, who were mixed in with Severians. On Alessa's arm, Caleb flashed grins and blew kisses, making a spectacle of waving his cloak around to be sure everyone saw him in it. The gates were open for 1 more hour. They turned the final corridor to the crypts and found the entrance blocked by a crowd of civilians and a half-dozen robed cult members, including Ivini. One of the robed people was Adric. Giving Alessa a pointed look, he raised a hand as though to scratch his ear, signing one-handed, "I tried." Alessa gritted her teeth. Adric's only job had been convincing Ivini to let him stand guard over the Gyotte for the night. He was supposed to be alone. Instead, it was a veritable party of everyone she didn't want to see.
"Ah, Finestra, Fonte," Ivini said, his eyes glittering at the sight of Alessa and Caleb. "What brings you down here?"
Alessa smiled with benign grace. "One last visit to pray over the creature, Padre. By blessing him, I hope to mitigate the pall he casts over our fortezza."
"Wonderful," Ivini breathed. "We came to do the same. You must have heard, as I did, that the brave soldiers who were guarding him had to report for battle duty. But no fear, we promise to take over. We'll make sure the prisoner is watched properly."
"Lovely," Alessa said, twisting her hands inside her pockets. Time for the backup plan. Alessa led the absurdly large procession into the crypts and knelt before Dante's prison. He was curled in the very back, on the ground, and he didn't move despite the noise of so many people outside. Her heart thudded in her ears, but she began reciting Dea's blessing as slowly as possible. Dante made no sign he was even alive. "Dea, if you love me at all, it's the perfect time for a miracle." Instead, she got a rock. It struck the bars, ricocheting back at her. Alessa whirled to face the crowd. "Who threw that?" Blank faces. A little boy raised his hand. "I wasn't aiming for you, miss. I thought I had a shot at the Gyotte." Alessa saw red. "We are here to pray." "But I didn't get my chance yet." The boy squawked as a man, presumably his father, hauled him back by his shirt, hissing for him to be quiet. His chance. He hadn't had his chance to throw a rock at the Gyotte. Dante's stillness was more ominous than ever. It had never been so difficult to act calm and in control. Just when it couldn't possibly get worse, Nina arrived. 47. In bocca al lupo, crepi il lupo. Into the wolf's mouth, may the wolf die. Days before Divorando. 1.
Padre, you shouldn't go near that creature,
Nina sniffed, thrusting her chin in the air.
Oh, hello, Joseph. Funny seeing you here. Still running errands for the Finestra?
Duty called, Joseph said, looking proud as a peacock. And I answered.
I bet it did.
Nina looked up at the ceiling, blinking as if trying not to cry.
I knew you'd run back to her. She's clearly captivated you with her beauty and benevolence. How could a mere mortal ever compete?
Joseph puffed himself up even more.
We're facing the end of the world, Nina. The future of every life on Severio is more important than your silly feelings.
Nina's mouth fell open.
Silly? Feelings?
Oh, good grief,
Kamaria muttered from somewhere in the crowd. And every lantern sputtered out. Nina let out an ear-splitting shriek. Then it was nothing but scuffling, yelling, and Caleb whispering in Alessa's ear.
This is going smashingly, isn't it?
Alessa pulled an ungloved hand from her pocket. A small hand grasped it, and her stomach lurched. Shouts of dismay echoed through the crypt, calling for someone to relight the lanterns, but every match struck flared out immediately. The hand was gone, and silk brushed her arm.
Doesn't anyone have a light?
Alessa said. A flame burst to life, so bright she had to shield her eyes. Kamaria, cap pulled down to shade her face, swaggered over, holding out a lantern.
Here, miss,
she said, her voice pitched low.
Mine seems to be working.
Ivini snatched the lantern before Alessa could. Ignoring a flurry of indignant gasps, he hurried to the metal gate of Dante's prison, banging the lantern against the bars in his haste. The same still form lay curled in the back. Eyes narrowed with suspicion, Ivini lowered the light to study the heavy padlock, intact and untouched.
Excuse me,
Alessa said. Grumbling under his breath, Ivini handed it over. Alessa tugged her companion toward the corridor, where a suspicious number of lanterns had gone out. The hooded cloak shadowed his face, but not enough to disguise the bruises at such a close distance.
What did they do to you? I thought they didn't have a key.
Dante spoke through gritted teeth.
Don't need a key when you can throw rocks.
Rage burned through her veins, but it had to wait. She'd planned for a quick march through the crowded levels with an alert Dante playing along. Instead, his arm grew heavier around her shoulders, his steps halting, and as they made painstaking progress toward the more crowded levels, every face turning to watch sent a bolt of fear through her. She cast a desperate look over her shoulder at Kamaria and Joseph, who were hanging back and trying to blend in with the hundreds of other Severians milling about. People would panic if they raced to prop up Caleb, but it would be worse if he fell. Even worse if everyone realized it wasn't Caleb at all. Eventually, they reached the main corridor, and she could make out the Cittadella gate.
Almost there,
she whispered.
Only a little farther.
2 figures stepped into their path. Of all the moments.
Finestra,
her mother said, her hand white-knuckled on Papa's arm.
I'd appreciate a second of your time.
Alessa braced her feet to keep Dante upright.
We're in a bit of a hurry, I'm afraid.
Please.
Her voice faltered.
Your brother told us what he did.
I don't have a brother,
Alessa said, her tone flat.
Or a family.
And it still hurt as badly as it had the day she'd left.
I know you're angry at me, but I was trying to do as I was told.
as the gods wanted me to. Adric, she raised a hand to her mouth.
He should have protected you.
Her father tugged at his short beard.
Not done what he did.
Dante stumbled, catching himself as though he'd almost passed out, and it sent a bolt of panic through Alessa. I'm glad you object to your son trying to kill the Finestra, but I really must go. We object to our son trying to hurt his sister. Her mother tugged at a lock of gray-threaded hair come loose from her bun. I was raised to believe it was my duty to forsake my child if he or she was chosen. But I had a duty to you as well. I knew, she waved a hand. I knew he visited, and I never asked. I was afraid of what I'd hear. And now, she pressed a hand to her mouth, her breath hissing. I should have asked. I should have come.
Did he harm you?
Papa asked. No, Alessa said. She didn't know if Dante was fully aware of her words, but she said them for him too. He protected me, always.
When I think of how lonely you must have been to welcome him into your confidence.
Adric jogged up, alarm written across his face as he took in the family reunion.
I already apologized, Papa. Let her go. She's got important stuff to do.
Alessa shot Adric a desperate look, her knees buckling under Dante's weight. At least take these. Her mother held out a bundle of envelopes bound with string.
Okay, Mama, let them go.
Adric took the parcel and bent to wedge it into the pocket of Dante's cloak, blanching as he peeked beneath the hood. Mama's brow furrowed as Dante's bowed head lolled forward. They needed to get him inside. Now. Mama, Papa, Alessa whispered, holding them with her gaze. If you've ever believed me about anything, trust me on this. He's Dea's child as much as you or I, probably more. I know what the Veritas says, but if you say it, we believe you, Mama said. Desperate relief flooded Alessa's body. Then, help me. They might not have fully understood, but her parents weren't fools. May I pray with you, Finestra? Her mother asked loudly. My husband and son would like to pray with our good Fonte. Papa threw his beefy arms wide, and Alessa shoved Dante at him. A Finestra couldn't touch anyone but their Fonte, but a Fonte wasn't limited the same way. With a jovial grin, Papa dragged Dante's arm around his shoulders, while Adric gave his arm a hearty squeeze, and together they walked him toward the gate. Joseph and Camaria slipped past, while Alessa pretended to listen to her mother's rambling prayer. When they were nearly to the gate, Mama's prayer trailed off. Her eyes welled with tears. Be safe, my sweet girl. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Alessa hurried to catch up with Papa and Dante. At the gate to the Cittadella, her father clapped Dante on the back, practically knocking him into Joseph. Camaria's gift again made every lantern in the corridor sputter out, drawing scattered screams from every direction as they tumbled inside. Adric and Joseph shared the load of getting Dante up the stairs, every step seeming higher than the last, until they reached the main floor and Adric had to turn back. Alessa took over, and together they minced across the courtyard, their odd clothing and stilted movements drawing a confused stare from a passing guard. Alessa grinned widely. Too many toasts, but a little espresso will sort him right out. The guard shrugged. Upstairs, Camaria hobbled around, fetching soap and juice, while Joseph steadied Dante so Alessa could help him out of his filthy clothes. Alessa looked up from trying to wrench off Dante's shoes, at a gasp from the doorway. I wasn't looking, Joseph! I wasn't looking!
Nina covered her eyes. Joseph sighed and shook his head. Did I do all right? Nina wiggled with pride. I know my acting was a bit over the top, but I had to commit, or it would never be convincing. Joseph, you were so dashing. The bars bent back in place beautifully, and I think the scream really helped. It did, Alessa said. Thank you. Nina's lip trembled. Least I could do. I'm really... You can apologize after the battle, okay? Tears glittered on Nina's coppery lashes. Or during? Alessa smiled. Sure. We're bound to have a few breaks, right? Kamaria deposited a tray of steaming bowls and mugs on the table and swiped the pile of Dante's filthy, torn clothing from the floor. I'll toss these. Alessa didn't even bother taking off her own clothes when she and Joseph got Dante down to the salt baths, wading into the water fully dressed. I'll yell if I need you. Joseph nodded. I'll bring down the broth. One arm around his chest, Alessa cradled Dante in the water, using her other hand to wet his hair and stroke it back from his face. Her heart tightened at the memory of when she was the injured one soaking, while Dante lounged on the stairs, scoffing at her theories about Gyote. She couldn't remember what she'd said, but her words must have stung, adding another layer of cuts on top of a lifetime of scars. How many times had Dante bit his tongue while people like her discussed how evil he was, how selfish and horrible his parents had been? She'd spent years wondering if there was something wrong with her, if she was a mistake, a flaw in the divine tapestry of the world, and it had nearly killed her. He'd lived with it his entire life. Despite a lifetime of misery, Dante had helped a little girl in an alley being bullied by someone stronger and more powerful. He'd chosen to say yes when a scared young woman asked for help. He'd stayed when he could have left, loved when he could have hated, and he'd let himself be locked up to protect people who had no qualms about making him suffer. They didn't deserve him. Joseph tiptoed into the bathing room with the tray, nudging it close to the edge so Alessa could reach. Dante's eyes were closed, but he drifted in and out of consciousness, occasionally wincing as she dabbed his wounds with a wet cloth. Don't bother. I'll heal soon enough, he said. She reached for a spoon, determined to get some sustenance into him so his powers could work unhindered. Will you let me take care of you for once? No one takes care of me, he slurred. Tears pricked her eyes. I do. Now shush. The broth, or his powers, revived him enough for a smile to curl his lips. Aren't you supposed to kiss injuries to make them better? She pressed a kiss to his temple. That doesn't count. If I kiss you like I want to, she scolded, you'd drop dead from exertion. Heal yourself, and I'll make it worth your while. His eyes opened. When is divorando? Not for another day. Don't worry about it right now. You need to rest. Joseph must have been waiting with his ears cocked at the top of the stairs because he clattered down the moment she called for help. Together, they hauled Dante from the water, wrapped him in towels, and maneuvered him up the stairs. Joseph was adorably mortified about tucking a sleeping Yote into his Finestra's bed. Go and be with Nina. She did great. Joseph beamed at her. She did, didn't she? She really is very sorry. Alessa stopped him with a hand. We've all made mistakes. She was scared and trying to protect someone she loved. I've had enough revenge fantasies tonight to understand that. Besides, I'm going to need all of you on the peak. Joseph bowed low.
It will be my honor, Finestra.
Alessa laughed. After tonight, don't you think you can bring yourself to use my name?
It would be an honor, Miss Palladino.
She nudged his shoulder. Good enough for now. We'll work on it. When Joseph was gone, she crawled into bed beside Dante. He groaned and opened one eye.
I feel like shit.
You look like shit. He wheezed a laugh.
Oh, Luce mia, you do know how to make a man's heart flutter.
He groaned.
Is this what it feels like to die? Should I tell you my name now?
You're not dying. You're malnourished and not healing at your usual rate. But you can tell me your name.
Huh,
he said with a wince.
Nice try. If I'm not dying, you don't get it until after you save the world.
Well, you're too feeble to run away, so I'll get it out of you eventually. Now sleep. At some point, his breathing settled, and with it, her last reserves of energy abandoned her. She clung to him through the night, legs threaded with his, face pressed to his shoulder, counting the hours in the metronome of his heartbeat. She woke to Dante's sleep-roughened voice.
Aren't you supposed to spend this time in worship?
Alessa threw the covers back, sighing in relief at his lack of bruises. What does it look like I'm doing? He made a low sound of approval as she ran a hand down his chest.
Gotta remember what you're fighting for, eh? Didn't you say you'd kiss all my injuries?
You had a lot of injuries, but I'll do my best. When hunger finally drove them from bed, Alessa and Dante raided the stash of food left by the kitchen staff before they'd retreated to the safety of the fortezza. The morning slid by in a flurry of kissing, strategizing, eating. Dante insisted they fuel for battle, which apparently meant snacking every hour, and the occasional stretch of stillness when the full impact of what they were about to face knocked the breath from Alessa. In those moments, Dante seemed to sense the shift in her mood before she did, and he'd pull her onto his lap to quiet her fluttering fingers with a squeeze of his hands, holding her until it passed. During one bout of nervous shivers, he pulled a cloak from the back of the couch and draped it over them.
What's this?
He pulled out a bundle of papers, and she took it, untying the string in silence. Letters, she said. From my mother. She flipped through the stack, noting the dates written on the top of each, but not reading any further.
You going to read them?
She closed her eyes. I don't know. I'm overwhelmed just knowing she wrote them at all. Dante gave her a peck on the cheek.
I'll give you a minute to think about it.
He left to take a shower, and she dared to open the first letter, dated on her 14th birthday, weeks after she'd left home for the cittadella. My dear girl, I know I'm not supposed to, but I can't help missing you more than words can say. They held a parade for you today. Adric says you looked beautiful, but I couldn't bring myself to go. How could I, when it would break my heart even more to see you and have to pretend you aren't my daughter? Knock, knock. Had enough prayer yet? Alessa scrubbed her face of tears and tucked the letter into Dante's book of Proverbs, holding it close as she went to open the door. Everyone dressed and decent after all that praying? Camaria peeked through a gap in her fingers. Can't have my virgin eyes sullied on the eve of battle. Nina blushed, and Joseph looked scandalized. We didn't want to interrupt your prayer. Nina shot Kamaria a scolding look for her snorted laugh. But we wanted to check on Dante, and the sun is setting, so the day of prayer is technically over. Besides, we have nothing to do but rest, and it's too early to sleep.
We could spend some more time worrying, Kamaria said. That's still on my to-do list.
There was another knock on the door.
Dea, help us, Alessa said. It's the day before the apocalypse, and we're throwing a party.
Adric stood outside, looking sheepish.
What are you doing here? Alessa demanded. You're supposed to be inside the fortezza. I knew you'd fuss, so I hid until the gates were locked. Too late now. I'm going to fight with the militia and help tend the wounded. Warrior medic at your service.
Alessa sagged against the doorframe.
Now you decide to be heroic? I swear you'll be the death of me.
Adric smiled hesitantly.
At least this time it's not intentional.
She sighed.
Come in, then. We have enough food to serve the whole army, but nothing's hot, and the beverage selection is lacking, unless you're a fan of room temperature limoncello.
Adric rubbed his hands together.
My favorite. I believe some of you have met my brother.
Adric's assistance with their heist hadn't been enough to outweigh his past offenses, but it appeared they'd tolerate him. Dante strolled out, half-dressed, as she finished the tense introductions. Adric startled, visibly astonished at the sight of Dante glowing with health, in stark contrast to the broken wretch they'd smuggled out of the crypt the night before.
Oh, hey, gang's all here,
Dante said, bicep flexing as he dragged a hand through his damp hair. Adric made a soft noise of approval and elbowed Alessa, which she pointedly ignored.
They came to check on you, she said. And my jackass brother decided to become a medic at the 11th hour, so we're stuck with him too. I'm kicking them out after we eat, because everyone needs a good night's sleep. Yeah, Kamaria said, waving her off. Any last-minute instructions? Pep talks? Battle cries? Yes, Joseph said. We need a team motto.
Dante eyed the book of Proverbs in Alessa's hands.
In bocca al lupo. In the mouth of the wolf. It means good luck. The wolf's mouth? Kamaria said. I don't get it. Some say it means to face danger, the wolf, and hope for victory. Others think it refers to how a mother wolf carries her babies, safe from harm despite her sharp teeth. The correct response is crepi lupo, or crepi. May the wolf die.
Alessa flinched.
It's just an expression,
Dante said to her alone.
I like it, said Joseph. In bocca al lupo. Crepi! Kamaria shouted back, fist raised, but it sounded more like crappy. And everyone laughed, except for Dante, and it seemed to cost him immense effort not to. When this battle is over, I'm giving you all pronunciation lessons. All right, Alessa said. Now that we have our rallying cry, dig in.
Eat, drink, and be merry.
Nina passed a basket of fresh bread to Joseph. Kamaria raised her baguette like a flute of Prosecco. For tomorrow, we may die.
48. Tutti son bravi quando l'inimico fugge. All are brave when the enemy flies. Divorando. Doom had a color. Not quite black, but a dark gray shot with blue that reeked of foreboding. A distant shadow on the slate sea grew closer and larger, expanding to hide the horizon. Below Finestra's peak, the surface of the ocean was still, holding its breath. The low, steady beat of the infantry's drumline was meant to evoke an army of steady heartbeats thumping in time. No fear, no doubt, no individuals. A collective. Alessa's heart revolted, hammering so fast it seemed to lose its rhythm every few beats. Windows were boarded and streets swept clean. Her army was a phalanx of gleaming armor, but the wall of metal could not entirely hide the people behind it. The grimy but determined faces of the slapdash militia peered through the gaps, searching for salvation. Searching for her. She could almost see herself through their eyes. A girl on a cliff, clad in only a thin shift, a breastplate, and a helmet, her arms and hands, legs and feet, bare. Every limb had to be exposed and accessible for her fontes, not fonte, to easily grasp even if they fell. They, too, wore minimal armor, only a tunic of delicate chainmail and a helmet, pants cut off mid-calf. The captain of the guard and his finest fighters manned points around the peak, ready to die if needed to keep Alessa and the Fontes alive to fight. Dante stood between the Fontes and their ranks, a bit closer to Alessa than the rest of the guards, because he was still somewhat pretending to be Caleb. Tomo, Renata, and the members of the Consiglio were barricaded behind the high walls of the Cittadella, coordinating communication between the various battalions stationed around the island to stop any scarabeo who made it past the first defenses, ready and waiting to coordinate the rescue of wounded. Soon, the hillside would be littered with shredded bodies, the dirt stained with blood. If she only watched the surface of the ocean, she might have thought a storm was rolling in. A shadow stretching across the waves, a hum that became a rumble. But the cascade of terror washing over her was not from the weather. Wings beat, the sound of a runaway cart on a track rolling ever faster down a steep hill. Her heart accelerated. With the ocean still, there was no crash or roar of the waves to muffle the drone of a million wings, the clicking of mandibles. In every past divorando, Finestra and Fonte had lived to walk away. Would they today? Would anyone? She held out her hands to Joseph and Camaria. It was absolutely ridiculous to feel embarrassed while waiting for death, but Alessa shuffled her feet and stared at the ground after letting go for the second time. It was hard to gauge distances over an ocean, and she kept acting too early. And every time she took their hands, holding her power in check, the entire army stomped their feet and banged their weapons together, making it even more awkward when another 10 minutes passed without an attack. As she dropped their hands and kicked her feet to stay limber, Dante broke from the line of Fontes and came over to her. He flipped up his face shield to reveal brown eyes beneath tousled dark hair and smiled his crooked grin. This close, he blocked her view of everything beyond, and for several breaths, there was no army, no field of weapons and fighters. Only the ocean at her back, wind whipping loose tendrils of hair into her face. Only Dante, who moved carefully so no one would see him clasp her hand between them.
You can do this.
I know. Alessa managed to resist hurling herself into his arms. She would, because she had to. And sometimes that was all there was. Necessity. She loved her home. She loved the people of Saverio. She would protect them at any cost. It seemed so simple now. It hadn't, not so long ago. But the past month had reminded her about love, and she'd never forget again. Saverio did not have to love her, or protect her, or give her anything. She loved the island like a mother loved a child, without weighing the costs or benefits, the way she loved Dante. If he hadn't come or hadn't loved her, she still would have loved him until her dying breath. Love was not conditional. It simply was.
"I'll be right behind you,"
he said, and kissed her hand. A shout rose from below, but the swarm was still a way off. Confused, Alessa turned to see a man wading through the crowd. The soldiers let him pass. They shouldn't have. 49. A chi dici il tuo segreto, doni la tua libertà. Do not put a sword into your enemy's hands. I vini marched a sheepish Caleb through the ranks of soldiers.
"Hello there, Finestra,"
Caleb called up with a cheery wave.
"This chap just can't let it go. Made them open the gates and everything. But I want it noted in every history book that I told him it is a banishable offense. More than once. He's not the best listener."
Ivini's eyes flashed from below.
"She brought the creature to stand beside her. I was right all along."
"And I was right about you," Alessa shot back. "So determined to win at all costs that you've thrown away your chance to be sheltered. They're coming, Padre Ivini. If you aren't ready to fight, I hope you're ready to die." Ivini glanced back at the troops.
"I had to warn the armies. A Gyote on the peak? Unacceptable."
"Are you volunteering to take his place?" she asked. "We do have the best view." Caleb pulled himself up onto a nearby armory wagon, stocked with extra weaponry for anyone who lost theirs in the chaos. After a prolonged rummaging, Caleb pulled out a broadsword, then, with a laugh, a fencing foil. He pulled the cork from its tip and tossed it at Ivini's feet.
"They locked up behind you, Padre. Better grab a weapon or find a house to shelter in. If anyone will let you in, that is. You weren't a big fan of harboring others, though, were you?"
Ivini began yelling at the soldiers, demanding they climb the peak and drag Dante off, but Alessa strode to the edge. It was time to see where their loyalties truly lay. "Is this the line? Have we reached it yet?" She spoke to the army. "Will you make us weaker so you can kill a man? A Gyote, but still a man, who came willingly to fight for Saverio, even though he wasn't required to? Will you risk your friends and families by striking down a warrior blessed with healing abilities, who climbed the peak today to protect your Finestra and Fontes?" They stared at her, uncertain. "Why are we here, if not to fight? Why are we fighting, if not to live? Dante can fight. He's hard to kill. I chose him to be my guard, and he's here to protect me. I ask you now, will you fight me? Because I won't let you take him. Not again." A clang of metal made her flinch. Captain Papatonis, scowling ominously, struck his chest with the flat of his sword, then took a knee. For a breathless minute, Alessa thought he would be the only one. Then a handful of soldiers echoed the movement, more and more, until nearly every metal-clad warrior bowed their heads in salute. Behind them, the ragged militia in their makeshift armor and helmets raised fists in solidarity. And if their roar of approval was a bit too fierce with pride at seeing a fellow outcast standing before the thousands of elite soldiers, she didn't begrudge them. Padre Ivini blanched, realizing he'd made a terrible mistake. Alessa smiled grimly at her soldiers. "Today, we fight together." The soldiers rose to stand at attention, a rolling wave of silver up the hillside. Trebuchets and archers stood at the ready, swords and scythes were drawn, and everyone looked to the enemy in the sky. 50. La morte mi troverà vivo. Death will find me alive. The scarabeo did not attack like an army. 1 minute, they were a dark cloud roiling across the ocean, and the next, they were everywhere. Wings and claws and gaping mouths framed with glistening mandibles. There was a system to their coordinated movements, but it didn't rely on formations or pre-planned strategy. The soldiers roared, and Caleb clasped Alessa's shoulder, adding his spark to Camaria's fire and Joseph's cold. Alessa drew on their power, slow and gentle, trusting Dante to keep the space around them clear, while Nina's power threaded with Caleb's lightning, moving through her muscles and deep into her bones until her entire body prickled. Even Nina's eyes were closed and her face serene, trusting. No sign of doubt in Alessa's ability.
"Time to kill that wolf,"
Camaria muttered. Caleb gave her a baffled look, but there wasn't time to explain. Alessa gathered the power they offered, held it, then turned her palm to the sky. 100 scarabeo met their end in a burst of fire and ice, and she bared her teeth in a victorious grin. Another surge of power, and the scarabeo shattered directly above them, raining glittering black shards. Alessa didn't flinch or brush the fragments from her bare arms. Let the detritus of demons dust her skin. Let her sparkle with it. Let it be a warning to the rest. Here she stands, slayer of demons. Her power purred with satisfaction. Dante had been right all along. Alessa bared her teeth in a grin, savoring the rush of adrenaline through her veins. She had her team, and her power rejoiced. Together, they fought to win. The Fontes took turns letting go of Alessa, picking up weapons when they weren't being weapons. No rest for the weary, but a different kind of effort. War was deafening. Rattling metal, the twang of bows, booming cannons, shouts and screams, and everywhere, the bone-deep vibration of thousands of wings. Pacing. Control. If she pushed too hard, or they weren't careful to keep at least 2 Fontes in contact at all times, any one of them might snap. The scarabeo screamed, 1,000 fingernails screeching across slate, and the next wave fell, frozen. Alessa tried to pace herself, gathering and holding their gifts, trying new combinations. Nina's gift still left her queasy, but everyone whooped with glee when Alessa used it to burst scarabeo into grotesquely beautiful sprays of blue ichor. The guards protecting them were fierce and willing to die for their saviors. Alessa loved them for it, forgave them for every time they'd flinched away from her. Now, when she needed them most, they did their duty. Wings, sharp as knives, slashed the air before her, and for a second, Alessa saw her own reflection multiplied in the facets of gleaming red eyes. She was terrifying, and for the first time, she reveled in it. Soldiers shouted, dodging frozen scarabeo, which crashed down as solid and brittle as glass. Soon, their shattered remains made the entire hillside resemble the black rock beach. Dante swung and slashed, keeping the air around them open. He didn't fight out of duty. He fought for her, and he was spectacular. Caleb and Joseph made a formidable pairing, Alessa discovered when she tried to throw electrified water at the swarm. Dozens of scarabeo fell toward the sea, writhing in agony as electricity raced through bands of water wrapped around them, lightning dancing across their carapace.
Mama always said to stay out of the water when it's storming, Caleb said.
Despite his forced humor, he was white as snow. His grip so tight, she wondered if her power would suffer from the lack of blood flow to her hands. Every few minutes, the Fontes moved in tandem, swapping places whenever someone grew fatigued, coordinating their movements so no one was ever left to bear the full brunt of Alessa's power. The army was besieged, but a growing segment of the swarm ignored the ripe pickings of a field littered with casualties, circling the peak instead, closer and closer. Darting in and zipping by, they whizzed past as if taunting her. The creatures had begun to realize that the small group on the cliff, especially the girl in the middle, was the main source of their problems. The wind buffeted her from every side. Warm surges from the shore met cold gusts from the sea, churned by wings into torrents. Each breath she took was wet and sharp with salt. A scarabeo shattered above her. She dodged its frozen wingtip, but it sliced the end of her braid. A few inches of hair seemed a fair sacrifice to battle, but now her hair was loose, whipping around her face, obscuring her vision, and she didn't have a hand free. Tossing her head like an irritated horse, she struggled to see past the tangled strands. Aim. Fire. Breathe. Something brushed her neck, and she jumped. But it was only Camaria, gathering the damp tresses, pulling loose tendrils off her face to tie back. "I always carry extra," Camaria shouted over the whine of wings and clatter of weapons. Alessa laughed. "You don't even have enough hair to tie back." Camaria nudged Nina aside to take her spot at Alessa's side. "No, but my friends do." As the battle raged on, the Fontes began to falter, their power waning and stuttering, but the scarabeo didn't stop. Her mouth went dry, her eyes gritty with sea salt. Only a faded gleam behind the leaden cloud cover told her it hadn't been days, and for all she knew, it wasn't the sun but the moon. Someone, she didn't see who, gave the Fontes canteens, and Nina poured a bit into Alessa's mouth so she wouldn't have to let go of Caleb and Joseph. Not enough, but it would do. There'd be time for water and food when the war was won. She switched hands again, gathering the power they gave so freely, and hurled it forth to take down yet another wave of demons. Breathe, switch, adjust to the new source of magic, gather, throw. Over and over. Switch. Again. The mantra inside her head drowned out the sound of battle. Gather. Throw. Breathe. With every passing hour, the cold fear in Alessa's gut grew. The scarabeo kept coming, wave after wave. The army was drowning. Her Fontes were fading. No more jokes or flashes of bravado to raise their spirits. No one had the strength to do anything but survive. They couldn't keep this up forever. Then, through the demon-choked sky, a flash of white broke through in the distance. "A ship!" Nina cried. Hope on the horizon. 51. A mali estremi, estremi rimedi. Desperate evils need desperate remedies.
"Thank the gods,"
Caleb wheezed. "Will they make it in time?" Nina asked.
"That depends."
Camaria tried to pry Caleb's clenched hand free to take his spot, but he was too out of it to let go.
"On how much time we give them."
Joseph waved for her to take his spot and bent, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. A scarabeo buzzed above them, and Camaria ducked, throwing her hands over her head reflexively. Caleb gasped, momentarily left with the full brunt of Alessa's strength. She pulled away before it took him down. Gathering what leftover power she still possessed, she threw it at the sky. Dozens of creatures lit up, bolts of lightning fracturing around them. Twitching, they lost altitude. Caleb was on his knees, face ashen. "Hold on," Alessa said. "Just hold on." Dante stepped in front of Caleb, sword at the ready. A scarabeo swooped past, taunting, just out of reach, and he planted his feet to wait. The next time it dove, Dante's sword sliced a wing free. The creature spun, and he slashed again, rendering the other wing useless and lopping off a limb for good measure. Camaria cried out as a disembodied claw sliced her arm to the bone. Nina crouched, trying to staunch Camaria's wound. Wings buzzed, too close. Then a spray of something wet and sticky struck Alessa's face. Dante yelled, stumbled. Blood soaked his shirt, dripping onto the stone.
"I'll be okay,"
he said with a wet cough.
"Just need a minute."
A minute they might not get. Alessa turned her fear into rage and fought harder. The ship had stopped as close to shore as it could get, and one person, then another, dove from the side. Others clambered into a rowboat. The ocean churned, violently tossing the boat and swimmers. Alessa stopped throwing lightning. Past the bursts of fire and gusting wind, she couldn't make out who was who. But whoever was rowing was also propelling the craft with gusts of wind, and the others kept the swooping, screaming scarabeo at bay. Caleb's grip was slick. He kept slipping away. But Joseph and Nina grasped Alessa like a lifeline. Alessa gathered their power once more, flinging a blast of cold that tore a massive chunk from the swarm. Nina cried out in pain, but Alessa couldn't stop to see what had happened. She needed to buy them time. Precious minutes for the other Fontes to make it up the peak, for Dante to heal. Time. She didn't have any. The rowboat was drifting back out to sea, and figures ran, high-kneed, through the shallows, bursts of light and swirls of ice blossoming above them. Small and ineffective compared to what she could do with their gifts, but it kept the creatures away. So close. They were so close. The first swimmer to reach the shore held up her waterlogged skirts to sprint up the beach. The tall figure behind her looked like Camaria. It had to be Shomari, the traitorous brother she'd sworn would help them. As they vanished below the peak, Alessa turned to her weak, wounded Fontes. Trying to choose was a deadly game of roulette. Ignoring his protest, Alessa seized the sword from Dante's weak grip, gathering a bit of his fighting gift as she did so. She glared at the flying creatures above, watching to see which one was next. One dove, and she arced the blade through the air. The impact rattled through her body, but she'd barely stunned the monster. It swooped back around, and she swung again. Dante's fighting skills faded, but the demons kept coming. She screamed in anger and frustration. A beat without an attack. A moment of reprieve. One breath. That's all she asked. Grime and sweat blurred her vision, and the sword wavered in her grasp. Dea, help me. Saida, wheezing, pulled it free. I'm sorry, we're late. Shomari slid his fingers through Alessa's, using his other hand to grip his sister's shoulder in an unspoken apology. Camaria punched his arm, but there were tears in her eyes. Alessa couldn't look to see how Dante was managing. Didn't have time. She just had to hope it wasn't too late for him. A century, a lifetime, a heartbeat, a breath. She wouldn't know until later how much time passed while she fought. Saida's wind and Shomari's water drew a waterspout from the sea, sucking Scarabeo from the sky, and when the creatures closest were consumed, Alessa let the water fall and twisted the wind toward the shore to scramble the demonic flight patterns. Wings snapped, demons fell, and her soldiers were ready below, waiting with swords and scythes to finish them. The creatures seemed to smell a whiff of defeat, and their screams intensified. Every hair on Alessa's body rose. Nina covered her ears, her face screwed up in agony, but Joseph was a statue.
"Keep going," he said. "Don't stop."
She had no choice. Blood squelched with every hand she clasped, but when one hand vanished, another took its place. The world was nothing but a maelstrom of cold and heat, fire and ice, the swell and flux of Nina's strange gift diverting and warping, ripping swaths through the swarm. Alessa saw sky, briefly, a glint of sun that told her time was passing. Then darkness and wings and claws closed in again. But she'd seen the sky, and she'd fight to see it again. A silver blade slashed past, proof Dante was alive and still fighting. Across the hillside behind Finestra's peak and the beach before it, soldiers battled, stumbling through the waves, stabbing half-submerged Scarabeo. The orderly rows of warriors following commands had disintegrated, commanders shouting orders to ranks who couldn't hear them over the screams, or were too terrified to listen. And all the while, the swarm above swooped and regrouped, communicating without words, a hive mind that didn't need directions or plans to work in tandem. Two Scarabeo dove at Dante. He stabbed and slashed, hidden by a tangle of claws and mandibles, and she sent a burst of flame to assist. The Scarabeo fell, screaming, over the cliff's edge. Dante dropped to his knees, clutching his bloodied side, his sword abandoned beside him. Dante could heal himself. He would heal himself. He had to. But while soldiers battled around her and the Fontes, keeping the area around them clear, Dante was unprotected. The roiling darkness coalesced as another wave of Scarabeo saw easy prey. Alessa snatched a scythe from the ground and ran, slashing it toward the Scarabeo bent on reaching Dante. The curved blade at the end of the staff lopped off every leg on one side, and the bulk crashed down on the peak, nearly crushing Dante. "Help him!" she shouted at the nearest soldiers. "Keep them away until he's healed." Fontes waited, hands at the ready, for Alessa to resume the fight, but everywhere she looked, there was nothing but chaos. She was doing her best, but it wasn't enough. Too many Scarabeo got past her, descending on an army lost to panic. She flinched as two soldiers, fighting beside each other, were ambushed and snapped in half. If only her army could communicate without words, too. A desperate idea lodged in her mind. Time to break all the rules. 52. Alla fine del gioco, re e pedone finiscono nella stessa scatola. When the game is over, the king and the pawn go in the same box. The dying Scarabeo twitched violently, legs curling in like a dead spider. Alessa lunged, her bare hand closing over one smooth claw. She retched as an oily power flowed into her, but she didn't let go until it reached the core of her gift. Like falling out of bed mid-dream, something inside her came awake with a lurch. "Regroup," she ordered, but the word wasn't merely spoken aloud. It was an order, a mental compelling, a dozen thoughts condensed into one, like a brain signaling a body to stand. The army, her army, snapped to attention. thousands of warriors tuned as one. Through her eyes, through each other's eyes, they saw the fight from every angle, countless minds woven together into one. The Scarabeo gave one last shudder and went still. "To me!" Alessa shouted at her Fontes, and they found her side. Already, the Scarabeo's power, she couldn't think of it as a gift, was fading, the precise symmetry of her fighters falling out of rhythm. But as she sent a storm of ice and lightning to fell a swath of Scarabeo, the soldiers below fought with renewed purpose, united once more. They might actually get through Divorando. She regretted the thought as soon as it came to her. Never tempt the gods. Never. Fire tore through her. A fire she'd lived through once before. Nina screamed. She'd heard that before, too. Alessa looked down at the front of her slip of a dress, at the sharp limb thrust into her belly with the Scarabeo's death spasm. The creature curled in on itself. Blood soaked through the links of her chainmail. Screams, clanging blades. Her Fontes and guard burst into motion, fighting to surround her as she stumbled. Dante couldn't slow her fall this time. He was already on the ground. A wide gash ran from his chin to one ear, and he was covered in so much blood she couldn't be sure if they had matching fatal wounds or different ones. Hands clutched at her, trying to break her fall, but she smelled dirt, tasted it. Dante lay a few feet away, a flicker of sunlight across his face. The army would have to take care of the rest. She wouldn't be saving them. Dante's eyes opened, and his pupils shrank as he focused on her. He lifted his head. Fingers clawing at the dirt, he dragged himself closer, then stopped to cough. He didn't bother wiping the blood from his chin before he began to drag himself again. One arm's length, another. His gift might be enough to save him. It wasn't enough for them both. So many memories she'd never make. Kisses they'd never share. Sunrises and sunsets they could have watched together. She focused on him, detaching from the raging battle. She couldn't help them anymore. She couldn't even help herself. The darkness spread inside her, but she held on. Dante was trying to get to her. She had to stay until he did. What was one more death, or two, on a day when countless had died already? Everything. Somehow, he made it to her. Trembling on one elbow, his eyes fixed on hers, and he brushed her cheek with the back of his fingers.
"Gabriel,"
he said.
"My name is Gabriel."
She raised her hand to find his. "But I haven't won." He smiled.
"You will."
He grabbed her hand, and his jaw clenched over a scream of pain. "No," she said, trying to get free of his grip as she realized what he was doing, but Dante wouldn't let go. Hot tears blurred her vision as life drained from his face. He was giving his gift to her. She couldn't get free, and she couldn't stop it from flowing to her. Trying to fight it would only waste the gift he gave so freely. Something twisted in the place where her power originated, the shift from taking a gift to magnifying. She knew it well by now, but she'd only felt it with the Fonte's power, never with his. She sobbed as her pain blinked out, and a new power, greater than anything she'd experienced before, burst free. Dante was saving her so she could save them. The world vanished in a flash, followed by such a complete absence of sound, She thought her eardrums had burst. A dome of light expanded, obliterating Scarabeo as it engulfed them, but leaving people untouched. The Gyote's power of healing and self-protection bloomed outward and banished the darkness. Alessa stared up, through the ring of fontes and guards, their weapons raised against foes who were vanishing into nothingness. Where light met dark, both blinked out, and the bubble began to look like lace. "Do you see it?" she whispered to him. "Do you see what you did?" Enduring light shone through a divine window, burned the demons to ashes. Dante's gift had saved them all. "Dante?" She looked back at him, took his face between her hands. His eyes were open, but he couldn't see. He'd never see anything again. 53. La speranza è l'ultima a morire. Hope is the last thing to die. Alessa's anguished cry was lost to the clamor of battle. She still touched Dante's skin, but the space between them was as wide as the ocean. His eyelashes didn't flutter, even when a dead Scarabeo crashed against the peak, spattering them with gore. Alessa shook with violent tremors, but distant voices urged her on, hands pulling her up with bruising grips. They wouldn't let her mourn, wouldn't let her be. The army was still fighting. Her friends were still fighting. She wasn't alone. She couldn't give up. Letting go was the hardest thing she'd ever done. But the battle wasn't over. Her friends were all around, infusing her with love and sympathy as well as their magic. Caleb dragged himself to his feet. At some point, a Scarabeo claw had caught him in the face, leaving a brutal gash down his forehead and through one eye. But he was alive, even with half his face a bloody ruin. Squinting through his good eye, he extended his hand to her. Camaria clenched the other, so tightly it hurt, but Alessa held on to the pain. Pain was real. Pain meant she was alive. They were alive. The fortezza was full of people, including her family and thousands of others, alive. The impenetrable wall of claws and wings that had blocked out the sky before was only scattered Scarabeo now. Angry monsters crazed with desperation as they sensed their impending failure. The Scarabeo would lose, one way or another, but Alessa could stop them from taking more lives. She could stop more from getting to the city, where people cowered behind dented metal shutters as the walls shook and Scarabeo gnawed at their doors. Alessa built a fortress around the heartbroken girl wailing inside her and turned to the sky. Instinct guided her fight. 2 hands, 2 more. Alessa moved among her battalion of fontes, gathering and hoarding their power to use as many gifts as possible with every surge. The scream of anguish she couldn't release was channeled into a weapon, and her power became a crescendo of fury and grief that burst free in a typhoon of lightning and fire and ice. Even the ocean responded, heaving into towering waves that swallowed Scarabeo and dragged them to the depths. Bit by bit, the sky cleared. Sound returned. A hand released hers. Another. Caleb dropped and rolled to his back, chest heaving. Groans and cries of pain mingled with shouts of victory. Alessa went limp, hollow and wrung out as their gifts faded away. She sank to the ground and draped herself over Dante's body, shielding him in death as she hadn't in life. Her hands roamed his neck, searching for a pulse, the faintest breath, any sign of life. But nothing. No flutter against her fingertips, no brush of breath against her palm. Nothing. The general was bowing to her, his scarred face slick with blood and scarabeo gore, assuring her that the soldiers could finish the cleanup without her. She blinked, and Nina and Saida had her by the arms, guiding her down Finestra's peak and up the road toward the city. Panic surged, and she fought free, turning to search for Dante. He shouldn't be alone. They couldn't leave him alone.
"They're bringing him,"
Nina said. And Alessa had the strange sense that it wasn't the first time Nina had reassured her of this.
"Right behind us, see?"
Sure enough, 2 soldiers trailed behind them, bearing a stretcher, with Joseph steadying it. The city gates creaked open, and the first wave of cleanup crews stepped out, spears ready to gore any remaining scarabeo who skittered in the shadows. A man, followed by a woman, then more. They stared at the clear blue sky, at the rest of the landscape. Scarred and soiled as it was, Saverio still stood. One by one, their eyes turned to her with wonder. Alessa heard herself declare the battle over, and a cheer rose. A cry of victory she couldn't share. Shouts of joy and relief so distant from the agony tearing her apart. She kept her eyes forward as people moved aside to let the weary saviors pass. But she could feel Dante's presence, or lack of it, behind her. Anger bled into the holes left by grief. They needed to know who had saved them, and it wasn't her. She stopped in the middle of the crowd. "There is your savior. His name was..." She gathered herself. "His name was Gabriel Dante Lucente." Gabriel Dante Lucente. God-granted strength and enduring light. She sobbed a laugh. No wonder he hadn't told her. "He believed he was a monster because we told him he was. He believed he could bring only darkness into the world because we told him darkness was all he had. But he was the light, and he gave everything to save you." He gave everything, and she'd lost him. A small, tentative hand found Alessa's shoulder. Nina, tears coursing down her blood-streaked face. Then Camaria, halting but walking. Joseph paused to bow low. Farther down the line, a hand saluted from a stretcher. Caleb. Alessa had made it through a battle with not one, but many Fontes alive. Her broken, blood-soaked army of friends. Sometime soon, she would see her family, and she would be thankful they lived, too. Sometime soon, she would remember that the world was more than one person, and one death did not erase 1,000 lives saved. Someday soon, she would feel as though she had done her duty. But not today. She instructed the men bearing Dante's stretcher to follow her into the temple.
"You have wounds, Alessa,"
Nina said softly as the soldiers placed Dante's body on the altar.
"You should come inside and let the doctors examine you."
"She will," Camaria said. "Give her a minute." Saida beckoned Nina over. "Come on, help me get Camaria up the stairs." They left, followed by the soldiers, and Alessa was alone in the darkness. 3 times she'd knelt before bodies on this altar. This time, tears came easily. But the tears that brought him to the Cittadella in the first place and kept him there the next couldn't bring him back,
The dank cold reached for her bones, but couldn't chill her, because she was somewhere else. Somewhere warm, with hot sand beneath her toes and a calloused hand in hers. Gently, she closed his eyes. He could have been sleeping, if one slept on bare stone. If one slept in clothing soaked with blood. She ran her fingers over his, so cold and stiff. Alone, in the silent temple, she kneeled before the man she loved. No jeweled coffin or bed of velvet, no funeral or choir. The same in death as he'd gone through most of life. Alone and forgotten, but never by her. Hands trembling, she cupped her palms as though in prayer, bowing her head to let the tears fall unchecked. Outside, people needed their savior. People injured and dying who deserved to be thanked and blessed. But she couldn't bear to leave him alone, with nothing to prove he'd been loved and cherished in life. A gift. She spread her fingers across his chest, her heart beating hard enough for them both. She shouldn't even hope. It was impossible. But like she'd done for Hugo the last time she kneeled on the altar, she searched the hollows inside her. Nothing at first. Then a flicker. An echo of Dante's gift. The fragment she'd stolen. No, the part he'd given her when he'd died. Slowly, carefully, she drew the power deeper, closer to the part of her the gods had blessed. She gathered Dante's gift, and she gave it back.
54. Piccola favilla, gran fiamma seconda. A little spark kindles a great fire. Relief, the pain, the noise, the light, it all ceased. The battle vanished, and Dante felt nothing. Not because his body went numb, but because he wasn't. He had no heart, so his pulse didn't pound. He knew fear, recognized the mental prickle of warning, but not in any way he'd felt before. He had no eyes, so damned if he knew how he could see a glow in the darkness. But there it was, everywhere. A warm, rosy light concentrated in one spot, expanding to meet him. Something about the light was trying to calm him, and it wasn't working. After 20 years expecting death around every damn corner, tempting the gods time and time again, daring them to just do it already, he was finally dead, and he was pissed. He'd chosen to become Alessa's guard, to climb that ugly peak, to heal her with his gift, knowing it would kill him, and he'd do it again. But he didn't even get to see if it had worked, if she was okay, if the battle was won. He'd finally decided to become something other than a selfish asshole, and his prize was a light show and a headache without a head? Fanculo, screw that. He couldn't turn to find the source of the sound, but it didn't matter, because it wasn't behind him, or in front, if there was such a thing as direction in this place. The sound was inside him. Maybe the light was too, or it would have been, if there was any him to be inside. The sound wasn't music. There was no word for it. It had meaning, though. It was a language, sort of, or maybe it was language in its purest form. Miseria ladra, his head would have throbbed if he had one. Death was supposed to be a relief, an end to mortal suffering. This was bullshit. Maybe if he had an eternity to listen, he'd understand what the light was trying to tell him. But death hadn't blessed him with patience. I don't speak colors or music. He aimed the thought at the brightest part of the glowing whatever the hell it was. Pick a language I know or cut it out. I've had a long day. The thing laughed? Silently. A bubble of affectionate amusement popping inside him. Dante sent a mental scowl. Please tell me we're not doing this for eternity. Something tingled. His fingers? They materialized in front of his face. His face. He had a face. And a body. Thank Dea. Literally. Thanks, he said, to test out his voice. It sounded the same. Dea? The bubble of mirth returned, warmer and brighter, but also not quite a confirmation. At least this time the sensation was in his chest, because he had one. Clothes, too, which were unnecessary, but appreciated. Gods probably didn't give a shit about nudity, but it was a hard habit to shake. So, you are Dea? Or you aren't? Correct. He knew that feeling. Didn't answer the question, though. It was Dea, and not Dea. Fun game. Listen, I don't mean to sound ungrateful here, but can you tell me if it worked? Is she going to be okay? The light wavered, almost but not quite fully taking form, flickering like a candle in an open window. A mirage of a woman, tall and thin, with light brown hair, and the same dark eyes he saw every time he looked in the mirror. Mama? His mother, or the goddess who looked like his mother, reached out a hand to him, her eyes somehow full of love and regret at the same time. Nothing could have stopped Dante from reaching back. His hand found only warmth where hers should have been. The light moved up his arm, tingling over his skin, soaking through to heat him from the inside. The first tide of emotion, pride, love, reassurance, was as welcoming as a hearth fire after a freezing rain, and he could have basked in it forever. But warmth became heat, scorching, crackling, igniting, tinged with profound regret that there wasn't time to do it any other way. This was the fastest way to show him what he needed to know, and there was no time to wait. His mother smiled, but it was the saddest thing he'd ever seen. She vanished, and his mind exploded. A voracious, murky ocean swallowing the shore, battering the city walls, belching forth scaly, fanged creatures with claws like scythes, ash clouds choking the skies above rivers of blood, and people everywhere, burning and burning and burning. One darkness-made flesh led the attack, battling an army of... Recognition jolted through him, and a scream tore from his throat as the inferno consumed him.
55. Chi mora mor, e chi camba cambe. Those who die, die, and those who live, live. Alessa bent her head to Dante's unmoving chest, heedless of the grime and blood and scarabeo ichor caked to his shirt. Saving the world was such a hollow victory. Eyes clenched, she fought to lock in every memory she had of him. The way his dark eyes smiled even when his mouth didn't. How he'd watched her like he desperately wanted to stop but couldn't tear his eyes away. How safe and cherished she'd felt in his arms, and how she loved it when he'd called her Luce mia. Alessa jerked up. Dante's haunted eyes met hers. She blinked, but the illusion didn't fade. The skin on his face was drawn tight with pain, but he was alive. Dante! She touched his cheek, and he gasped. Yanking her hand back, Alessa stumbled to her feet and sprinted to the corridor, screaming for help. She hung back as medics rushed into the temple. She'd made it through a war without being sick, but sourness clawed up her throat as Dante cried out, his teeth bared in a rictus of agony. He was alive. Alive. The word became a chant, then a prayer. The medics poked, prodded, and bandaged for hours before loading Dante onto a gurney for transport to the triage center in the Cittadella. But he was alive. He nearly bled out on the way there, but by the time the sun rose, or set, she honestly wasn't sure. They said he was stable. Stable. She'd never forget the sounds or the smells of soldiers hurt and dying. Her battle would go down in history as one of the shortest, but casualties were high, and the wounded were too lost to pain to care about their place in history. Alessa tried to sit with Dante, but he kept opening his eyes, muttering about shadows that spoke and memories of futures, and he seemed so distressed at her lack of understanding that when a nurse suggested she leave so he could rest, she did. Dante wasn't the only one suffering. Alessa walked the rows and rows of wounded soldiers, pausing to thank them, listening to their final words, fetching water and broth and bandages, summoning medics when it seemed worth trying to save them, listening to their final words when it wasn't. She'd begun to think she'd forgotten how to pray, but she prayed with hundreds, and she meant every word. Protect them, Dea, and see them safely home. Be it to their mortal lives or their eternal rest, carry them in your gentle grasp and light their way with love. She'd done her duty, and they had done theirs. Despite the shocked faces, Alessa made herself useful in any small way she could as the hours dragged on. She was dabbing a soldier's forehead with a wet cloth when a small voice called out to her. "Someone needs you in the critical care section," said a nurse who didn't seem old enough for the responsibility. Heart in her throat, Alessa hurried back to the area reserved for the most serious cases. Dante's injuries had been so terrible, but she'd seen him heal before. "Adric," she said, startled by the sight of a curly blonde head beside Dante's cot. Adric was there, tending the sick. He was an apothecary assistant. He was her brother. Of course he'd come. Adric stood. "I brought the best pain treatments we have, but he won't take them until he talks to you." Dante's eyes were open, but he was staring up at the sky, not at her. Face pale, jaw clenched, hands fisted at his side. He blinked, and she exhaled. Adric pulled her into a hug, squeezing tight and hauling her off the ground. "You did it, little sister." "Put me down, you fool." She slapped him lightly on the back. "I'm still dangerous. And for Dea's sake, you're 2 minutes older than me. Enough with the little sister nonsense." Adric laughed and lowered her to the ground. "Don't want you getting a big head just because you saved us all. Now, tell this handsome demon to take the damn medicine, will you? He's more stubborn than you are." She sank to her knees, pulling off one glove. "Dante." His entire body spasmed as her hand found his. "I'm sorry," she gasped and pulled away, fumbling to put her glove back on. She cursed silently. Of course, he was still too weak to tolerate her touch. "You won't take the medicine until you tell me something, huh?" she asked, smiling through her tears. "So speak. Then I'm pouring it down your throat." "Crollo," Dante wheezed. A tear slid from the corner of his eye, and she had to fight the urge to brush it away. "He's not finished. I heard." He stopped to take a short, shuddering breath. "It's all connected. Your power. The end. It's not over." She shushed him. "But it's over for right now, yes?" A tight, pained nod.
Then get some rest so you can heal. And for Dea's sake, Dante, take the medicine. Adric measured out a dosage and helped Dante raise his head enough to swallow. Alessa beckoned to the nearest medic. You know what he is, right? She asked, daring the middle-aged woman in spectacles to have a problem with Dante's identity. The woman nodded, eyebrows drawn. I do, and I'd be fascinated to hear about what you've witnessed. But as for right now, he's stable but not improving. These things take time, though. But you've seen some improvement, right? Alessa said. Small cuts healing, bruises fading. It wasn't unusual for someone to waver on the verge of death for days or even weeks after a grievous injury. It was, however, unusual for a Gyote. I'm afraid not, Finestra. If anything, he's had a bit of backsliding, but we caught it before it got too bad. Alessa frowned. It was still early, and he had come back from the dead. It was a lot to ask of one man. It wasn't much to cling to, but she held on to a sliver of hope.
56. Tutto sapere e niente sapere. To know everything is to know nothing. Porca troia, Dante cursed, waking with a start, the only way he woke these days. Every time he closed his eyes, he died all over again, and every time he opened them, it felt like being born from the fire again. Asleep, awake, it didn't matter. There was no relief. The never-ceasing noise plucked at his nerves. Labored breathing, soft moans, low-pitched voices. One more day on this cot, inhaling disinfectant and waking to other people's misery, would kill him. Puttana la miseria, he said through gritted teeth. Dottoressa Agostino shot him a dark look. Mi scusi, Dante said, only half sarcastically. He'd heard worse from other patients in the common tongue every damn day, but she held this against him? He didn't feel pain. He was pain. Every damn hair on his head hurt, but he'd put it off long enough. Choking down another groan, he sat up. Alessa drew his gaze like a magnet, sitting on a cot across the room, her face lit with joy when she saw him. She jumped up, excused herself, and hurried toward him, leaving the soldier she'd been talking to gaping at her back. Dante fought a smile. She did that all the time, and she had no idea, flitting from one person or thought to another, with no clue that anyone might not be able to keep up. How are you feeling? She kneeled beside him and took his hand, silk gloves against bare skin. Take them off, he said softly. Her eyes, more green than brown today, went wide, long lashes fluttering with nerves. Later, you're still recovering and... Please, he begged. Take them off. She paled. Her hands shook as she removed her gloves and brushed the back of his hand with her fingers. His muscles seized. He bit his lip hard. Che palle. Alessa leapt to her feet, blinking away tears. It's too soon. You need more time to heal. I'm going to find Adric and Joseph. They promised to help you up the stairs, and the doctor says you're ready. She hurried away mid-sentence. Dante dropped his head back against the stone wall and stared up at the metal filigree over the courtyard. No point denying it. He wasn't getting worse, but he wasn't getting better. At least, no faster than anyone else. A nurse strode toward him with a bowl of something steaming, a smile on her face that he couldn't return. They treated him like a normal person, and at first, he'd assumed they didn't know. But they did. Hell, they fought over who got to tend to the Giotte Fonte. His lip curled at the phrase. They knew exactly what he was, or at least what he had been.
57. Traduttore, traditore. Translator, traitor. All translation is flawed.
A month after Divorando, Alessa watched as Caleb and Dante helped each other stand, swaying until they found their balance. In bandages and loose-fitting robes, they looked like a pair of drunken pirates who'd lost their pants. Dante caught Alessa watching, and his gaze slid away a bit too fast. Inhaling through her nose, she tamped down the frequent urge to shake him. Her feelings hadn't changed. If anything, she cared even more than she had before. But Dante's pride had taken a hit more brutal than the one to his body, and his demons refused to grant him peace, whispering threats or promises he shared with no one. Time might not be enough to heal all wounds, but it was the only thing she could offer. Caleb tipped, grasping open air for a handhold, and Alessa lurched to her feet, ready to help. Dante steadied him before she could, and the two men steeled themselves to begin walking. The other Fontes and wounded soldiers had returned to their homes to recuperate, but Caleb claimed he'd grown too used to the luxury of the cittadella to give it up, and technically he was Alessa's official Fonte. Dante had no home, so they'd stayed. Caleb fashioned hats out of bandages, demanding the nurses tell him he was prettier than Dante. He complained dramatically that the soup was too soupy and the cakes were too sweet, until they brought him something else. Then he'd eat all of his food and steal bites from Dante's untouched tray until Dante got annoyed and ate something out of spite. Caleb didn't perform despite Dante's glares, but because of them. Dante needed a distraction, and Caleb provided it. More important, Caleb offered the sort of obnoxious encouragement via insult that Dante needed, baffling as it was. Her chosen Fonte and her chosen love spent their days frustrating the physical therapists and nurses who put them through their exercises and monitored their recovery, while tormenting each other in a bizarre contest to see who could express their suffering with the most creative use of swear words. Dante, being bilingual, usually came out on top. Thank Dea she'd barely touched him when his eyes first opened on the altar. If she had, he might have died all over again. When he spent the last of his healing power to save her, Dante had taken most of his gift with him as he left the mortal plane. The final remnant, the echo, transferred to her as he died, and she'd used it, with more than a little help from Dea, to coax his body back to the living. But his power hadn't come with him. Swallowing a lump in her throat, Alessa shouted a few teasing words of encouragement to Caleb as he took a tentative step. He groaned and invented a new curse word, sending the nurse into a fit of giggles. Watching Dante brace himself on the headboard of her bed, alone in his thoughts, Alessa urged the heat in the back of her throat to ease. He was alive. She couldn't touch him, at least not yet. But he was alive. That was what mattered. The nurse said something to Dante, and he shook his head, jaw clenched. Alessa caught Caleb's eye, and he covered his forehead with the back of his hand in an exaggerated swoon. "Mercy! Nurse, this Gyote is trying to murder me. Let me rest, beast." Dante hid a half smile as Caleb accepted the nurse's assistance and hobbled out of the room. He lowered himself to the couch with a grimace, his head falling back with a sigh of relief. "Can I get you anything?" Alessa asked.
"No, just come here,"
Dante mumbled.
"Promise I'll keep my hands to myself."
Alessa checked to be sure there was no skin visible between her gloves and sleeves before walking over. "I've heard that before." As she passed the open balcony doors, a cheer rose from the crowd below. They gathered daily in the piazza, hoping for a glimpse of their saviors on the balcony. So Alessa obliged every morning and evening, while Caleb insisted on being rolled to the window often to wave at his supporters. Dante always refused. He didn't know how to be celebrated or beloved. Another thing that would take time. She curled up beside him, noting the dark smudge of exhaustion beneath his eyes. "You've been dreaming again?" A shadow passed behind his eyes.
I'm not sure they are dreams.
Alessa frowned. "Meaning?"
I think she's trying to tell me something.
She?
Dea, my mother, whoever it was. She was proud, like I was finally being who I was supposed to be or something. But she needed me to know I wasn't finished.
Dante stared at the ceiling.
The more time passes, the less sure I am about what I saw, heard, I don't know what to call it. But she was trying to help us, to give us a clue.
Alessa was still wearing her gloves, so she brushed a dark curl off his temple. Dante leaned into her palm, his lips moving against the silk.
I think she wants me to find La Fonte di Guarigione.
Alessa sat up. It still exists? Then I'll go right now and bring water back for you. You'll be healed. Maybe you can go back to...
No.
He shook his head.
I don't think that's how it works.
Why not? I don't care how far I have to go. I will. You could be healed. Your power restored. And if you're right, and Crollo is planning something worse, we need that water for the troops.
I think that's what she's trying to tell me, that we need to find it before he sends whatever he's planning.
Well, where is it then? Is it on Saverio? He closed his eyes.
Not anymore.
Anymore? Her scalp prickled. Dante, how can a spring move?
It's not a spring.
She made a face. I don't know much of the old language, but I do know that part. Ha dato loro una fonte di guarigione. She gave them a healing fountain.
Your accent is still terrible.
Dante half smiled.
E quando arrivò il momento della battaglia, i combattenti sarebbero stati forti, poiché ha dato loro una fonte della guarigione. It can mean fountain, but another way to translate una fonte is wellspring, source.
Alessa whispered it to herself, trying on the words with the new meaning he'd offered. And when it came time for battle, the fighters would be strong, for she gave them a source of healing. She stilled. You're saying that Dea's third gift isn't on Saverio anymore because... Dante closed his eyes.
Because we banished them.
Her breath left her body. To survive the horror Crollo had planned, they needed an army of nearly invincible soldiers. But first, they had to find them.